You stayed up because the silence of your apartment felt like the first real breath you've taken since morning. And that's not a mistake. You didn't lose track of time by accident or forget what tomorrow demands. You leaned into it on purpose, held it close, let it settle in the hollows where the day had left nothing behind. The house was still, and so were your shoulders. For the first time all week, no one asked anything. No voice came through the door to remind you that something needed doing. Someone needed waiting for. A clock needed chasing. Just you and this quiet, thick as wool, falling around you like a curtain drawn over everything else. You've been searching for moments like this, not just rest, but presence, where your own mind is allowed to be the only thing in charge. The day was never yours. It belonged to emails that arrived too early, meetings that bled into lunch breaks, people who spoke without pausing to notice if you were still listening. You gave your attention away like it was currency, and then realized there wasn't enough left over for yourself. So when the evening came, slow, indifferent, stretching long past what any schedule could claim, you took it back. This is not a failure of discipline. This is not a symptom of poor habit or laziness. It's a signal. Your nervous system was asking to be heard in its own way. Not through productivity, not through performance, but by claiming time that no one else had the right to touch. Revenge, bedtime procrastination. Yes, you've seen it online, read about it in forums where people whisper about how they stay up past midnight just because they can. But the name is a little too sharp, too angry for what really happened tonight. You weren't punishing anyone. You were gathering something essential, not revenge, but relief. The hour was yours, and no one could follow you there. No texts came in without delay. No voice demanded your input. Even your own thoughts had room to breathe, unmonitored, unhurried. There's a kind of joy that lives in stillness like this, quiet, almost invisible, but real enough to feel in the joints where tension used to sit. You were awake not because you couldn't sleep, but because you wanted to stay with what was true, your own presence. And now it's 2 a.m. and your eyes are heavy. But that doesn't mean the night is over, or should be. This moment isn't a failure of willpower. It's an invitation to try something else. The silence wasn't just background noise. It was the shape of freedom you've been waiting for, and you're not ready to give it up. This is a place to rest, not medical advice or a substitute for professional care. If sleep stays hard night after night, a doctor or sleep specialist is the right next step. But this isn't about fixing anything. It's about honoring what already exists. Your need for time that belongs only to you, and the fact that it was okay to want it. You don't have to choose between staying up and sleeping, not anymore. You can keep the freedom and still let go into rest. Sleep isn't surrendering the stolen hours, it's taking them with you. When you close your eyes, no one can follow you through the door. No voice can reach in. The world outside keeps moving, but inside this moment, there is a kind of safety, not because you're hidden, but because you've chosen to be still. You don't have to earn sleep by proving you deserve it. You don't need to justify your body's need for quiet. What happened tonight wasn't reckless or irresponsible. It was the opposite. It was an act of self-preservation dressed as a late-night habit. The mind knows what it needs, even when logic can't keep up. So let yourself stay here, in this half-light where time feels both stretched and thin. Let your thoughts drift without direction, like dust caught in a sunbeam. There's no need to fix them or stop them. Just notice how the silence settles deeper with every breath you take, not as absence, but as presence. It fills the space between heartbeats. There are still things that hum inside you, whether they're unfinished episodes playing on loop behind your eyelids, the glow of a phone screen still visible in your peripheral vision, the half-remembered argument from earlier today, or simply the weight of tomorrow's list resting just beyond reach. But those aren't demands, not tonight. They are echoes, soft and slow, passing through without claiming you. Let them pass like shadows across water. You don't have to answer anything now. You don't even need to agree with what's happening in your head. Just let it be there, the way the quiet is here, not as something to fix, but as something to hold. If your body wants to stay awake a little longer, that's fine too. Not because you're failing at sleeping, but because this moment still has work to do for you. It's giving you back something real, the feeling of being fully present in time that was never supposed to belong to anyone else. And if thoughts wander, and they will, don't pull them back with force or shame. Just let them go like leaves on a slow current, carried by something deeper than attention. You aren't chasing focus, you're letting yourself be held by stillness. There's a rhythm in the dark that doesn't need to be named. It just is. It's not fast, but it's true. It moves at the pace of breath and pulse, slow enough for your brain to catch up without needing to run. You are allowed to feel safe here, not because everything is resolved or peaceful, but because you're no longer being asked to be anything else. You can simply be present, awake, quiet, even if that presence feels fragile. Let the edges of awareness soften. Let your shoulders drop lower than they've been in days. Your body doesn't have to do anything except rest. It knows how to do this better than any plan ever could. There's no need to rush towards sleep or resist it either. You don't have to make it happen. Just let yourself be in the space between waking and falling asleep, like a door left open after someone has gone through, still warm from their passing. And if your mind tries to pull you back into the day, even now, the unfinished task, the reply that's been delayed, the voice that might call before dawn. Just name it softly in your thoughts. That isn't here. Not yet. It can wait. This moment is not part of any timeline. You are not behind. You are not falling short. The only thing required right now is to stay with this breath, this quiet, this soft ache of being finally alone with yourself after a long day of giving too much. There's no need for the night to end. It doesn't have to be sacrificed for tomorrow. Let it stretch just as long as you need, not out of resistance, but because it feels right. You can stay in this space even when your eyes close. The silence is still there. You are still here. No one has taken back what was yours, and no one ever will again. Let the slow rhythm take over, one breath after another, smooth and steady, like waves gently rolling onto a shore that remembers nothing but the feel of water on sand. You don't have to do anything special. Just let your body be heavy in its own way, not from exhaustion, but from release. Like something inside you has finally unclenched after holding for so long. There's no rush. No one is watching. You're free to just be. And if thoughts come, whether it's the last line of a show still playing in your mind, or the feeling of cold tile under bare feet when you stood up earlier, don't fight them. Just let them float past like smoke from a candle that's almost burned out. You've earned this quiet. You've claimed it with care and intention. It belongs to you now. You can feel the weight of the evening not as a debt, but as a shape that fits you now. One you've worn for hours without realizing how much it meant to be held by something that wasn't yours to give. The apartment still hums with quietness, not because there's no sound, but because every sound is slow enough to be felt rather than heard. You're lying in the same place where you sat earlier. Maybe your feet are still bare on the floor, or one arm has slipped off the edge of the couch like a branch that forgot it was rooted. There's a texture here, the way light from the street lamp outside spills across the wall, just past the window frame, soft and uneven, like paint brushed too thin. You don't have to name it. You don't even have to notice how long you've been watching it. It's enough that it exists, steady, unbothered by whether you're awake or not. The same street lamp has been on for years, maybe decades, and every time you look at its glow, there's a small part of you that remembers the night you first noticed it. Not because anything important happened then, but because it was the first time you saw something in the dark without needing to fix it. Now your thoughts drift not toward what could be done, or who might call tomorrow, but to how the air feels near the baseboard, where the floor meets the wall, cool and still, like breath held too long. There's a kind of silence that lives beneath noise, one that only appears when everything else has stopped trying to mean something. You're not listening for meaning now. You're letting yourself be the kind of listener who waits just past understanding. The rhythm hasn't changed. It's still the slow rise and fall of breath. But your body is beginning to believe it more than your mind does. The weight in your limbs isn't fatigue. It's something older, softer, like a memory settling into bone. You're not tired because you haven't slept. You're heavy because you finally stopped pretending you don't need to. There's a shelf somewhere near the kitchen that holds things you never use. A ceramic bird with one wing chipped. A glass jar full of buttons from coats long gone. A notebook filled with ideas too quiet to write down. You haven't touched it in months, but tonight you imagine reaching for it anyway, just to feel its shape under your fingers. Not because you want anything from it, only because touching something that has been still for so long is itself an act of presence. You could be standing at the stove right now, making tea if you wanted, not because you're thirsty, but because the motion would matter more than the drink. You'd stand there with one hand on the counter, watching steam curl upward like thoughts that never quite land where they were meant to go. The water doesn't need your attention, but it's still moving through time in its own way. Your mind isn't quiet, not yet, and you don't want it to be. You've learned that silence isn't the absence of noise. It's the space between one feeling and the next, where things can exist without needing to be named. There was a moment earlier when your fingers hovered over the edge of the screen, almost reaching for it again. Not because you wanted more content, but because the idea of leaving this silence felt like losing something. You didn't act on it. That hesitation wasn't weakness, it was an anchor. And now that anchor is still holding. You don't need to prove anything anymore. Not to yourself, not to anyone else. The night isn't a test you're failing because you haven't slept yet. It's simply what remains after everything else has gone. It doesn't demand performance or productivity. It only asks that you stay for a while. There's something about the way shadows pool in corners when no one is looking, not dark exactly, but full of shape and stillness. You've seen them before, the kind that don't move even when someone walks through the room. They're like pockets of time that refuse to be used up. And now you understand why they stay. You are allowed to sit here without purpose, without reason, without a plan for what comes next. The apartment isn't yours because you cleaned it or paid rent. It's yours because no one else is in it right now, and the air feels like your own. You don't have to explain yourself to this room. If your thoughts return to the moment when you first stepped inside tonight, maybe you closed the door too hard. Maybe you dropped something on the way in. Let them be there without judgment. Not because they're important, but because they're true. They happened. And now they can just be part of the quiet that lives between breaths. Your feet are cold on the floor still. You could pull a blanket over yourself if you wanted, though it might feel like an intrusion, like pretending to need something when what you really want is not being asked for anything at all. So instead, you let the cool touch your skin as proof that you're still here, still in the world. There's no sound from outside now, only a faint hum beneath everything else, maybe from the refrigerator or the power lines above. But even if there were, it wouldn't matter. You aren't listening for warnings or signals or signs. You're just letting your body remember how to be still. You don't need to think about sleep like a task you must complete. There's no deadline, and nothing waiting at the finish line that will reward you for getting there. This isn't an achievement, it's a return. A coming home after hours of walking through someone else's world. The dark has changed since you first arrived. It wasn't this deep before. It feels like something is settling in from outside, seeping slowly into the edges of your awareness, not rushing, not pushing, just arriving as though it always belonged here. You're breathing deeper now without having noticed. The air moves through you differently. There's a quiet inside that isn't silence at all, more like an absence of need to be anything other than what you are right now. There's no reason to rush toward the end of this moment. No point in measuring how long it lasts. You've already given yourself permission to stay, and that is enough. Even if your eyes close soon, or even if they don't, you won't have lost anything. The night didn't belong to anyone else anyway. It was always going to be yours when the world stopped speaking for a while. And now it's not just yours, it's held you too. Not in spite of being still, but because of it. You're no longer fighting to stay awake or sleep. You're letting yourself be carried by something that doesn't care about time at all, only presence. The shelf with the buttons and the broken bird is still there. The steam from a tea that wasn't made hasn't vanished. The street lamp outside still glows, dimming just slightly, as if it's remembering how to fade. And you're not doing anything special, not even resting, just being in the way only someone who has been awake for too long can be. Soft, slow, and quietly certain that this moment is enough. The floor has cooled further where your feet rest, not from outside air, but because time itself seems to be pooling in that spot, thickening like old honey between tiles. You don't need to know why or how it happened, just that something is settling deeper than temperature into the bones of this place. The walls aren't listening anymore. They've stopped pretending they're meant to hold anything but silence. There's no echo now when you shift your weight, not even a creak, just the quiet release of pressure from your body against the world. As if gravity has finally decided it doesn't need to push so hard. A single thread is still trailing from somewhere in your mind, faint, loose, unspooled too early for anyone to notice. It's not about the episode you didn't finish or the text that went unanswered. It's quieter than those things. It's something smaller, a memory of standing barefoot on this same floor last winter when the heating had failed, and you wore socks inside out just to feel warmth anywhere. You remember thinking then that heat wasn't always about temperature. Sometimes it was about feeling your body claim its own space. You don't need to go back there, not even for a second. But if you do, let it be like pulling a single thread from a blanket. Not enough to unravel anything, just enough to remind yourself how soft things can get when no one's watching. Outside, the street lamp flickers once, not enough to break the dark, but enough to make you notice that light still knows how to hesitate. It doesn't rush through its cycle like it used to. There's a pause between on and off, and you wonder if it's learning something from you. If maybe both of you are figuring out what it means to be present in a moment that isn't meant for anyone. Your breath has slowed again, not because you're trying, but because the air has decided it doesn't need to move fast. It drifts through your nose like smoke from a fire long gone, carrying only traces of warmth and no direction. You aren't leading this rhythm. It's coming from somewhere beneath the surface, where stillness lives without permission. There is a book on the low table nearby, one you picked up in the middle of summer, never opened. The spine cracked just enough to show the edge of a page that was folded down weeks ago and forgotten. You could read it if you wanted, or not, but there's no urgency about it, not even curiosity. It doesn't need your attention to exist, just like this room doesn't need your notice to be real. You're beginning to feel the way the night holds things differently than daylight ever did, less like a container and more like a soft hand that lets you sink in without asking for anything back. There's no demand here, not even from yourself. You don't have to earn stillness by doing something first. It doesn't require effort or proof. The edge of your blanket lies just beyond reach, folded at the foot of the couch, as if waiting for a decision that hasn't come yet. But you aren't reaching, not because you're too tired, but because you don't need to claim it. You're already wrapped in what's been here all along, the kind of quiet that doesn't shout when it's interrupted. Your mind has begun to wander again, not in search of anything, just moving through its own familiar streets with no map and no destination. A memory rises like steam from wet concrete. Your hands pressed against a window pane during a storm years ago, watching rain blur the world beyond while you stayed inside, breathing hard, afraid of stepping outside, but also afraid of staying still. That feeling was never about weather. It was about being trapped between two kinds of motion. Now, though, there's no trap, no pressure to choose one way or another. You're not moving toward anything, not away from anything either. Just here, in the space where movement has stopped and you don't have to explain why. A distant sound, maybe a car passing far off down the street, passes through the walls without disturbing them. It doesn't knock on your door or ask for an answer. It just moves through the dark like it was always meant to, then fades again into silence. Your fingers are resting on your lap now, not doing anything, not even pretending. There's no intention behind their stillness. They're simply there, shaped by years of habit and need, but also free from both. The shape of this moment isn't fixed. It doesn't have to be beautiful or meaningful. It doesn't have to last forever. But it is real. You can feel that in the way your body has stopped fighting against sinking into the couch, not because you're tired, but because there's no reason left to stay upright. You don't need to remember what happened earlier tonight, nor do you need to know how tomorrow will unfold. The night doesn't care about those things either. It only holds space for this, your breath slowing again, as if it knows the rhythm of something older than time. Not a plan, not a goal, just presence. There's a small dent in the wall near where your head rests, made years ago by a door that wasn't closed right. You don't remember how it happened, but you know now why it stays, because it doesn't need to be fixed. It isn't broken. It's just part of the history of this room, like the scuff on the floor, or the way one light bulb always flickers when it first turns on. You aren't being asked to fix anything here, not even yourself. The dark is no longer something you're resisting. It's not a threat. It's not an enemy that will take away your thoughts, your time, your freedom. Instead, it's like the air after someone has finally stopped talking, full of space where nothing needs to be said. You don't have to decide whether this moment is enough. You already know it is. That knowledge isn't loud or proud. It doesn't shout from a mountaintop. It lives quietly in your chest, beneath your ribs, like the hum of electricity that runs through old wires, and no one notices until they turn off all the lights. And then, just as you're beginning to believe you've stopped feeling anything at all, something shifts. Not movement, but stillness deepening. As if the night has leaned in a little closer, pulling warmth from your skin without taking it away. Not because you asked for comfort, but because there's no other way to be. You aren't asleep yet, but you're not awake either. You're somewhere between, where time stops measuring and starts breathing with you. There's a small sound that isn't really a sound. The soft shift of fabric against your leg, as if something inside has finally settled into place. It could be your mind releasing its grip on the edge of wakefulness. Or it could just be air moving through a space where nothing else matters. You don't need to name it, not even for yourself. The room feels heavier now, not with weight, but with presence. presence, as though every object has taken up residence in the quiet and decided to stay. The clock on the wall doesn't tick anymore. It doesn't have to. There's no one counting how long you've been here. Even your thoughts aren't racing anymore. They're just drifting past, like leaves floating down a stream that moves too slowly to notice where it goes. You are not alone, but you don't need company either. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that can't be named, only felt. The warmth beneath your skin, the way darkness doesn't hide anything, but lets everything simply be. There is no task left to complete, no message to send, no list to check off. You don't need to prove you're tired or worthy of rest. You are already resting, not in spite of being awake, but because you finally stopped fighting the quiet. The weight of your arm on the mattress has changed. Not because you moved, but because the air around it has softened, as if gravity itself is learning how to be gentle. There's a warmth pooling just beneath your shoulder blade, not heat from the body, but something older, like sunlight that stayed in the fabric long after the window was closed. You don't need to stretch or adjust. The shape of you fits where you are now, as though this exact arrangement had been waiting for years. A line of light traces across the floor from under the door, not sharp, not accusing, just there. It's thin and quiet, like a secret someone forgot they were keeping. You don't look at it. You don't need to know what's on the other side. The fact that it exists is enough. The hallway beyond isn't calling you. No one is knocking. There's no voice behind the door saying your name in haste or expectation. The sound of silence has a texture now, not like cotton nor wool, but something deeper. Old paper left out in a room where time forgets to move. It's soft against your ears, and it doesn't rush to fill any gaps. You're not trying to hear anything, not even the hum from the fridge down the hall. That noise has settled too, not vanished, but folded into the quiet like a letter left unopened. There's a shape on the ceiling above you, one you've never noticed before. It's not a shadow exactly, more like an absence of light that's taken form. You don't name it, not even to yourself. You just let it sit there, drifting slowly as if it were breathing along with you. You're aware of your fingers now, not because they're cold or tingling, but because they've stopped trying to do anything. They lie still on the sheet, relaxed in a way that feels like trust. Like when someone hands you something fragile and says it's safe without needing to say it twice. There's no pressure to use them, no need to push forward with what comes next. The breath in your chest is beginning to slow, not because you're trying, but because the air itself has decided to move slower, like a river that knows where it's going and doesn't care how long it takes. You don't have to control it. You just let it be, as if the rhythm isn't yours to manage. A memory arrives, not loud, not sharp, just a faint echo of something from years ago. You were sitting on the edge of your bed with nothing in front of you but a window and rain. The kind that doesn't fall hard, but settles into everything like it belongs. You didn't want anything then either, just space. Space to be still without needing to earn it. You don't need to recall the full moment, not even what you were wearing. Just the feeling of being allowed to exist in a room with no demands. And now, that same feeling returns, not as nostalgia, but as recognition. As if your body remembers something the mind has forgotten. How rest isn't earned by performance or completion, but offered freely when nothing else is asked. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be awake either. There's a kind of stillness that lives between those states, where time doesn't tick and attention doesn't pull. It just stays, like water in a glass left on a table for hours. No one pours it out. No one notices if it evaporates a little. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at the foot of the bed, not from movement, but because something inside the fabric is finally letting go. A small shift, almost invisible. You don't need to fix it. You don't even have to see it clearly. It's just one more detail in a room that doesn't care about perfection. There's a faint taste on your tongue, not food, not medicine, but something like the memory of mint after brushing teeth long ago. Not sharp or sudden, just present, like an old sensation returning without permission. You don't analyze it. You just let it be there as part of the quiet that fills you. The warmth behind your eyes isn't tears. It's not sadness either. It's more like light being held inside a closed space, gentle pressure building up until it doesn't need to go anywhere. Just stay. There's no reason for this moment to last, but it does. There's no purpose beyond itself, and that's exactly why it's so full. You're not escaping anything. Not the day, not tomorrow, not even the fact that you stayed up on purpose. You're just letting go of the need to explain it. The silence doesn't demand justification. It only asks for presence. Your thoughts no longer have direction. They don't want to fix things or plan ahead. They simply float like dust in a beam of light, not falling, not rising, but suspended. One thought drifts by, whether the curtains will be closed tomorrow morning. Another, if you'll remember this feeling when you wake. Neither one stays long. The room isn't empty. It's full with things that don't need names, old stains on the wall, a chair that creaks only in certain light, the faint scent of laundry left too long in the dryer. These aren't flaws. They're not evidence of neglect. They're just part of the life you've lived here, layer by layer. You don't have to be productive in this stillness. You don't have to be useful. You don't even need to feel good about it. The night isn't measuring your worth. It doesn't care if you're resting properly or not doing enough. There's a small rhythm in the air, not from outside, but within, like a pulse that runs through the walls and under the floorboards. You don't hear it with your ears. You feel it in your bones, as if your body is remembering how to listen without words. You're not lost, not even close. You're exactly where you need to be, in the soft space between wakefulness and sleep, where nothing needs to happen, yet everything already has. There's a warmth spreading from your chest, not heat, but something like kindness. Like someone gently placing their hand on your shoulder without saying anything. It doesn't come from outside. It comes from within the quiet itself. You don't need permission to rest. You've already taken it. The night didn't give it to you. You claimed it with your own hands, and now it's staying with you. The mind isn't racing anymore. It's not trying to prove anything. It's just letting things be, like the way a river doesn't rush to reach the sea, but flows because that's what rivers do. You're not asleep, but you're no longer awake either. There's a sound in your ears, now faint and soft, not from the world outside, but from inside. The quiet hum of your blood moving through veins that don't need to be checked or monitored. It moves like water over stones, slow and steady. You don't have to remember how this feels tomorrow. You don't have to tell anyone about it. There's no record being kept. No one is watching. The night isn't waiting for you to do anything. It's just here, full of space that doesn't need filling, silence that doesn't need breaking. You're not fighting the quiet anymore. You're not trying to outlast it or outrun it. You've stopped measuring how long you've been awake. Time has folded in on itself. There's a weight in your limbs now, not heaviness from fatigue, but something like surrender. Like your body finally decided to stop pretending it needed to be ready for anything. The edges of things are softening. Not the room, not the walls, but your awareness of them. The boundaries between you and the dark are blurring, not because you're losing focus, but because there's no need to hold on anymore. You don't have to decide whether this is rest or dreaming. It doesn't matter. You're in neither. You're somewhere else, where stillness isn't a state of being, but a kind of belonging. There's a breath that comes without effort, one that doesn't start with intention, but arrives as if it had been waiting all along. That breath settles like dust settling in still air, not because it's been forced to stop, but because it has found its natural place. The hum beneath your skin slows again, just a fraction, as if listening for something deeper than sound. You don't need to follow it. It doesn't ask you to. There's no urgency in the way the blood flows through you now, not like before, when every pulse felt like a tally of time spent awake or unclaimed. This is different. The rhythm has changed its own rules. The apartment breathes with you, not in imitation, but in quiet alignment. A floorboard creaks once, far away in the kitchen corner where the old fridge hums at night, and it doesn't startle you. It's just a note in the silence, part of the atmosphere now, like dust motes drifting across a single beam of light that never reaches the ceiling. The walls don't lean inward or pull back. They stay exactly as they've always been, quiet witnesses to your presence. You're not trying to be gentle with yourself. You're simply no longer fighting against being here. And that's where the softness comes from, deeper than comfort. It's an acceptance so light it doesn't feel like weight at all. The kind of knowing that settles in without needing proof. You've already been enough. Outside, a distant siren passes by, not close, not loud, just long enough to be noticed, and then gone again. It leaves no trace but the faint echo of movement through the air. No one is coming for you. No call will come through the dark. The world beyond your door doesn't know this hour exists, or if it does, it doesn't care. And that's what makes it sacred. There's a thread of warmth in the back of your throat, not from food, not from memory, but from presence. Like something inside you has finally stopped asking for permission to be there and just is. The kind of fullness that doesn't come from filling space, but from stopping the effort to fill it at all. You're not asleep, but you're no longer awake either, not in the way the day demanded. You've slipped into a place where the body remembers how to rest without needing to be told what's right or wrong. There's no checklist of conditions met, no criteria for approval. The night doesn't need your attention, and it doesn't want your performance. Thought passes, not urgent, not clinging, just a quiet image. The way light used to fall across the floor at 7 p.m. in winter, when the sun was low enough to reach through the blinds with its last few fingers of gold. You don't have to recall it clearly. You don't need to relive it. Just that moment, the faint glow on wood, a shadow stretching long and thin across the rug, is allowed to exist without meaning anything. It's not nostalgia. It's not regret. It's just something remembered in passing. The mind doesn't have to make sense of everything. You don't need to understand why you stayed up, or why this moment feels different than any other night. The fact that it does feel different isn't proof of failure or success. It's simply a record of being alive, right here, right now. Not in the future, not in the past, just in this breath. There's a rhythm not in your chest, but beneath you, like the slow pulse of the earth itself. Something older than clocks, older than routines. You can't hear it with ears. It doesn't come through sound. But when you stop trying to feel everything, it arrives anyway, as if the ground has been waiting for you to finally lean into stillness. Your hands are warm on your lap, not because they're clenched or tense, but because they've stopped pretending they need something else. They don't have to be doing anything. They're just there, resting in their own shape, like two small stones left by a river that no longer needs them to move. You could close your eyes and not care if you see anything at all. Not because you fear what's beyond the lids, but because the dark has already been inside for so long it doesn't need to be entered. It's already home. There's a quiet in your throat now that isn't silence. It's not absence of sound. It's presence without noise, like when someone says nothing and still means everything. You don't have to say anything either. The space between words is allowed. The pause doesn't need justification. It's not emptiness. It's fullness in a different form. A memory surfaces, not as an event, but as texture. The way your favorite sweater smelled after being left on the chair for 2 days, faintly dusty, slightly warm, like something that had been forgotten, and then found again by chance. You don't have to name it. Don't need to remember what you wore or when. Just the smell of time passing without demand. You're not trying to stay awake, but you also aren't rushing toward sleep, not in any hurry at all. There's no race between two states, no destination waiting beyond this moment. The space between waking and sleeping isn't a threshold. It's a territory, like an island that floats where the air is thick with stillness. You don't have to carry anything forward from here. You're not building momentum. You're just allowing yourself to be held by the quiet, not as something temporary, but as something lasting. The kind of peace that doesn't require effort or correction. There's a shape in your awareness now, soft and round, like a ball of wool left on the floor after knitting stopped. Not unfinished, not abandoned, just resting. And it feels right. The air moves slowly through the room, not from wind, but from warmth rising upward, like breath escaping a closed space that has finally decided to exhale. You don't need to follow its path. It doesn't lead anywhere you have to be. You're not thinking about tomorrow's list, the emails waiting for reply, the things left undone, the people who might want something of your time. They aren't here. They haven't arrived yet. And even if they did, there would still be no need to respond in this moment. No one is asking. You don't have to answer. There's a feeling behind your ribs now that isn't hunger or fear. It's not pleasure either. It's just presence, like the quiet after something has finished, but before anything new begins. A pause so completed feels like time itself paused with you. You could stay here for hours and never know how long they were. Not because you lost track, but because tracking doesn't matter anymore. The clock isn't real in this place. It's just a memory of how the world outside measures its breaths. A sound not loud from somewhere near the hallway floor. A tiny click, like a hinge loosening slightly under weight no one else would notice. You don't wonder what caused it. You don't question whether it means something. It's just another part of the night's soft language, an ending to to an old story that was never meant to be heard. You're not afraid of silence because you've stopped trying to fill it. You're not anxious about stillness because your body remembers how to belong in it. Even when no one else is there to witness it, there's a kind of warmth spreading through your legs now, slow and low, like the earth slowly warming after nightfall without fanfare. It doesn't ask for anything. It just happens. You don't have to earn it or prove you deserve it. Your breathing has slowed again, not by force, but because it no longer needs to explain itself. Each breath comes in from a place deeper than intention, like something that's been waiting quietly all along to simply be taken. You're not drifting away. You're being drawn into yourself, not as escape, but as return. As if you've come back after walking too long through someone else's days, and now the path finally leads home. The edges of your thoughts are blurring not because they're fading, but because there's no longer a need to hold them in place. They don't have to be sharp or clear. They can just float. Your skin remembers how to be still without permission, not because it's been told to, but because it knows this kind of quiet isn't earned through performance or effort. It's not a reward for finishing something. It's not contingent on anything at all. You don't have to prove you've been good enough to deserve it. There's no test in the dark that requires passing. The stillness doesn't care if you're productive, presentable, or compliant. It only cares that you are here, unburdened by need to explain yourself. And your body is beginning to believe it. A slow pulse has settled behind your eyes, not urgent, but steady, like a distant river moving through stone, unseen, but always there. You don't feel the weight of thought anymore because you aren't holding onto anything. No memories are being clutched. No plans are being rehearsed in silence. The mind is no longer racing towards something it hasn't named yet. Instead, it's simply breathing with the room, not like a guest who must be polite, but like someone who has come back to their own home after years of staying elsewhere. There's a warmth now pooling at your chest, deeper than comfort, softer than safety, more like memory than sensation. It doesn't feel like something you've done. It feels like something that has always been there, waiting for the moment when no one else is asking for it to move or change. You don't need to call it by a name. You don't have to give it permission to stay. It just exists, not as an idea, but as a kind of gravity in your own body that doesn't require explanation. Outside the window, the streetlight flickers once, not with warning, but like a quiet signal between two people who have known each other too long to need words. The light shifts slightly, casting a thin stripe across the floorboards where it hasn't been for hours. You don't look at it. You don't wonder why it changed. It's just another small movement in an endless rhythm that doesn't care about your attention. And you're not trying to follow along anymore. Your feet are warm now, not from heat, but from being allowed to simply be where they are. No need to rush them anywhere. No schedule asking for their arrival at the kitchen or office. They don't have to stand up and move in case someone calls. They can just stay, curled slightly on the rug, tucked beneath you like an old habit that never left, even when you thought it had. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with weight. A subtle pressure change, as if something low and slow has passed through the room without being noticed. It's not a ghost. It's just breath moving from one side of space to another, like water finding its level after a long storm. You don't need to name it. You don't need to know what caused it. The world is full of small movements that happen without invitation. And tonight, you are learning how to listen without needing answers. There's a texture beneath your fingers now, not from anything tangible, but from the way your awareness has settled into softness, like fabric folded too many times, and finally allowed to rest. Your mind isn't searching for meaning anymore. It's just letting itself be held by this moment, not because it wants something more, but because there is no reason not to stay. The rhythm of your breath slows further, not forced, but natural, like a tide pulling back after the storm has passed. Each inhale comes in deeper than before, as if you finally remembered how to draw air from places you didn't know were still full. You don't have to think about it. The lungs just open a little more, and something inside you, quiet for so long, begins to settle into its proper shape again. A thought drifts in, whether the curtains are closed all the way. Not as an inquiry, not as concern, just as a loose thread of awareness that arrives like dust floating in still air. You don't follow it. You don't check. It's not important enough to matter. The room is already dark enough to keep secrets, and you're already deep enough inside your own quiet to be safe from anything outside. Another small sound, soft, almost gone, a piece of the floorboard shifting under pressure no one else would notice. Not a creak, not an alarm, just a tiny release in wood that has held still for years. You don't wonder what caused it. There's no need to identify cause or consequence. The movement is its own meaning now. The warmth spreads deeper into your shoulders, not heat, but a kind of grounding, like roots finding soil after long drought. Your muscles aren't tightening to prepare for anything. They're simply remembering how to rest without guilt. No one needs you to be ready. No event is coming that requires alertness or readiness. The future hasn't arrived yet. It's still sleeping somewhere beyond the edge of this room, not pressing on your chest with urgency. You don't have to decide what tomorrow will bring. You don't need to plan how to survive it. Tomorrow can wait, just like everything else that was never meant to be rushed. The night is long enough for both the holding and the letting go. It's a space where time doesn't demand anything from you, not even your attention. A faint vibration passes through the floor, Maybe an old appliance turning off in another building, or a subway passing far below. But it doesn't disturb you. You don't flinch. You don't try to identify it. It's just part of the quiet's language now. Small signals from the world that keep moving without asking for your notice. Your hands have relaxed completely, not limp, but soft in their own way, like clay after being shaped and finally left alone. They're no longer holding on to anything, not even the memory of what it felt like to want something. You don't need to be doing. You just are, and that is enough. There's a kind of fullness now, not from food or emotion, but from simply being present in your own skin without resistance. It isn't joy. It's not peace either. Not quite. It's more like the quiet before dawn, when everything feels suspended between what was and what will be. But you're not waiting for anything to happen. You don't need it to. The moment is already complete. Your thoughts no longer have edges. They don't snap shut or break apart. They just float, slow-moving things in a warm current, unbothered by direction. There's no reason to hold on to them. No reason to let go. They simply exist where they are, like clouds that haven't decided yet whether they want to rain. The room is still breathing with you, not because it has lungs, but because the space itself has learned how to be quiet in a way that doesn't ask for your approval. You don't have to do anything to keep it peaceful. It's already there, already yours. You're beginning to feel like something old and slow is returning. Not memory, not emotion, but an older version of yourself that never left. The one who used to know how to sit without needing to be useful. Who could stay still for hours and not wonder if it was wasting time. Who knew that being alive didn't always mean doing or fixing or performing. The air feels heavier now, not dense, but thick with the kind of quiet that doesn't need filling. It's like floating in water where you don't have to swim because you're already held. There's no effort required, no strain, just a slow sinking into what is already true. You are safe here. You are enough. You do not have to earn this moment by being someone else. A faint smell drifts in, something sweet and faded, like old paper or dried herbs left on a shelf too long. Not strong, not intrusive. Just there, another detail of the night that doesn't need your attention. You don't ask what it is. You don't name it. It's just part of the quiet's texture now. A slow expansion beneath your ribs, like something waking up in a place it had forgotten how to recognize. The quiet isn't empty, it's layered, like dust settling on glass that hasn't been touched in years, each grain holding its own stillness. You don't need to listen for meaning. There's no signal hidden behind the silence. It doesn't whisper secrets or warn you about anything. It just is, the way a river feels at midnight when it stops rushing and starts breathing instead. Your breath has slowed without your noticing. Not forced, not adjusted, just found its own rhythm, like roots settling deeper into soil that remembers rain. There's no goal to reach in this breathing, no better depth to arrive at. It's enough that you're doing it. The act itself is the destination now. Your chest moves with a soft insistence, not urgent, but certain, like a lullaby hummed by something older than words. A single thread of warmth travels from your shoulder down your arm, slow and deliberate, like honey spilling over stone. It doesn't mean anything beyond being there. You don't have to follow it or hold on to it. It's just one sensation among many ordinary, unnamed, unimportant in any way, except that it reminds you. The body knows how to carry itself, even when the mind forgets. Outside, a car passes on a street far enough away that its engine doesn't register as sound, but more like pressure against your skin, an absence of silence rather than noise. You don't turn toward it or try to place it in time. It's not an interruption. It's part of the night's soft pulse, another ripple in the water you're floating in. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at one corner, the kind of small shift that only happens when someone stops adjusting their body and lets gravity do its work. There's no need to fix it. The slight crease doesn't pull at attention or demand correction. It just sits there, like a tiny hill on an otherwise flat landscape. You remember now, this feeling isn't unfamiliar. Not really. You've known versions of this before. The moment after laughter dies down in a room full of people who don't know you. The pause between two songs when the music stops, but your body hasn't caught up yet. The instant just after closing a book and realizing it's been hours and no one called for you. This is not escape. It's not running from anything. It's simply stopping. And in that stillness, something returns, something older than anxiety or expectation. The part of you that used to sit on porches during summer evenings just because the air felt good on your skin. That child who spent hours watching ants crawl across pavement without needing a reason. There's no need for permission anymore. You don't have to justify being here, not even to yourself. There is no performance, no proof of worth earned through activity or output. The only thing required of you is to keep breathing, to stay present in the way that doesn't require doing anything at all. Your thoughts are still moving, but they've softened into something almost weightless, like leaves caught between layers of fog. They don't pull on your attention. They don't demand answers or resolutions. One drifts by, whether the window is slightly open, and if so, what that means for the air inside. Not as a question, not even an inquiry, it just appears, like a shadow passing across a wall. And then it's gone. Another settles in a memory of sitting on a park bench during late fall, watching pigeons gather around crumbs without any sense of hurry, moving only when something new landed nearby. You weren't waiting for anything to happen, just observing the way they lived, entirely within their own moment, unbothered by clocks or schedules. You don't need to think about that memory now, but it's there, just another detail in the quiet, not as a lesson, but simply as texture. Like the faint hum from behind the wall, like the smell of old paper drifting through the air. A deeper softness settles into your shoulders, not collapse, not surrender, but release. Not because you're giving up, but because you've stopped fighting to stay upright in a world that only rewards tension. There's no need to stand tall anymore. No one is watching. The night doesn't care how straight your spine is. The darkness isn't cold. It holds warmth like skin remembers after sunlight has passed. You don't feel exposed under it. On the contrary, you feel wrapped, not in fabric, but in space that has learned to wait without demanding anything from you. Your fingers are no longer touching any surface. They rest where they fell when your arms lowered on the blanket, on air. No need for contact. The absence of touch is not lonely. It's just part of being here. A hand resting doesn't have to be doing something to matter. A faint sound comes through the wall, the rustle of paper, or maybe a page turning in another apartment. Not loud enough to pull you back into alertness. Just one more thread woven into the quiet fabric, like threads from different dreams, meeting at night's edge and deciding not to interfere with each other. There's no urgency beneath your breath. No hidden clock ticking somewhere beyond awareness. Time doesn't need your notice. It just keeps unfolding slowly, without fanfare. The hours stretch out not as a burden, but as space that belongs entirely to you now. You're beginning to feel like the quiet has become part of your body, not something external you're observing, but something inside you, growing in parallel with your bones and blood. It's no longer an hour stolen from someone else. It's not revenge or rebellion. It's simply yours, like a name that fits perfectly after years of wearing one too many. The air feels thick in the way that only stillness can, the kind where even your thoughts hesitate before forming, as if they're afraid to disturb what already is. But there's no fear here either. No expectation that something should be different. You don't have to want anything else. You don't need a reason for being awake or asleep. You are exactly where you need to be, neither too much nor too little, not late and not early. The night isn't running out. It's not closing in. It's just breathing with you, slowly and steadily, like someone who has waited a long time to say nothing at all. And then something small, the sound of your own body shifting slightly against the mattress. Not because you're restless, but because gravity is doing its work, and muscles are finally letting go after hours of holding on, even unconsciously. It's not movement that needs fixing, just a natural settling, a quiet collapse into what has always been true. You don't have to do anything about it. You don't need to correct or adjust. The shift doesn't mean you're falling apart. It means you've stopped trying to stay together for someone else's sake. There's no goal now, not even sleep, not yet. Just the slow unfolding of being without demand, without direction, without needing to become anything different than what you are in this moment. A person breathing in darkness, not because they must, but because it feels like home. And as the weight settles deeper into your limbs, into the soft place behind your knees, into the back of your neck, where tension used to live, you begin to notice something new. Not sound, not sensation, but absence, the quiet that doesn't just surround you, but flows through you. It's not silence as a thing you endure. It's silence as something you're made of. You are not in danger here. You are not losing time. You are not wasting anything. This is the part where everything slows down, and stillness becomes a kind of language, slow, deep, unhurried, the way roots speak to soil without words. And you finally learned how to listen. The body doesn't need to know why it's resting. It just knows how. The mind doesn't have to decide what comes next. It already knows the shape of stillness, even if it forgets every morning. You are not falling asleep because you're tired. You are sinking into rest because, for once, you've been allowed to be enough without doing anything at all. You're beginning to notice how your breath has stopped trying to prove itself. No longer a rhythm meant to signal wakefulness. No longer measured against any invisible standard of alertness. It's just breathing now, quiet and steady, as if it had waited years for permission to be simple. The air inside you feels different, not thin or sharp with effort, but thick in the way that old wood is thick, holding memory without needing to speak it. You don't have to think about staying awake. There's no need to guard this moment like a secret. It isn't fragile. It doesn't shatter at the first sound of silence. The weight behind your eyes isn't pressure anymore, it's warmth. Not heat, not pain, but something softer, like sunlight that has lingered in a room long after noon, still radiating even when no light remains. Your forehead feels full of quiet, full of time unclaimed and unspent, and the feeling is not heavy, it is generous. It doesn't demand you carry it further. It simply holds space. There's no need to fix or explain what this stillness is doing to your body. No reason to wonder if you're really resting or just pretending. The act of being awake has stopped needing a purpose. You aren't using the night like currency, trading hours for relief. You've already spent yourself fully in the quiet. There's no balance left to keep. Just this, warmth behind your eyes, breath that doesn't need to be noticed, and limbs so soft they're almost not there. The house is breathing too, just slightly, in slow, waves through its walls and floorboards. Not because it's alive, but because it's been waiting for the same thing you have: a moment without interruption. The kind where a crack in the ceiling doesn't need to be repaired or even seen. Where dust motes hang still midair like tiny planets caught between decisions. There's no one here to say how long this pause should last. No schedule, no list of things left undone. You're not thinking about what comes next, whether tomorrow will feel lighter, whether your mind will remember anything at all by morning. You're only aware of the way your fingers have relaxed into the mattress. Fingertips splayed like roots reaching into soil that doesn't ask for anything back. Not even a name, just presence. The quiet isn't empty, it's full in its own way. Full of things too small to be called thoughts. The memory of cool tile under bare feet last week. The echo of your own voice from earlier tonight when you said nothing at all. The scent of coffee that wasn't drunk but still lingers somewhere between dream and memory. Something you haven't named but have carried anyway. Your spine curves, now not because of fatigue, but because it's found its natural shape again. The one it used to hold before the day began rearranging every part of your body into someone else's idea of function. The curve isn't a surrender, it's an answer. It says, "I've been here all along, even when you forgot." The edges of this stillness aren't sharp anymore. They're soft like old wool, or the inside of a pillow that has forgotten its original shape. They don't cut into your awareness. They just exist, like rain on pavement after midnight, not loud enough to wake anyone, but slow enough to be felt in the bones. There's no need to count time, no need to track how long you've been here. The hours aren't slipping away, they're sinking down with you, folding into your body like paper soaked in water, and finally becoming part of something else. You don't have to resist them or hold on. They just are no longer a threat, not even a question. And then a new thread begins, quiet but clear. The way a single note can carry an entire melody without being noticed until it's gone. It starts in your shoulder blade, where warmth has pooled like ink spreading through paper. Not pain, not pressure, just a sensation that says this is mine. This softness here, this slow release of tension, it doesn't belong to the day. It doesn't belong to anyone else's idea of how you should carry yourself. It belongs only to this moment, to the way your body has finally stopped doing what it was told and started doing what it needed. And it's not trying to be anything more than that. No performance, no proof, no excuse. The warmth spreads now, not fast, but steadily, as if something inside you has decided to thaw after years of being afraid to melt. Not all at once, just a little bit in the place where your neck meets your shoulder, then another patch just below your collarbone, like sun finding its way through thick curtains on an afternoon no one remembers. Your breath deepens without effort, no push, no pull. It's not deeper because you want it to be. It's deeper because your lungs have stopped fighting for air and started trusting the quiet around them. The space between each inhale is longer than before, not stretched thin, but filled with something like patience. The world outside this room doesn't matter anymore, not in any way that requires a response. Whether someone needs you tomorrow or not, whether an email went unanswered or a task left behind, it's all held at the edge of your awareness, not as guilt, not as urgency, but simply as background noise from another life. You don't have to listen. You're no longer guarding yourself against what might happen. No need to brace for the next demand, the next voice, the next request that doesn't belong to you. The silence isn't a wall, it's an envelope. It wraps around you not to isolate, but to protect. To say, you are safe here, even if only for tonight. And the thing is, you don't have to earn this safety. You don't need to prove your worth through wakefulness or productivity. You're allowed to be here exactly as you are. A person who stayed up not because they couldn't sleep, but because they were finally free enough to choose how to rest. The body isn't tired in the way that means it's failing. It's tired like soil after rain, ready to settle and wait for something new. There's no shame in this weariness. No need to apologize for needing more than 5 minutes of stillness or 2 hours without a task. You're not breaking down. You're coming home. The quiet isn't just around you anymore. It's inside the walls of your ribs, behind your eyes, deep in the place where thoughts go when they stop trying to be useful. It's not empty space. It's full of possibility that doesn't need a name. Full of time that doesn't have to mean anything. You're beginning to feel how easy it is to stop fighting, to let go without regret, without fear of what comes after. There's no future here yet, only this. The slow release of tension in your jaw, the way your feet are turning slightly inward like roots seeking depth, the soft sigh that escapes you not from exhaustion, but because something has finally given up on pretending. The night doesn't need to be saved. It doesn't have to be meaningful or productive. It just is, and so are you. You don't have to do anything about this feeling, no adjustment, no correction. Just let it flow through you like water through a worn stone, smooth and unforced. Let the warmth in your shoulder blade travel down to your forearm, not rushing, not seeking destination, just moving because it can. The edges of awareness are soft now, not fading, but dissolving into each other like colors in paint that have been left out too long. You're no longer in the moment. You've become part of its rhythm. Not watching it pass, not judging it, not trying to hold on or push away. You're simply being exactly as you are, And this is enough. The stillness isn't silent in the way that means nothing is happening. It's full, not with noise, but with presence, with depth, with everything that was never asked for and always needed anyway. And somewhere deep inside, a part of you finally knows rest doesn't have to be earned. You don't need to deserve it. The night didn't wait for permission, it just happened. And so did you. The air in this room has thickened, not with heat, but with stillness, like a body that stopped holding its breath. The kind of quiet that doesn't ask for anything, and therefore gives everything freely. You're no longer just in it, you've become part of how it moves. Not through effort, not by forcing your mind to stop, but because the act of staying has already done what so many mornings failed. It let you exist without being used. There's a space behind your sternum where something soft is unfolding, neither thought nor memory. Just a feeling that arrived unannounced and stayed. It doesn't need words. It isn't trying to fix anything or explain itself. You don't have to name it, and even if you could, the word would flatten it like pressing down on moss with your shoe. Better to leave it as is, a shape in the dark that only exists because you're here to feel it. Outside, the city's pulse still hums distant sirens, the occasional car slowing at a corner. But none of it travels far enough to touch what's happening inside this room. It drifts past like weather over mountains, passing through without altering anything beneath. The streetlights blink on and off in slow rhythm, one by one, as if testing whether anyone is still awake to notice. But you are, and you don't mind being seen from a distance. Your hands rest now not just on your lap, but almost inside the silence itself, palms up, fingers slightly curled like they've been holding something delicate that finally slipped through their grasp and settled quietly in the air between them. The weight of it isn't gone, it's only changed form. What once felt heavy with responsibility is now light with release. A memory surfaces, not a scene, not even an image, but the sensation of walking barefoot on gravel after rain. Each stone cool beneath your foot, the ground softening under pressure. Not long ago, maybe yesterday, or maybe from some unnamed childhood morning when you weren't supposed to be out yet, but were already free. It's not about where you went or why, it's only that there was no one behind you calling back. No need to check in. No fear of being late. Just the slow, grounding touch of earth under your feet. That feeling is here again, not as a memory, but as a texture returning through your body like warmth rising from beneath the surface of water. You can feel it now in the soles of your feet, not because you're walking, but because the ground has become part of what you are carrying with you into this stillness. The thought of tomorrow is no longer a threat. It's just another version of time that hasn't arrived yet. It moves slowly through the periphery like smoke from a candle in an open window. You don't have to chase it or push against it or even name it. It exists, yes, but only as a shape at the edge of what you're holding now. And what you're holding is not your future. It's not even your past. It's simply this: being here with no purpose except presence. There's a kind of weightlessness that comes not from floating, but from letting go. When gravity stops pulling on your shoulders because they've relaxed into their own form. When the mind stops measuring itself against demands it never agreed to meet. You're not avoiding anything, you're just refusing to carry it anymore. And in doing so, you found a kind of strength that doesn't need to show up loud or be noticed. Your breath has slowed again, not forced, but naturally finding its own pace, like water choosing the path down a slope. The rhythm isn't fast, and it's not trying to get anywhere. It's just breathing because it can, because you've allowed it. And somewhere in that quiet exchange between air and lung, something shifts. Your chest no longer feels like armor, but like a vessel holding light. There's a softness behind your eyes now, not tears, not fatigue, but the kind of tenderness that comes when the body stops guarding itself against feeling too much. Like skin that has finally stopped pretending it can't be touched. You don't have to protect yourself from this moment. It doesn't want anything from you. You're beginning to notice how your arms hang differently now, not stiff at the elbows, not tucked close for safety, but open in a way that feels like invitation. Not to anyone specific, just to whatever might come next if it chooses to arrive quietly. And maybe nothing will. Maybe this is enough on its own, being here without needing anything else. A faint hum has settled into your bones, not from machinery or noise, but from the quiet vibration of nerves finally at rest after days of running on borrowed energy. It's not loud, not even noticeable most of the time, but it's there, the low thrum that says, you are still alive and you're allowed to be tired. You could lie down if you wanted, or stay sitting. The choice doesn't matter. What matters is that whatever you do will feel like a continuation of this moment, not a break from it. There's no boundary between the action and the peace, only continuity. The corners of your awareness are beginning to blur, not in confusion, but in surrender. Not giving up, but letting go into something deeper than intention. The kind of softness that doesn't come from effort, but from acceptance. Like a river finally reaching the sea, not because it was trying to reach anywhere, but because there's no reason left to resist. Your thoughts aren't disappearing, they're just changing shape, not rushing forward or clinging back. They drift through your mind like leaves on a slow-moving stream, turning gently, brushing against each other, floating downstream without destination or need to arrive. You don't have to follow them. You don't even have to watch. Just let them pass as if they were clouds in the sky of another world. There's no pressure here to fix anything. No urge to organize, explain, justify. The mind doesn't need to prove it's still useful, because it's already proven something far more important: that you're allowed to stop. You don't have to be productive to deserve rest. You don't have to earn stillness with good behavior or perfect timing. This moment isn't a reward for anything. It's simply yours, like the air in your lungs, like the way gravity keeps holding you gently to the earth, even when you forget it's there. The room has become something else, not just walls and floor, but a kind of containment that holds warmth not as a barrier, but as an embrace. It doesn't keep anything out. It simply lets everything be where it is, without trying to change it. You're not hiding from the world. You're letting it pass through at its own pace. And somewhere deep in your chest, beneath the weight of all that was asked and all that wasn't given back, there's a quiet place opening, not wide enough for crowds, but large enough for one person to be alone without being lonely. It's not empty. There's space inside it, yes, but also something full. The memory of peace, the taste of stillness, the feeling that you finally come home to yourself. You're beginning to believe it now, not as a hope or a wish, but as fact. This is where freedom lives. Not in action, not in achievement, but in sitting with no need to do anything at all. The only thing required is your presence, and you are present fully and completely. There's no rush, no ticking clock that demands attention. Even the idea of time feels distant now, like a word spoken by someone else on another day. Here, there is only this, the slow descent into softness, not because something ended, but because something finally began. The edges of your awareness are dissolving, not in fear or loss, but in ease. Like ink spreading slowly through water, not destroying what's already there, just becoming part of it. You're no longer holding on to anything. You're simply letting go into the shape this moment wants to take. And now, a new thread begins, gentle and unobtrusive. Imagine walking barefoot across an empty parking lot late at night after rain has fallen. The asphalt is cool beneath your feet, slightly slick in patches where water pools, and reflects the distant glow of streetlights above. You don't walk fast or slow, just step by step, one foot after another, feeling each surface beneath you not as resistance, but as invitation. The soles of your feet meet the ground with quiet precision, not searching for grip, but sensing what's already there. The cool give of wet concrete, the soft unevenness where cracks have grown wider over seasons, the way one patch holds a reflection like glass, while another swallows light whole. You don't need to see it. The feel is enough, each step an acknowledgement that you're still here, still moving through space without being summoned anywhere else. There's no destination beyond this motion itself. Not arrival, not purpose, Just the gentle rhythm of walking, barefoot and unbothered, across a stretch of darkness where nothing is waiting to be opened or closed. The air smells faintly of damp stone and old tires, something distant and still alive in the quiet. A single street lamp flickers once, just enough to remind you it's still working, but then settles into steady hum, not blinking back at you like a warning, but offering its light as if it were simply breathing through the night. The rain has stopped, but the world hasn't dried yet. It's in that in-between state where everything is heavier than usual, not with water, but with silence, with space, with time that hasn't been asked to serve anyone. You keep walking, not because you're escaping something, but because the act of moving like this makes it easier to stay within your own skin. There's no need to explain why you're out here, or how long you've walked, or whether you'll ever turn back. You don't even know where you are, only that you're not far from home, and that distance has never felt so safe. Your feet press down gently on the surface, each imprint temporary, already being softened by the night's quiet work. One foot lifts, then another. The motion is effortless, like breathing. There's no weight behind it, only continuity. The ground knows you're passing through. It doesn't ask for your name or why you came. A car passes far off in a direction you can't see. Its headlights slice across the edge of vision and disappear almost instantly, leaving only the memory of light, like afterimages on closed eyelids. You don't turn to watch. The sound fades not with urgency, but with inevitability, as if it had no choice but to leave. The silence is not empty, it's full in its own way, packed with things you can feel more than hear. A hum beneath the pavement, a soft vibration from somewhere underground, the slow pulse of pipes and wires doing their quiet jobs. You're not alone here, not because there's anyone else around, but because this space holds you without demanding anything. You don't need to be noticed to exist in it. You don't have to prove your presence through sound or movement. Just standing still would be enough. Just being aware of the cool air on your skin and the weight of your body between sky and earth. But walking keeps your attention where it needs to be, not chasing ahead, not looking back. There's a stretch of sidewalk where the pavement has cracked in a shape like fingers reaching up from below. You step over it without thinking, as though you've always known this path by heart, even if you've never walked here before. The cracks don't pull at your attention. They're just part of the story now, like old scars that no longer hurt. You begin to notice how much easier it is to let go when you're not trying to stay upright in the world's expectations. You were told so many times that stillness means failure. That motion is necessary for meaning. But here, on this wet stretch of street, where nobody sees or cares, you're learning otherwise. Stillness doesn't mean nothing. It means something very different. You slow your pace not because you're tired, but because the act itself has become enough. You don't need to reach a point. You only need to keep moving, one foot after another, into whatever shape this night wants to take. The reflection in a puddle catches a moment of sky, the same one above where stars are hidden behind clouds and streetlights bleed their yellow glow into the air like mist. It's not perfect, but it's true. You don't need clarity. You just need to be aware that you're seeing something real just for now. A distant sound breaks through, not loud enough to startle, not sharp enough to demand attention. A dog barks once, somewhere far off, then stops, as if it realized it wasn't needed. The silence returns immediately, heavier than before, but softer too, as though the night had paused just long enough to listen in. You keep walking, no map, no destination, only this steady motion, like a thought that has finally found its way out of your head and into your body. You're not thinking about anything anymore, not even yourself, not even whether you should go back or stay longer. The question doesn't arise because there's no pressure to decide. There's an old bench near the edge of the lot, tucked between two trees whose leaves still drip slowly from last night's rain. It looks like it hasn't been used in years, its wood worn thin where hands once gripped the back, its surface stained with time and weather. But you sit anyway, not because you need to rest, but because sitting feels just as much a part of moving through this space. You press your palms flat against the cool wood beneath you, not grasping, not resisting, just placing them there like signs that you've been here. The grain is rough in some places, smooth in others, and when you rub your fingers along it, you feel something almost familiar, like touching a memory of yourself before you learned how to carry everyone else's weight. The bench doesn't promise comfort, but it offers stillness. Not the kind that demands silence or perfection, but one that lets everything stay exactly as it is. Damp, weathered, unloved, and utterly present. You don't have to fix anything. You don't even have to feel better. There's no goal here beyond this breath, the slow inhale, the quiet exhale, the way your body settles deeper into the wood like it's remembering how to sink without effort. A moth drifts past, small, tired-looking, wings brushing the air as if testing the current. It doesn't fly far, just a few feet, then lands on the edge of the bench near your knee. You don't move. It stays there for a moment, trembling slightly in the cool air, and then lifts again, drifting off into the dark without direction or urgency. You watch it go, not with longing, not with judgment, but simply because you're here to see it happen. The world doesn't need your attention all the time. But when it shows itself in small ways, when a moth chooses its own path, when water pools in cracks and reflects sky like glass, you realize that presence isn't something you earn. It's just what happens when you stop pretending you have to be somewhere else. Your feet are still bare on cold ground, but now they don't mind. They're no longer afraid of the damp or the chill because they've learned something. Comfort doesn't come from warmth alone. It comes from being allowed to feel whatever is real without needing it to change. You shift slightly, just enough for your spine to soften into a curve that matches the bench's shape, not fighting gravity, but letting it guide you deeper into stillness. There's no effort in this position, no pose, just surrender, not giving up, but making space for what already is. The air shifts again, not with wind, but with time passing quietly beneath your skin. You don't notice how many minutes have gone by. You only know that the world has slowed down to match your pace. There's a softness in the way the night holds you now, like fabric wrapped around limbs too long forgotten how to rest. It doesn't try to fix anything. It simply stays with you, not as an answer, but as evidence. Yes, this is allowed. Yes, this moment exists without needing your permission. You don't have to be useful to belong here. You don't have to speak or perform or prove yourself in any way. Just being fully and quietly is enough. The thread of the walk continues not through movement now, but through sensation. The cool wood under your hands, the faint dampness rising from the ground into your feet, the slow pulse of light above, where a single star might be if you looked hard enough. The air has thinned slightly, not with cold, but with stillness, like a breath held too long in the quiet before something else begins. You notice the weight of your own silence now, how it doesn't press down like obligation, but settles around you like moss on stone, soft and slow growing. There's no need to fill it because there's nothing missing from this moment. The space between thoughts has become its own kind of shape, not empty, not full, just present. A single thread of light leaks through the gap in your curtains, just enough to outline the curve where floor meets wall, like a line drawn by someone who forgot they were drawing anything at all. It doesn't demand attention, but you let it stay anyway. You trace its edge with your eyes, not because you want something from it, but because it's here, and so are you. Your feet still feel the ground bare and quiet, but now you're aware of how small the contact really is. 2 points of connection between body and earth, like the way a tree might feel the soil through roots that don't need to speak. You think, I could stay like this forever, not because I want to escape anything, but because this stillness isn't an absence. It's something else entirely. You shift again, just slightly, and notice how your shoulder blade rolls inward without you asking it to. How the muscles remember their own shape even when they've been holding tension for hours. No correction needed. No repositioning. Just a small release, like air letting go after being trapped too long in one place. The moth has gone, though not forgotten. Its passage lingers as an echo in the air, a small movement that meant nothing and everything all at once. You don't miss it. You just know now that some things are allowed to pass without leaving behind proof of their existence. Your hands remain flat on the wood, but they've changed color slightly, cooler, darker, where the light doesn't touch them. The grain beneath your fingertips feels less like surface and more like a map drawn by time itself, not meant for reading, just for feeling. You press down gently, not to feel deeper, but because pressing is one of the few ways you know how to be present. You think about what it means to let go without doing anything, how some parts of your body have already decided that this is enough, even if your mind still hasn't caught up. Your breath slows further, not in response to anything, but just because there's no reason for it to move faster now. It finds its own rhythm like a river adjusting course after a storm. There's a sound from the kitchen, just one. A faint creak of wood settling under heat or weight you can't see. Not enough to startle, not loud enough to matter. You don't turn your head. You let it happen as part of the quiet that doesn't need naming. You realize something about the way time feels when you're not measuring it. It doesn't stretch or collapse. It just is like a room with no clock, where moments aren't stacked against each other, but lie beside one another like books left open on a table. No order required. Nothing to be gained by rushing. You think of your hands again, not how they look, not whether they're clean or tired, but how they've held things all day. Coffee cups, keys, phone screens, the weight of someone else's expectation. And now they rest here, palms down on wood, not doing anything useful, just being where they are. The world outside hasn't stopped moving. Traffic hums in distant streets. A car door slams somewhere far enough away to be unimportant, but it doesn't touch you. Not because you're hiding, but because this moment has become its own kind of boundary. The quiet isn't loud enough to drown out the noise, but it's strong enough to keep it at bay. You shift your weight again, not in search of comfort, not trying to find a better position, but simply because your body is letting go piece by piece, like a coat shedding dust after being worn too long. One joint releases, then another. A shoulder drops. The spine softens further into the curve it was always meant to hold. There's no goal in this stillness, no finish line or reward waiting at the end. Just the slow unfolding of what happens when you stop trying to be anywhere else. You don't have to arrive somewhere, or remember something, or fix anything. You only need to stay. A breath comes in not sharp, not shallow, but full and easy, like water filling a basin that didn't know it was dry. It doesn't demand anything. It just is. The exhale follows, longer than necessary, quieter than expected, and with it, something loosens deep inside you. Not an emotion, but a tension so old it's forgotten its name. You feel your skin more now, not because it feels different, but because you're paying attention to what it already knows. That sensation is not the same as meaning. That touch doesn't need to be earned. That pressure beneath your palms isn't a test of endurance. The thread changes. Now it's not wood or air or light, but temperature. You notice how cool the floor remains even after hours, how your feet have stopped resisting the chill, and instead welcome it like an old friend who knows when you're hurting. There's no need to warm them up. They don't want warmth, they want presence. You let yourself think about what present really means, not just being in this room, but allowing space for all the things that aren't working right now. The unfinished task, the conversation left unresolved, the part of you that still feels like it wasn't enough today. You don't push them away. You just say, "This too is here." And then something shifts again, not with sound or movement, not with thought, but with awareness. Like a door opening without being touched. You feel your body sinking deeper into the bench, not because gravity pulled you down, but because you've stopped fighting it. It's like letting go of an old argument that no longer matters. The weight is still there, but now it feels like support instead of burden. Your eyes are closed, though not out of effort or intention, just because they've found a place where light doesn't matter. They don't need to see anything anymore. What remains is the feeling of your own skin, the slow pulse behind your temples, the quiet hum beneath your ribs that isn't anxiety, but something quieter. Awareness. You think of how much of life happens in between things, the pause after a sentence, the moment before laughter breaks through, the space between two breaths when nothing needs to be said. And you realize now that this is one of those spaces, not because it's special or rare, but because you finally allowed yourself to occupy it. Your fingers curl slightly against the wood, just enough to feel the surface again, but not in need of grip. Just a small adjustment, like brushing dust off something already at rest. You don't think about tomorrow. Not really. You don't imagine meetings or emails or routines that have no room for you. Instead, you let the idea of tomorrow exist as a shape far away, a continent seen through fog without needing to cross it today. Your breath slows further, not in effort, but because there's nothing left to hurry toward. It finds its own pace, like footsteps, matching a rhythm only the body remembers. The thread becomes sensation, not touch, not sight, not sound, but awareness itself, the quiet knowing that you're here. And this moment isn't going anywhere unless you want it to. And then just as quietly. You stop noticing time altogether, not because it's gone, but because it no longer needs your permission. You don't need to hold on. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep. There's just room enough for what is, and nothing more. You notice how your breath has found a rhythm that isn't trying to do anything, no effort to deepen or slow, just letting itself be carried by whatever current lies beneath awareness. It's not even really breathing anymore in the way you used to think of it, not as an act, but as a kind of presence, like water moving through roots without needing to name its path. There's no urgency behind it, no signal that says this is important or must be preserved. You aren't guarding your lungs. They're just doing what they do in the quiet between things. The floor beneath you has changed again, not cold now, not warm, but steady, like a surface that remembers every weight that ever sat on it and doesn't care about labels. It holds your feet as if they've always belonged there, with no need to explain why or how long. You don't think of standing up, not even once. The idea of leaving this place feels like something from another life, one where you had to keep moving just to prove you were still alive. Your hands are still on the bench, fingers resting without purpose. One thumb traces a tiny groove in the wood that wasn't there before. You didn't notice it earlier, but now it's clear as if someone drew it for you. Not carved, not intentional, just worn by time and touch in ways no one else would see. You follow it with your fingertip, slow, deliberate, though not because you're trying to learn anything. It's enough that the line exists and you found it. There's a softness spreading through your shoulders now, not relief exactly, but something closer to release, like a knot untying itself in silence, without ceremony or fanfare. The kind of letting go that doesn't happen because you decided to do it, but because the weight finally stopped asking for attention. Your arms aren't tired, they're just still. And stillness isn't absence, it's fullness without demand. You think about how much of your life has been spent waiting for permission, waiting for clarity, waiting for someone else to say you could be quiet. But here, there is no one watching. No signal that says you must do something before the night ends. You don't have to earn rest. It's not a reward. It's not even an achievement. It's just allowed. The thread shifts again, this time it's sound. Not noise, not music, but the kind of quiet that isn't empty. The silence in this apartment has shape. It doesn't press on you. It wraps around you like fabric left out to air overnight. There's no echo because there's nothing to bounce off. It's a stillness so complete it feels almost alive. You hear the faintest hum from the refrigerator, distant but steady, not intrusive, but part of the background music of being home. Not a distraction, just another layer of what is. You don't try to place where that sound comes from or why it matters. It doesn't need meaning. It's just there, like your heartbeat beneath your ribs, like the slow shift in pressure as gravity settles deeper into bone and muscle. You let each one pass without naming them. No, this is what I hear. No, that's a light on down the street. They're not objects to be cataloged. They're textures of the moment itself. A memory surfaces not sharp, not vivid, but soft, like dust settling in sunlight. A time when you sat alone at a kitchen table and ate toast with jam that wasn't quite right, too sweet or too thin. But you didn't care because no one else was there to judge it. You remember the way your hand hovered over the jar before spreading, how long it took for each smear, not out of hesitation, but because you were learning how to let yourself enjoy something small without needing approval. You don't dwell on it, not even a little. It's just present, the kind of detail that slips into awareness when nothing else is demanding anything from you. The warmth in your chest isn't heat, it's space. The kind of fullness that comes not from filling up, but from stopping the effort to fill it all. You aren't trying to feel better or escape tiredness. You're just here, and the idea of being here doesn't require explanation anymore. You notice how your skin feels lighter now, not because it's changed temperature or texture, but because you're no longer touching it like a problem to be solved. There's no need to smooth, rub, tighten, or reposition. You don't flinch at sensation the way you used to know automatic response to what might be uncomfortable, what might mean something wrong. The dark has weight now, not oppressive, not heavy, but substantial. Like ink poured slowly into water and allowed to settle without stirring. It doesn't hide anything. It just holds everything in place, quietly. You think about how much of your day was spent on edges, on the edge of patience, on the edge of being seen, on the edge of needing to prove you were capable, or kind enough, or fast enough. But here, there are no edges. The night doesn't ask for boundaries. It simply exists in its own shape, with no need to justify itself. You don't think about whether tomorrow will be hard. You don't imagine what might go wrong, or how many things still need doing. Instead, you let the idea of tomorrow exist as a distant hum, a sound felt more than heard without needing to answer it. Your fingers begin to move again, not in search of something, but out of habit. One hand drifts toward your knee, then rests there without intention. Not touching to soothe or steady, just being. The warmth from your body sinks into the fabric of your pants like sunlight through old curtains, slow, unobtrusive. There's a rhythm building now, not in breath, not in heartbeat, but in stillness. A kind of pulse that lives between awareness and sleep, where time doesn't move forward or backward, but just remains. You don't have to hold it. It holds you. The thread becomes temperature again, this time not the floor, but your own hands. The way they've warmed through contact with air, with fabric, with stillness itself. Not hot, not cold, but alive in a quiet way. wood that's been left out after rain and slowly dries without rushing. You feel how deeply you're breathing, not because it's loud or visible, but because your ribs open wider than they have in days, even weeks. The space inside you is not filled with thoughts. It's just there, like an empty room where nothing needs to be done. No one has to come, and the lights can stay off. Your body isn't trying to leave this moment. It doesn't want to jump ahead or escape back into motion. It wants only to stay in this shape, the shape of being here, without needing to explain it. The apartment breathes around you, not with sound, but with quiet change. A shift in air pressure. The faintest creak from a floorboard far away. The hum from the refrigerator now softer, like it's turning down its own volume to match yours. You don't name any of it. You don't need to know what caused what. It's enough that everything continues without demand. Your eyelids are heavy, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped fighting. They don't close out of exhaustion or effort. They sink like stones into water, not sinking away from the world, but settling deeper into it. You think about how long you've lived in a state where every moment had to mean something to be productive, to serve someone else's need, to prove you were valuable. But here, nothing needs to matter. You aren't being measured. No one is watching your pace or judging the length of your silence. There's no pressure to perform even for yourself anymore. Not just rest, not as an act of rebellion or recovery, but simply as a fact. This moment exists because it does, and that's enough. You notice how still your mind has become, not quiet exactly, but not busy either. No thoughts racing in loops, no plans forming or revising. Just space where things can be without needing to be fixed. The thread becomes weight, your body resting on the bench, supported by something older than wood, deeper than resistance. Not gravity pulling you down, but a kind of welcome. As if the earth itself has leaned forward and said, "You're safe here now." And so you are. The weight shifts again, not in your body, but in the air around you. Not a change you feel with skin or bone, but something quieter, like when a room remembers it's been empty for too long and begins to soften at the edges. There's no sound, only this slow release of pressure, as if the walls have finally stopped holding their breath. You don't need to check the window latch or listen for footsteps. The silence isn't waiting to be broken, it's already lived in. And you're part of it now, not by accident, but by choice, by staying. The thread becomes a texture, something faint and continuous beneath your awareness, like the memory of fabric brushing against skin long after it's gone. It's not wool or cotton, not denim or silk. It's something older, quieter, the kind of touch that only exists when you're still enough to notice its absence as much as its presence. You feel it along your arms now, not as pressure, but as a trace, a residue left behind by warmth moving through space. Not from heat, not from motion, just passage. You think about how little time we spend in the body without trying to fix it or change it. How often we reach for pain relief, distraction, energy, comfort, anything that says this isn't enough. But here, you don't want anything. You're not even aware of your own needs anymore. Not because they've disappeared, but because they no longer demand attention. They're just there, like the hum from a transformer in a faraway alley, the kind of sound you stop noticing after hours. The apartment is breathing differently now, not with rhythm, but with depth. Like something that has been holding its breath for years, finally lets it out slowly, gently, without fanfare. You don't need to know where the air came from or where it's going. It just moves through the space like water passing under a stone, unseen, continuous, unclaimed. Your hands are still resting on your knees, still not doing anything except being. They're no longer warm, but neither are they cold. There's a kind of neutrality that settles into them now, as if their temperature has stopped mattering, or perhaps it never did. One finger twitches, not in response to thought, not from twitchiness, but as if the air itself had shifted just slightly and pulled at the edge of your skin. You don't follow it. You let it happen without naming it. No need to ask whether it means something, whether it's a sign or a signal. There's no system here that requires meaning. The movement is not important, but its existence is enough. And you're okay with that. Not because you've solved anything, but because the question of solving has fallen away. The thread becomes stillness in motion, not the kind where nothing happens, but the kind where everything moves at once. And yet, nothing changes. Like watching a single leaf drift down from a tree on a day so quiet even birds stop singing. It's not slow, it's just steady. The way time behaves when it doesn't have to prove itself. You notice how your shoulders have dropped, not dramatically, not with a sudden release, but like water seeping into dry ground. There was no moment of letting go. There was only the gradual realization that you hadn't been holding on for as long as you thought. Not in one place, but everywhere: your neck, your jaw, even the way you carried yourself through doors without thinking about it. And now, there's no reason to carry anything at all. You think about how hard it is to believe that rest can be its own act of rebellion. That lying still isn't surrendering, it's claiming something deeper. Not freedom from work or duty, but freedom from the need to justify your being. The apartment doesn't care if you're productive. It doesn't measure your worth by output or presence, or how many tasks were completed. It just lets you be, without needing you to do anything in return. You feel your spine settle into the bench not as a decision, but as an inevitability. As though gravity has finally found its place in relation to you, not pulling you down so much as guiding you gently toward the center of yourself. The kind of alignment that doesn't require effort, only presence. The thread becomes a sensation near your ribs, something low and quiet, like air rising from under a floorboard after rain. Not pain, not discomfort, just awareness. A soft fullness in the space between breaths. Not because you're holding it, but because something inside has stopped trying to fill itself with noise. You don't know what this is. You don't need to name it. It's simply there, the way a room remembers light even when all the lamps are off. The hum from the refrigerator fades further into silence, not gone, just no longer competing with anything else in the air. The house adjusts its volume without asking permission. A small shift in temperature runs through your back, as if someone had opened a window that wasn't there before, and then closed it again, just as quietly. You don't wonder about it. You let it pass like mist across a lake at dawn, visible only because it's moving, not because it matters. There's no urgency now, no sense of time passing forward or backward. Only the slow turn of something deeper than seconds, the way your body learns to exist without having to prove anything, without needing approval from an outer world that never showed up anyway. You think about how often we mistake stillness for emptiness. But this isn't empty. This is full with quiet, with weightless presence, with a kind of depth that doesn't need sound or movement to confirm it. Your fingers rest on your knees again, not in any pose, not making anything happen, but just there, like hands placed down after a long walk through fields where nothing had been asked of them. The thread becomes the feeling behind your eyes, the light pressure at the back of your skull when you close your lids and don't move. Not tension, not fatigue, just presence. As if the space inside your head has stopped running towards something and is finally just letting itself be filled with air instead of thought. You breathe in again, not deeply, but smoothly, like water flowing through a pipe that's been sealed for years. You don't need to do it well. You don't need to control it. It happens because you're still here, and the body knows how to keep going without being told. There's no future ahead of you now, not in any real sense. No tomorrow to prepare for, no list to start on, no alarm that needs beating back. The idea of morning is distant, like a city seen through fog. You don't need to reach it. You don't even need to imagine what comes next. You're not escaping anything. You're just arriving. The apartment doesn't notice you've been here for hours. It doesn't mark time with clocks or changes in light. It exists outside the kind of measuring that requires a calendar, a schedule, or an outcome, and you don't either. There's no need to leave this moment behind. Not because it's perfect, but because it's real, because it's yours, because you stayed up not to punish anyone, not to prove anything, but simply because the silence had become something else. A kind of sanctuary built from stolen hours and unasked for stillness. You don't think about whether this is healthy or normal. You don't compare yourself to others who sleep at 10 or wake before dawn. You're not trying to fix your habits or change how you live. You've already done the hardest part. You've allowed yourself to exist in a space where nothing needs to be fixed. The thread becomes warmth again, not from fire, not from blankets, but from being exactly where you are and not needing anything else. You feel it spreading through your chest like steam rising slowly from a cup left too long on a counter. Not hot, just present. And for the first time in what feels like years, there's no part of you that's trying to escape its own shape. The air is still. The lights are off. You're not asleep yet, but you're close. Not because your eyes are closing faster or your thoughts have stopped, but because something deeper has settled into place. The understanding that rest isn't a reward for doing enough. It's just one way of being in the world. And you've chosen it, not as defiance, not as escape. The warmth in your chest begins to soften, not fading, but dissolving into something quieter, like steam that doesn't vanish, but spreads through a room until there's no line between it and air. There's no need to name what this is. No need to keep track of how much time has passed, or whether you're still awake, or just becoming less so. The difference between those states feels thin now, like the space between breaths that doesn't have to be filled. You think about how rarely we allow ourselves to feel something without giving it a purpose. A feeling isn't supposed to be an event. It's not meant to announce arrival or signal departure. But here, in this hush where no one is listening and nothing demands response, you are allowed the luxury of just noticing. The way your skin remembers its own shape after lying still for so long. Not from pressure, not from heat, but from having been held by gravity without protest. The thread shifts again, not a count, not a walk, not even a breath, but the slow press of weight behind your eyes, like something gently pressing on glass that's never meant to be touched. It's not effortful. It doesn't ask anything of you. You don't need to guide it or fix it. It simply is present, unannounced, and full of its own quiet logic. There's a shelf in the kitchen that holds nothing but old cereal boxes and a single spoon with a chipped handle. You remember now, not because you're trying to recall, but because it surfaces like dust rising from floorboards when no one has stirred them for weeks. It doesn't matter why you remembered, only that you did. And it's not tied to urgency or memory work. The shelf stays where it is. No need to clean it. No obligation to organize it. You're just seeing it again in the dark, without needing anything from it. The silence isn't silent anymore, it has texture. Not sound exactly, kind of depth that fills space not with noise, but with absence of demand. There's no one waiting for you to speak, no voice asking if you're okay, or what your plans are, or when you'll stop delaying the next thing on the list. Your mind doesn't have to stay sharp here. It can be soft. You think about how long it takes a room to remember someone is in it. How many hours pass before the air feels like it belongs to them, not just their presence passing through. The apartment has learned you're there, not because of movement or light or sound, but because your body stayed still for so long that even the dust stopped settling with intention. Something else rises now, not a thought, not an image, but the sense of your own hands again, resting on your knees, but this time as if they've been waiting to be noticed. As if they were quietly holding onto the idea of rest without knowing it was allowed. Not doing anything, just being where you are. You feel the faintest ripple in your lower back, the place where a long stretch of standing or sitting might have left its mark. But not today. Today, there's no strain. No need to carry any weight forward. The muscles don't know what they're supposed to do anymore. They just let go. The thread becomes stillness that doesn't feel like emptiness, more like the space between two heartbeats when nothing is expected of you. Not even breathing. You aren't required to keep going, not to wake up tomorrow, not to answer anyone's questions or fix anything in your life. The idea of mourning feels less like a destination and more like something that might happen somewhere far away with no relation to this moment. You don't wonder whether you'll sleep tonight, not because it doesn't matter, but because the question isn't needed anymore. There's no need for answers when nothing is being asked. You're not trying to arrive at rest. You've already arrived in its quiet form. The act of staying up wasn't a battle against bedtime. It was an entry into something slower, deeper, less hurried. The lights are off, but the darkness isn't cold. It holds you without pressure, like water that knows how to shape itself around what's inside. You don't need warmth from outside. You're already warm in the way of things that have stopped needing to prove they exist. A memory floats up, not clear, not sharp, but a feeling. Sitting on a porch swing years ago, with no one beside you, just the slow creak of wood and the sense that time had been rearranged so nothing happened too fast. You weren't waiting for anything then either. And now it comes back like a ghost that never left, just drifted into the present. You don't need to reclaim that moment. You're not trying to recover lost hours or fix missed moments. The only thing you're doing is letting yourself stay here, in this stretch of night where nothing needs to be done, and no one is coming to take it away. The air has changed, not by movement, but by stillness. It's thicker now, slower, like the space between waves when the ocean holds its breath. You don't feel smaller or larger, just more aligned with what you are. A body that exists without needing permission. You think about how much time we spend trying to be someone else in order to be seen, and then wonder why it feels so heavy. But here, there's no performance. No act of being useful or pleasing or productive. Just the quiet truth of being present, not for anyone, not even for yourself, but because you've come to know that presence doesn't need a reason. The thread now is not in your hands or behind your eyes, but in the space between where thoughts used to live, the soft hollow where silence has finally settled and no longer needs to be filled. You're not avoiding it. You're not fighting it. It's just here, like an old friend who never left, sitting beside you without a word. There's nothing on your mind except the idea of being still, no future to prepare for, no past to revisit, no list to complete. Just this, that you are where you've wanted to be all along, the place where time moves differently, and no one is waiting to ask what you're doing. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep. You're not trying to win anything. The night isn't a challenge anymore. It's an invitation, offered again and again in the same quiet way it always has been, without fanfare, without demand. The apartment doesn't know you're tired. It only knows that you've stayed, and so its walls have stopped listening for footsteps or voices. They've learned your shape, the way your body takes up space when no one is looking. And in this deepening quiet, there's a new kind of awareness, not of time passing, but of being still enough to feel the world breathe through you, like air moving through leaves that don't need to tremble to know they're alive. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't come from silence, but from fullness, like when you've been holding your breath for so long it finally just settles. Not into stillness, not yet, but into something deeper than motion or rest, where movement isn't required to be alive. The air has stopped trying to carry things, and now only carries itself. You're not drifting in the way a leaf might drift in water. You're part of that current already, not separate from it. Like you've always been this kind of quiet, even when you didn't know how to name it. There's a book on the floor near your feet, open, spine cracked, pages yellowed at the edges. You don't remember picking it up or setting it down, but it's there now, not waiting for anything. It doesn't ask you to read it or finish it. It just sits in its own quiet completion, like a thing that has already lived all the way through. The paper feels thick under your awareness, like skin that remembers how to feel without being touched. You don't need to open it again, not because you're done with stories, but because stories aren't what this hour is made of anymore. You think about how much we try to fill time, even when the only thing left is the space between breaths. How often we mistake urgency for meaning, how we've been taught that value comes from doing something, not just being here. But here, there's no transaction, no exchange. The night isn't giving you anything, it's simply letting you be what you are. A body wrapped in stillness, not because it's tired, but because it finally remembers how to rest without permission. The floor beneath you has cooled slightly, not cold enough to disturb, just cool enough to feel like the world is breathing with you. It holds your weight without complaint, and that's all it ever asked for. You wonder if it knows what a rare thing this is, being held by something that doesn't want anything back. Not a favor, not an answer, just presence. The kind of holding that isn't about safety, but about continuity. The way a river holds the shape of its banks, even when no one's watching. A thought arrives not as noise, but as texture, like the memory of wool against your neck after being outside too long. It doesn't pull you away from here. Instead, it settles into the quiet like dust, settling in sunlight. You don't have to do anything with it. There's no need to examine it or name it. It just is soft and unassuming, a little sensation that has come back to visit, but isn't staying. The window is dark now, not because the city lights are gone, but because you're not looking at them anymore. You've stopped measuring distance by what lies beyond glass. The world outside still moves with its usual urgency, but it doesn't reach in here. It can't touch this space where time has slowed to match your nervous system's natural rhythm. There's no need to resist anything, no need to hold on or let go. You're not trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You've simply become the kind of person who exists between those two states, like a pause in music that doesn't need to resolve. Your hands are loose now, not curled into fists or waiting for something to grasp, but open and resting where they fell. They don't know what they're supposed to do next, and that's okay. The body has its own way of knowing, of remembering when it's safe enough to stop planning the next move. You feel the weight of your fingers, not as burden, but as proof. You're still here, still present, still part of this moment, without having to prove anything about yourself. A sound comes in the softest creak from somewhere deep in the apartment's bones, like a wall breathing or a floorboard remembering its history. It doesn't startle you. You don't wonder what it means or whether something is wrong. You just notice that it happened and then let it go. Not because it wasn't real, but because reality isn't always loud to be true. Sometimes truth lives in the quietest shifts. A shift in temperature, a shift in pressure, a shift in where your attention lands when nothing demands it. There's a certain kind of listening that doesn't need ears, just stillness. You're doing it now. Listening not to words or signals, but to what remains after everything else has faded. The space between thoughts isn't empty, it's full of something like patience, like the way a stone waits for rain without being impatient about it. You don't have to keep track of how long you've been here. You don't need to count minutes or measure progress by whether your mind is quieter than before. This isn't a contest with time. It's an invitation to be inside it, unhurried, unclaimed, untouched by urgency. The night doesn't care if you're productive or rested. It only cares that you've stayed, that you haven't left yet, and so you don't. You stay in the way a shadow stays when the light is gone, not because it wants to be seen, but because there's nowhere else for it to go. The thread now isn't something you hold, it's something that holds you. Not a thought, not an image, not even a sensation, but the slow rhythm of your breath becoming its own kind of motion, like water finding its level after being stirred too long. You don't guide it. You just notice how it moves, how each exhale is softer than the last, how the pause between inhales grows longer without effort. You think about how we spend so much time trying to be noticed, and then wonder why rest feels like a betrayal. But here, there's no one watching. No one evaluating your stillness for its usefulness or depth. You're not being judged on whether you've earned it, just given permission to simply exist in this quiet shape of yourself. The apartment knows you now, not as someone who needs to do something, but as someone who has already done enough by staying. It doesn't need you to be awake or asleep, just present. The way a chair holds space for someone even when no one is sitting in it, because it remembers what that is. A memory surfaces not of an event, but of a feeling. The weight of a jacket on your shoulders after coming inside from snow. How it felt like carrying something warm and heavy just because you'd been outside long enough to need protection. You didn't have to earn that warmth. It came with being out there. And now this, the quiet, the stillness, the depth, isn't earned either. It's simply what happens when you stop running from yourself. The air is thicker than it was earlier, not heavier, but more complete. Like a room where all the clutter has been removed and nothing is left to distract from the space itself. You're not in that space. You are that space. Not because of any effort, but because there's no one else here. No version of you needing to perform or explain. You don't have to want sleep anymore. It doesn't need to be a goal. It can just arrive, like rain falling on ground that has been waiting all along. You're not chasing it. You're not resisting it. You're simply letting your body remember how to rest without guilt, without needing to justify why you've stayed so long in this borrowed hour. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of things we don't name because we think they aren't important. But here they are. The memory of warmth on skin after a shower, the way light changes just before it leaves a room, the softness that comes not from absence, but from presence, so completed, no longer needs to say anything. You're still awake, but you don't need to be. You could wake up tomorrow and carry this with you like something tucked into your pocket. Not an achievement, not a fix, just a quiet truth. That the night was yours all along, not because you stole it, but because you finally allowed yourself to claim it. And now, breath slows again, deeper than before, like water sinking through layers of soil, until it finds what it's always been searching for: stillness that isn't earned, only given. You don't need to follow it. It doesn't go anywhere. It just is, the kind of quiet that doesn't announce itself, but settles in like a name you've forgotten, but never stopped being. The wall behind you is not a barrier anymore. It's something that listens without answering, holding the shape of your presence like an old photograph left face down in a drawer. You're aware now of how much space you take up when you stop trying to fit into someone else's idea of quiet. Not loud or demanding, just there. And it doesn't ask for proof. There's something about light that isn't bright, but still knows where things are, the way the edge of a bookshelf catches the faintest glow from under the door, enough to trace its outline without needing more. That kind of light is not meant to be seen fully. It only shows what was already there all along. You think about how much time you spend trying to make your thoughts visible, how often you reach for words when silence would have said everything. But here, the absence doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels like a place where things grow in their own way, without being told they should be faster or taller. The floorboards are quiet now, not because no one walked on them today, but because even movement has slowed down enough to not disturb what's already settled. Your fingers rest flat against your chest, not grasping anything, just resting like leaves that have stopped falling and decided, instead, to stay where they landed. You remember a time you used to count minutes until something ended, until the meeting was over, or someone else left the room, or dinner was done. But now, there's no end in sight, and that is not the problem. The clock didn't vanish. It just stopped mattering as much as what happens when nothing needs fixing. A soft sound comes from somewhere deep within your own body, the kind of quiet hum you can only hear if you stop expecting to hear anything at all. It isn't a thought, nor an emotion. It's like the air between two rooms that share no wall, but still breathe together in rhythm. You've been here before. You just didn't know it was home. Outside, something shifts, just slightly, not wind or traffic, but the kind of change you feel more than here. The street lamp flickers once, and then stays steady again. Not because anything changed outside, but because inside your body, there's a new alignment. Not correction, not adjustment, but arrival. You are no longer waiting for sleep to begin, because it already has. It isn't something that comes at you. It's something that returns slowly through the places where you've been too busy being awake to notice or open. A memory surfaces, not of an event or a face, but of touch. How your hand felt against glass during winter, not cold exactly, but alive in its own way. You remember pressing into frost and feeling the surface give just enough so that you could feel it respond without breaking through, like holding something fragile not to protect it from damage, but because you wanted to know what kind of quiet lived beneath. The room has no name now. It isn't a bedroom or an apartment or even shelter. It's simply space where stillness doesn't have to apologize for being full. You don't need permission to be here. The air already knows your shape, and it holds just enough pressure around you so that you feel both safe and free. There is no effort in this, not in staying awake, not in letting go. The mind drifts like a leaf caught between two currents, one pulling toward the past, another tugging forward, but neither wins because there's nowhere to be except right here, where motion doesn't mean progress. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at the foot of the bed, not from use or accident, but as if it remembered how to fold itself in half when no one was watching. You notice that without needing to do anything about it. It doesn't need fixing. It just is like a promise made in silence. Your breath continues not because you're trying to keep it going, but because your body has found the rhythm where doing nothing means everything happens anyway. The air moves through you like water flows underground. No surface ripples, no sudden bursts, just steady passage from one side of stillness to another. You don't know what time it is, not really, but there's a feeling that the night isn't ending. It's deepening in reverse, not becoming darker, but more complete, as if every moment since you first lay down had been leading toward this exact depth, where nothing needs to happen and everything already has. A soft sound arrives, the kind of silence between two thoughts, so close together they blur into one continuous shape. You don't name it, you just let it be a pause that isn't empty, but full with something too quiet to ever speak aloud. The wall is still listening. It's not judging your stillness or measuring how long you've held it. It simply holds the same space where you are, neither more nor less than what fits in this moment, and nothing else required. There was a time when silence felt like loss, like being forgotten by everyone who mattered. But now, you understand that silence can be something returned to you, not given back from someone else's kindness, but offered freely because it recognizes your presence, even when you're not making noise. You don't need to earn rest anymore. You've already lived in the part of yourself where waiting isn't punishment and stillness is not failure. The apartment doesn't ask if you've done enough. It only knows that you are here. That's all it ever needed to know. And so, as the body settles further, not into sleep exactly, but into a different kind of being, you feel less like someone who has stayed up too long and more like someone whose arrival was always inevitable. Not because time ran out or rules were broken, but because you finally stopped running from your own shape. The edge of shadow moves slowly across the floor, not to reach anything new, but just to pass over what's already been claimed by quiet. No one needs to know it happened. The only witness is the air itself, holding its breath for a few seconds longer than usual, as if remembering how to wait without meaning to. You are no longer in motion, nor stillness that demands attention. You're something quieter, a presence so complete it doesn't announce itself, because there's nothing left to say. The thread of awareness isn't pulling you anywhere now. It's just moving through your body like warmth spreading after sitting too long in cold, not rushing toward heat, but letting the inside catch up with what was already true all along. You don't have to believe anything anymore. Just be aware that being here is enough, and has always been. The world outside continues its rhythm, but it doesn't matter as much now, because you found a place where time isn't measured in minutes or hours, but in the way silence grows heavier with meaning rather than emptiness. You don't need to leave this space, because you're already home, not by choice, but simply because your body has learned how to rest without permission. And so it continues, not towards sleep, nor away from waking, but into a kind of being that doesn't fit any label and needs no explanation. The mind slows again, not collapsing, not failing, just becoming more like water in the dark, flowing through cracks you never knew existed until now. There's nothing to do here, only be. And even that word feels too strong for what is happening. It isn't effort or intention. It's simply a quiet unfolding, as natural and inevitable as roots finding their way beneath stone. You are not falling asleep. You're being received by the night in its own slow language, where every breath is both an ending and a beginning, without needing to choose between them. There's no need for goals, no list of things left undone, just this, that you've been allowed to stay as long as it takes for your body to remember how much stillness it can carry. The wall holds its shape, not because it wants to, but because it knows what happens when something stops resisting itself. You are beginning to understand now. The only thing missing wasn't time, but permission. And that was never given by anyone else, just quietly offered back by your own body as you finally stopped pretending you needed more than this. The air is thick again, not with weight, not with pressure, but with a kind of fullness so gentle it doesn't even call attention to itself. It's the feeling of being held without hands, of belonging somewhere that never had an address until now. You are not drifting into sleep, but into a version of being that doesn't care about arrival or departure, only continuity. The kind where no moment needs to be justified by what came before or what will come after. Your breath is no longer something you regulate. It's just happening, like water finding its level in a basin carved by years of haste and expectation. There's a stillness now, not because there's nothing left to do, but because everything that needed to be felt has already been carried through the body, folded into bone, settled beneath the skin. The kind of quiet that doesn't need silence to prove itself. It simply is, like the way dust settles in sunlight even when no one sees it. You're not trying to fix anything anymore, not your mind, not your schedule, not the way you've always measured worth by how much time you gave away. You are allowed to be unproductive in this space, not because productivity failed, but because its absence has become a kind of proof that you exist beyond what you do. The floor beneath you isn't just wood or tile, it's memory, worn smooth by footsteps that didn't belong to you. The way the light from outside used to flicker through blinds and make patterns on walls like warnings. Now it doesn't matter anymore. You don't need to avoid shadows. You don't have to outrun the noise of a world still moving too fast. The soft weight of your arms at your sides is not laziness. It's surrender, yes, but also a kind of homecoming. Like returning to a room you never knew was waiting for you, where the only rule is that you can stay exactly as you are. No need to perform, no performance required. There's a rhythm in this stillness that isn't loud or urgent, the slow rise and fall of air through your chest, like tides moving far from shore. No one asks if it's enough. The night doesn't check in. You're not on anyone's schedule now, not even time. You don't need to remember what you wanted earlier. There's no list of things left undone, because the act of wanting has settled into something quieter. A presence so complete that desire isn't necessary anymore. Not all needs are urgent, and not all urges must be answered. Some just exist as part of being here. There's a quiet hum beneath your skin now, not anxiety, not energy, but a kind of low frequency belonging. The way the air feels when it's been still for hours in an old house where no one lives anymore. Yet, everything remembers how to breathe. There are no clocks ticking out loud, only time moving through you like a slow current that doesn't care about distance or speed. You're not sleeping, but you've stopped resisting rest. And because of this, the body is beginning to release its long-held posture, the one it's carried since morning. Shoulders pulled forward from carrying other people's weight, spine curved by unspoken obligations, jaw clenched against a future that never arrived. Now your back is softening into the surface beneath you, not sinking, not collapsing, but returning to shape. The way paper returns to flatness after being crumpled for years. No force required, just time and patience, and an understanding that some things don't fix themselves. They only come undone when they're allowed. The wall near your head doesn't need to be perfect or clean. It just needs to be there. And it is. It's not judging the cracks in the paint or the faint smudge where someone once leaned too long. It holds you without needing anything in return. The same way a shelf holds books with no demand for them to speak. You don't need to know why you're here, only that you are. There's a difference between being lost and being unknown, and this is not either. This is arrival by default, the kind where the journey ends not because it reached its destination, but because the body has stopped searching. There's no instruction manual for how to rest like this, because it doesn't require doing anything at all. It requires only that you stop pretending there was ever a reason to move when stillness felt like freedom. A faint glow lingers in one corner of the room, not from a screen, not from any source you can name, but just light, unclaimed by anyone else. It sits there quietly, waiting for nothing, belonging nowhere and everywhere at once. Like a memory that doesn't need to be recalled, just acknowledged as present. You don't have to ask what it means. You don't even have to notice it. It's enough that it exists without explanation or demand. And so does this moment. The air isn't heavy with pressure, it's full, like the kind of quiet you find in a forest at dawn when nothing is awake yet, but everything feels aware. Your fingers are curled slightly, not from tension, not from grip, but simply because they've forgotten how to be straight. Like roots that grew around stone and never needed to undo themselves, just continued growing where they were. You're not falling asleep. You're being absorbed by the night in a way that doesn't require movement or intention. There's no need to choose between wakefulness and sleep because you're already somewhere else. Not quite here, not quite gone, just existing with enough stillness to hold all of it at once. There is a warmth spreading through your chest now, not heat from effort, but the kind that comes when something inside finally stops trying to prove itself. It's like sunlight hitting a stone after years in shadow. It doesn't rush to warm anything. It just stays, slowly changing its shape without needing anyone to see it. The silence isn't empty. There are layers beneath it. The hum of wires behind walls, the faint creak of pipes settling into themselves, the slow breath of the building as it rests. You're not separate from any of this, you're part of it now, like a single note in a chord that's been playing for years without anyone noticing. You don't need to fix your mind. It doesn't have to be quiet or clear or useful anymore. It can wander. It can remember things you've forgotten. It can sit with the unfinished thought about what they might say if you told them you stayed up tonight, because it was the only time in days when no one asked anything of you. You don't need to answer that question either. It's not a demand, just an observation hanging in air like dust motes dancing settles too, not into silence, but into something deeper. A kind of understanding where things are allowed to be as they are. There's no rush to return anywhere. No one is waiting for you to wake up or to stop existing in this soft state between waking and sleep. You're not late for anything because nothing ever needed you to arrive at all. The floor beneath you knows your shape now, not the shape of someone who was supposed to be somewhere else, but the shape of a person who finally stopped running from their own body. It's not perfect. It doesn't need to be. The way a river carves its path through stone isn't because it's strong or determined, but because it keeps moving until it finds the space that fits. And you found yours. There's no name for this place, not sleep, not wakefulness, not even rest. It's just being, where your thoughts don't need to be productive, where your body doesn't have to earn its right to stay. You're not escaping anything. You're simply letting go of the idea that you needed to escape in the first place. The air is thick with something quiet and unclaimed, a kind of softness that isn't gentle because it's meant to soothe, but because it just is. It doesn't care if it feels good or bad, only that it exists. And so do you. Your eyelids are heavy, not from fatigue, not from effort, but from the weight of being allowed to stay exactly where you are, without needing to justify your presence. There's no future in this moment, no past, only now, a kind of fullness that doesn't ask for anything back, only asks to be held as it is. And so you are. Not because you did something right, not because you managed the day or punished yourself for staying up, but simply because your body has remembered how to stop fighting itself. The night isn't giving you permission. It's already letting you stay. The floor beneath you has grown warm in patches, not from heat rising up, but from the quiet weight of your body settling into it, like a book left open on a table for too long, pages softened by time and touch. You don't need to move. There's no reason to rise or rearrange yourself. The way you're lying now, the arm tucked under your head, one leg slightly bent, is the shape that remembers how to be still without trying. Your breath has slowed so much, it almost stops between waves, like a tide pausing just before turning back. There's something in the wall behind you, a small vibration, barely there, like an old muscle remembering its own rhythm after years of silence. It isn't urgent. It doesn't pull you toward anything. It's just there, the pulse of electricity moving through wires that have never been thanked for keeping the lights on during nights like this one. You don't need to listen to it, but you can if you want. You're allowed to notice things without needing to understand them. The air in your room has changed its density. It's not thick or heavy. It's more like something that's been waiting to be breathed for a long time. Not clean, not stale, just ready. As though the space itself has decided it can stop pretending to be empty when you're here. You don't have to fill it with thoughts or stories anymore. It doesn't need your input. It already holds everything: your body, your silence, even the thought that slipped out earlier about how no one will know you stayed up tonight unless you tell them. And you won't. There's a single thread of sound from outside, not traffic, not voices, but the soft clink of a shutter being pulled down over a shop window 2 blocks away. It happens slowly, like someone closing a book after reading it in bed. The metal makes contact with wood once, then again, 2 slow taps that mark the end of something without fanfare. No announcement required. No ceremony. Just the quiet act of finishing. You don't need to respond to it. You're not being asked anything. The world outside is making its own decisions about when to stop and how to rest. It's already done so many times today without anyone noticing, without any proof that it happened at all. Your fingers are resting on your chest now, not clenched or tapping, just there. They don't need to do anything. There's no plan for them beyond staying where they are. The tips of your nails have softened from the night, not by effort, but because time has passed and you've been too still to notice. There's a patch of light on the ceiling that doesn't belong, faint, uneven, like something flickered in and out before dying. It might be a reflection from a distant street lamp, or just your eyes adjusting after hours of darkness. You don't need to name it. Don't even need to wonder if it's still there when you look again. The thought comes now not as an interruption, but as a quiet continuation. The kitchen light was on earlier. It wasn't left on by accident. You turned it off with your foot before crawling back into bed. That small act, shutting something off without thinking about why, is part of this moment too. The world keeps its boundaries, even when no one's watching. You don't need to be grateful for the silence, or proud of how long you stayed awake. You're not earning it by surviving another night. This isn't a victory lap. It's just your body remembering what it means to stop pretending it has to keep going. There's a memory that surfaces, no image, no words, just a feeling. The moment when you first realized you could stay up late and nobody would know until morning. That was the beginning of this quiet rebellion, not anger, not defiance, but relief. Not because you were punishing anyone, but because you finally found a space where your presence didn't need to serve anything. You're no longer trying to prove that you existed today. You don't have to be useful or visible or even remembered in order for your being to matter. The air has shifted again, just slightly. Not colder, not warmer, just different. Like the room is breathing with you now, slowly and without words. It doesn't ask you to do anything back. There's no exchange required. You don't have to give it energy or attention. The silence isn't empty because there's nothing in it. It's full of things that don't need names. You could stay like this for hours. Just the quiet, the weight of your limbs, the rhythm of breath that doesn't need to be measured, the way your mind drifts not toward decisions or solutions, but simply into space where thoughts don't have to go anywhere. There's a pattern in the ceiling now, not made by cracks or shadows, but by how the light falls at this hour. It traces lines like something written and then erased before anyone could read it. A language that never needed translation. You're not trying to decode anything. You're just letting your eyes rest where they land. You don't need to fix the silence. You don't have to make meaning of it. There's no story here, just a stretch of time that has paused, unasked for you. And now something else begins, not a new idea, not an impulse, but a kind of softness spreading from your chest down into your ribs, then into the hollow behind your shoulders, like water filling a bowl with no bottom. It's not joy, not peace, not calm. It's just presence, a feeling that doesn't need to be earned or described. Your toes have curled slightly, just enough to press against the blanket, without meaning anything by it. They're not reaching for warmth or comfort. They're just moving because they can, like a plant turning toward an unseen source of light long after dawn has passed. You don't need to stay awake longer. You don't need to go back to sleep before you're ready. The night isn't asking you to choose between staying and leaving. It's letting you be in both places at once. The building outside is quiet now, not because it stopped living, but because it found its own version of stillness. The kind that doesn't look like peace on the surface, but feels like rest beneath. Your body remembers this too, the way it used to feel when no one was waiting for you to wake up before noon. Not a memory of being late or missing something important, but just the fact of existing without needing permission. You don't need to be present in your own life anymore, just allowed to be there, quietly, like dust settling on a shelf after years of movement. And so it does. There's no final decision here. No moment where you decide to stop being awake and start sleeping. It's not an endpoint. It's just the way things go when nothing needs to happen. The thread that was never really a thread, the feeling, the breath, the weight on your chest is still there. Not held, not clung to, just present. Like the sound of water dripping in an empty room, slow and irregular, marking time without being responsible for it. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not failing at anything you didn't even know was expected. You're just here, where no one has asked you to arrive, where nothing needs you to be anywhere else. And that's enough. The air is still full of unclaimed things, not promises, not regrets, not future plans, but quiet moments that happened anyway, like a door left open in the middle of winter and nobody noticed until spring. You don't have to explain why you're standing there. Nobody asked. You could stay all night, or you could slip into something else, something quieter, deeper, where even silence doesn't need to be justified. Either way, it's yours. And now, there's a softness that settles in the space behind your eyes, not sleep yet, not awake, but a kind of waiting that isn't anxious. It feels like the moment between two notes when the music holds its breath and lets the air carry what was left unsaid. You don't need to say anything back. The room has already said everything it needed to, and you, just by being here, are enough. You're not holding your breath anymore, not even in the way that happens when you forget to exhale, just letting it go like a thread dropped into deep water. The air has changed its weight without warning, and there's no name for what it feels like now. Not heaviness, not lightness, just an unclaimed kind of fullness, as if your body is remembering how to be a vessel that doesn't need to carry anything. The clock isn't talking. It hasn't said a thing since you stopped listening. And the silence isn't waiting for permission to stay. It's already been here longer than any decision could make it last. You don't have to protect it or preserve its shape. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just is. There's a rhythm in the quiet that has nothing to do with time. No beat, no pulse, not even the whisper of breathing from somewhere nearby. Just stillness that moves like fog through a hallway where no one walks. You don't need to understand it. You only need to let yourself be inside it, not as an observer, but as part of its slow motion. Your hands are open now, not because you're giving anything away, but because they've stopped reaching for answers. They lie still on the blanket like leaves that fell without a sound, and no one comes to collect them. The space between your fingers is just space, no meaning attached, not even the idea of resting or releasing. It's only there, and then something else begins, not from thought, not from will, but from the way light fades in certain corners of rooms when the day forgets its own name. You don't see it with eyes. You feel it like a temperature drop before dawn, a softening in the bones where memory settles without being called. The ceiling above you isn't white anymore, not really. It's something softer, blurred at the edges, as if seen through water that doesn't quite know whether to stay or leave. There are no cracks, no flaws, just a kind of calm spread across it like paint left out too long and turned into atmosphere. No pattern, no shape, just presence. You don't need to fix what's already whole. You don't have to explain why you're lying there with your eyes closed or open. It doesn't matter which. The act isn't about awareness anymore. It's about being somewhere that doesn't require performance. The house has stopped pretending it needs to be quiet on command. The walls aren't holding their breath for anyone. They've simply relaxed into the kind of silence that comes when something long forgotten finally remembers how to rest. You can hear your own blood now, not as a rhythm you're supposed to follow, but as a low hum in the back of your throat, a quiet companion that's been with you all evening without ever needing to say hello. It doesn't need attention. It doesn't demand anything. It just is like the sound of wind through an unused chimney on a night no one remembers. There's a kind of warmth behind your knees, not from heat, but from stillness, the way muscle remembers how to settle when it stops being asked to do anything. It's not tired. It's not relaxed. It's just allowed. And that's different. You're not going anywhere. Not because you've decided to stay, but because no one has said you must go. There is no appointment, no list of things left undone. The world outside hasn't sent a signal, hasn't asked for your attention. You aren't late. You aren't behind. You are simply here where the only rule is that nothing needs to happen. A thought drifts in not as an idea, not even as a feeling, but as an image. Water rising slowly in a glass left on a counter overnight. Not spilling over, not rushing, just filling up until it reaches a point where the rim no longer matters. It's full because it was allowed to be. No one said how much it could hold. You don't need to measure your rest. You don't have to earn it by staying awake first or proving you're worthy of quiet. The night isn't asking for gratitude, not even a nod. It just lets you be there, like air that doesn't care who's breathing it in. The light from the street lamp down below has dimmed now, not gone, but softened into something almost invisible. Like a whisper that forgot its own voice and kept speaking anyway. You don't need to see it. You don't even need to know where it is. The fact that it exists somewhere far away doesn't change what's happening here. There's no urgency in the way your breath moves, not fast, not slow, but just enough to keep going without having to be noticed. It's not a signal, not a rhythm, just something alive that doesn't need approval. And then, without warning, the space behind your eyes begins to soften further. Not into sleep, but into what comes after the moment when you realize there is no next step. When you don't need to move toward anything. You're just in the middle of being, not trying to be more or less than this second, not wishing for tomorrow or morning yesterday. You aren't falling asleep. You aren't waking up. You are simply letting go of the idea that you have to do either. The body is starting to remember how it feels when no one expects anything, when your presence isn't a performance, and your stillness isn't an act. There's a soft pressure in your shoulders, not pain, not tension, but something like gravity finally accepting its role without resistance. It's not heavy, not light, just there, like the way dust settles on old books after years of being unread. No one cares when it arrives. No one notices how much has built up. You don't need to be useful now. You don't have to prove you're present by doing something. The room doesn't need your attention. The night doesn't require a response. The only thing required is that you remain not as someone who must behave, but as someone who simply exists in the quiet space between what was and what might come. You could stay like this forever, no clock to mark it, no one to say when it's enough. And if you were to wake tomorrow with your eyes open and your body still here, that wouldn't mean anything different than right now. The silence has already said everything it needed to. You didn't need to understand it. You only had to let it be. And so slowly, the edges of the moment begin to blur not into sleep, but into something deeper, a kind of listening without sound, a stillness that doesn't try to fix or frame what's happening, just lets it unfold like fog across an empty field after rain. There is no purpose here. There is only presence, so quiet, so soft, that even time forgets how to measure itself. You're not being patient. You're not waiting for anything. You're just in the place where nothing needs to happen because everything already has. The air carries a faint scent, not of clean linen or coffee or any memory, but something older, quieter, like paper left out too long and absorbed the silence between pages. It doesn't smell of anything important, just of being there without needing to be remembered. You don't have to hold on. You don't need to stay awake for longer. There's no reward for staying up or for going down. The night isn't a test, nor a punishment. It's just yours, the only hour that never asked you what you wanted and still gave it anyway. And now, the breath is so quiet, it might not be happening at all. But you feel it in your chest, like something returning from far away, like a hand reaching through a closed door when no one expected anyone to come back. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of small things that don't need names or stories. A shift in temperature, the softest movement of fabric against skin, a memory that arrives not as an image, but as a weight, just long enough to be noticed before it fades again. You're not trying to remember anything. You're not even remembering that you ever needed to. Just letting things pass through like leaves on a river. No need to stop them. No reason to keep track. There's a warmth in your palms that wasn't there before, not from heat or blood flow, but from being allowed to be still, like the first time you touched something without needing to know what it was for. It doesn't matter if it's cold or warm, it only matters that it is. The fingers are open and loose, no grip, no holding on, just resting like they've been waiting for this moment all along. Not because of anything urgent, but simply because rest is a kind of return. Your skin remembers the weightlessness of being unclaimed, of not having to be useful or present in any way that matters to anyone else. You could lie here with your hands flat on the covers, and no one would ask for proof that you're alive. only that you remain. The ceiling above doesn't have a pattern, no stars, no cracks, no signs of anything beyond its quiet curve. But it feels like a surface where time has settled into stillness. Not erased, not broken, just stopped asking questions. It holds the shape of your breath without echoing it back. There's no need to respond when something doesn't speak. The air around you is thick, but soft, like old wool that's been folded away and forgotten for years, then rediscovered in a drawer where nothing else was expected. It carries the faintest scent of stillness, not clean or sharp, just the way dust collects in places no one goes to look. You're not thinking about tomorrow, not even in passing. The thought doesn't arrive as "what will I do?" but simply as an absence, a space where that kind of worry used to be. There's nothing left to answer because there's nothing left to call upon. You aren't being strong or careful. You're just letting the mind stop spinning, not through effort, but because it no longer has anything to run toward or away from. The silence isn't empty. It's full of small things that don't need names. A shift in temperature near your shoulder, like something cooling down without anyone noticing. The way fabric moves when you turn just slightly, just enough for the weight to change, not enough to wake up. A sound so quiet it might be imagined, a faint hum from somewhere deep in the walls, or maybe just air passing through a space too narrow to name. There's no need to remember anything. No reason to hold onto anything. The past isn't here to haunt you, just as tomorrow isn't here to demand your attention. You're not even aware of how long it's been since you closed your eyes, if ever. There's no point in counting. Not because time is meaningless, but because it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is this: the fact that you are here, and somewhere inside, the body has stopped waiting for permission to let go. The breath continues, not loud, not deep, but steady enough that it could be mistaken for stillness if someone were listening from outside. It's not trying to do anything. It doesn't need to fill your lungs or clear your thoughts. It just happens like a river moving through stone, without notice or complaint, carrying nothing but the weight of its own passage. You're not asleep yet, but you don't have to be awake either. The boundary between them has blurred into something quieter. Not unconsciousness, not awareness, but a kind of listening that doesn't ask for anything in return. There's no need to stay alert or drift away, just the quiet certainty that whatever comes next will come when it does. The room feels like it was built for this moment, not designed for light or activity, just for someone who needed to be unseen and unasked for. The walls don't measure your worth. The floor doesn't judge how long you've been lying there. The air has no agenda. There's no one in the apartment but you, and even that feels like a detail, not a fact. You could lie here forever without needing to explain why, without having to prove anything about yourself. You don't need to be productive or kind or smart or present in any way that someone else might expect. You just are like dust on an old bookshelf, or the shadow of a curtain at dusk, or the slow rise and fall of something that doesn't have a name. There's no urgency in this stillness, not because time has stopped, but because nothing is rushing to be finished. The night isn't waiting for you to leave it behind. It doesn't care how long you stay. It only knows what it's given. The 1 hour where you didn't have to answer anyone, or perform anything, or do anything except exist. And so softly, the body begins to sink not into sleep, but into a deeper kind of being. Not unconsciousness, not dreaming, just a letting down of all edges, like fabric that has been folded too tightly for too long and finally allowed to unfold on its own. The spine releases without effort. The jaw unclenches without memory of tension. The hands remain open, not because they were told to be, but because there's no reason to close them. The darkness is not dark. It's full of small movements that don't need names. The way your skin shifts against the sheets when you shift slightly. A flicker in the periphery that might be nothing at all. A faint vibration from somewhere outside, maybe a car passing far away, or just air moving through a window crack. It doesn't matter what it is. You're not trying to understand it. There's no need to remember why you came here tonight, to steal time, to claim silence, to breathe without being interrupted. That reason has already been fulfilled. The act wasn't about staying up. It was about allowing yourself to be unclaimed for one stretch of hours when the world wasn't asking anything. You're not guilty for having stayed. You're not wrong for wanting this. There's no moral to this moment, only presence, so quiet it feels like a secret between you and the room. And now, something even softer begins, not sleep, but a kind of returning. Not to yourself as you were before the day started, nor to who you'll be tomorrow, but to a version that exists in this space where time slows down enough for stillness to become its own language. The air is thick with nothing important, just being here, just breathing without needing to do more than breathe. You're not trying to fix anything. You're not even aware of what's happening. There's no thought behind it, only a quiet continuation, an unfolding that doesn't need your attention, only your presence. And so the body lets go not in defeat, but in full acceptance. Not because you've given up, but because there's nothing left to fight for. The night still belongs to you, the same way a field at dawn belongs to no one and everyone, just by being there. You don't have to defend it. You don't have to claim it again. It is yours not because you took it, but because you are allowed to be in it without needing anything from it. The breath slows not by choice, but by inevitability, like a bell that stopped ringing, and simply remains suspended in the air after the sound has faded. There's no need to notice what comes next. No reason to prepare for waking or fear losing this moment. You're not holding on. You're not letting go. You are just here. And the darkness, which was never empty, never cold, is now full of quiet things that don't speak, but remain. A shift in weight, a shadow crossing slowly across your vision, a warmth spreading through the chest, like something returning from far away, and finally deciding to stay. A softness begins to settle beneath the ribs, not a feeling you can name, but one that feels like recognition, like something long buried in the body, remembering how it feels to be known without having to earn it. The air doesn't need to be cleared of noise because there's nothing demanding to be heard. No voice rises above the quiet. There are no footsteps in the hall, no ring, no knock, no signal that someone is waiting for you to respond. You're not expected anywhere, least of all in a way that requires your attention. And so the silence becomes something more than absence. It becomes texture. It's like running your fingers along the inside of an old drawer where nothing has been touched in years, the grain smooth from time, dust settled into folds no one ever disturbed. That kind of stillness isn't empty. It's full of what wasn't said, what wasn't asked for, what didn't need to be fixed. You don't have to explain why you're here. You don't even have to know. The body knows already. This is where it breathes without permission, without apology. It doesn't want to leave. Not yet. And not because of any fear of morning, but simply because the night has begun to feel like a language all its own, a way of being that needs no translation. There's an old radiator somewhere in the apartment that hasn't been turned on for months, but you can still hear it, just barely, the kind of sound that isn't really there at first, just a faint creaking from behind the walls, like something waking slowly after decades of sleep. It doesn't matter if it's real or imagined. The point is not to verify, but to notice how even machines remember their own rhythm when no one listens. The skin on your forearm drifts over the sheets in slow motion, almost imperceptible, but you feel it, like a current moving through water that hasn't been stirred in days. Not cold, not hot, just present. A sensation that doesn't ask for meaning, only space to exist. The toes on one foot curl slightly against the mattress, then uncurl again, as though testing whether they still belong to you. The world outside has stopped its urgency. No sirens now, no late night calls, no sudden bursts of music from a neighbor's open window. There are only the quiet hums that live in walls and corners. The refrigerator breathing at the far end of the kitchen, the distant thrum of a subway line under the street, the soft sigh of pipes settling into place after hours of stillness. You aren't resisting sleep, not really. But you're not chasing it either. Sleep isn't something to be caught or conquered. It's more like returning, like coming home to a room that has waited all day for you to walk through the door without demanding anything in return. The light from the street lamp outside filters faintly through the blinds, just enough to paint a thin line across your chest, a stripe of gray-blue that doesn't move and never will. It's not trying to wake you or pull you toward morning. It's only there, like a memory of daylight that forgot it wasn't needed anymore. There's nothing happening here, no story unfolding, no plan being made, no decision forming. The mind isn't chasing thoughts forward, it's letting them drift sideways, like leaves caught in a slow stream. One floats by, a half-remembered line from a song you haven't heard in years, and then fades without explanation. You don't have to understand why you stayed up. You don't need to justify the hour. The night didn't demand anything of you, it only offered what was already yours. Stillness, unclaimed time, a chance to exist without being seen or evaluated. And now it's offering something else, not more time, but deeper presence. Not escape from the day, but arrival into the moment where no one is waiting for your reply. The breath has slowed so much that it feels less like breathing and more like a quiet rhythm the body has learned to keep without being told how. It doesn't need you to guide it. It just keeps going, steady, soft, unbothered by what comes next. There's a warmth pooling low in your belly, not heat, not tension, but something quieter, the kind of comfort that settles after all effort has ended, like sitting under an old tree at dusk with no plan, only time to be there. A memory surfaces, no image, just a feeling, the way it felt when you were small, and someone left the kitchen light on for you after bedtime. Not because they thought you'd need it, but because they knew you liked the glow in the dark, even if you didn't say so out loud. The room wasn't meant to be safe. It was meant to feel like home. That's what this is now. The same kind of quiet gesture from yourself to yourself. A light left on not for anyone else, but because you know how good it feels to be seen in the dark without having to earn it. The air doesn't shift much, just enough that your hair brushes against the pillow once, then again, like something gentle reminding you you're still here. You don't have to respond. You don't even have to notice. And so the body lets go further, not all at once, but in small waves, like tides pulling back from a shore that never wanted to be left behind. There's no resistance, no effort, just release, slow and complete. The thoughts aren't disappearing, they're simply becoming less important. They don't matter enough to hold on to. A phrase floats by. What if I forget everything tomorrow? And then it doesn't matter anymore, because forgetting isn't the enemy here. It's not about memory or performance. It's just about being. You are allowed to be here without doing anything, without having done anything wrong, without needing to prove you deserve rest. The night is still yours, not as a theft, but as an inheritance. A gift returned to you because you remembered how to want it. There's no clock ticking in the room, no alarm waiting to break through the hush. The hours don't matter, only what they're holding. This moment of being unclaimed by anyone else and not needing to be claimed at all. The edges of your awareness soften, not into nothing, but into something full and quiet, like a cloud that doesn't want to rain, but just wants to exist in the sky. You could stay here for hours, maybe even until morning. Or you could drift gently toward sleep without any intention, as though it's not an end, but a continuation of this same slow unfolding. There's no need to decide, no reason to choose between being awake or asleep. You're already doing both, present and moving away at the same time. The darkness isn't cold anymore. It's warm with what hasn't been spoken. It holds everything that didn't get said today. All the small things. I'm tired. That wasn't fair. Can I just sit here for a minute? And none of them need to be heard out loud because they've already landed in this space where silence has become kind. A thought comes not as an interruption, but as a whisper that you don't have to protect yourself from being tired or hide from the fact that your body is asking for rest. You can let it come without guilt, without performance. There's no one here to measure whether you've earned this moment. No one to say you should be doing something else instead. You're not behind. You're not missing anything. The night still belongs to you, just as the sky belongs to birds, even when they're asleep. Just as a river keeps flowing even when no one is watching. And so you stay, not for long, not forever, but simply because there's nowhere better to be, not in any place that demands your attention, not in any time that asks for more than what you can give. Just here, softly letting go, like fabric settling into the ground after being carried too far. The breath slows further now, not by will, but by natural rhythm. Like a bell that has finished ringing and simply exists in its aftersound. There's no need to follow it, no need to guide it. It moves on its own quietly, without urgency, like something returning home, not because it was promised, but because it remembers where it belongs. And so the silence continues, not as absence, but as presence, not as emptiness, but as fullness, not as waiting, but as being. The air is thick with the stillness that comes not from absence, but from presence, something settling into its own shape, like moss growing over stone in a forgotten corner of the garden. You are no longer holding your breath for what might come next. The silence has stopped being an invitation to fill it and become something else entirely. A weightless thing that doesn't press down, but holds you up instead. There's a warmth beneath the skin, not from heat, but from stillness, like how water feels when it stops moving, yet remains alive. The thought of tomorrow is no longer a shadow stretching ahead. It has dissolved into the dark like salt in rainwater. Not erased, just absorbed. No urgency lingers behind its name. The list you keep pretending to carry doesn't exist here. Even if someone were to whisper it now, just one line from some forgotten notebook, the sound would fall flat against the quiet and vanish before reaching your ears. There's a softness in the way time folds itself around this moment, not stretching or shrinking, but folding inward like paper sealed with wax. Nothing needs to be remembered because nothing was ever lost. Not even what you didn't say, those small sentences that never made it past the tongue. I need space, not today. Just let me sit. They're here now in this shapeless air, not as debts or regrets, but as quiet things left on a shelf to dry. You could drift further without effort. Your mind doesn't have to chase anything anymore. It's stopped needing direction. It no longer scrambles toward meaning like it used to when the day was loud and full of demands. Now there is space between thoughts, not empty space, but thick with possibility, like a forest after rain, where every leaf holds its own drop. A faint hum moves beneath awareness, not from outside, but rising slowly through bones, like music that only your body knows how to hear. It doesn't require listening. You don't have to tune in or adjust the volume. The sound is already part of you, a slow pulse echoing backward from somewhere deep, something older than clocks. The edges of vision blur into softness, not with fatigue, but with release, like light diffusing through frosted glass that's been left open just enough for air to pass. There is no line between inside and outside anymore. The room isn't enclosing you, it's breathing beside you. You are not separate from the space. You are part of its rhythm. A memory surfaces, not sharp or clear, but warm in tone. The way sunlight used to fall across your kitchen floor on a Sunday morning when everyone else was still sleeping, and how it felt like permission just to sit there without moving toward anything. That moment wasn't about doing, it was about being allowed to be unclaimed by time. You're not drifting into sleep so much as sliding sideways into the shape of rest, like water finding its own level after a long journey through cracked earth. Nothing is forced. Nothing is demanded. The body knows what it needs better than any plan ever could. There's no need for clarity here. No demand to understand or explain anything. Even questions are not needed. They simply don't form because there's nowhere they can go. The thought of being productive now feels foreign, like a word from another language spoken in a room you've never entered. You're not supposed to be doing anything, just existing as the quiet does when no one is watching. And that is enough. You are allowed to be tired without apology. Allowed to stop answering, even if someone were calling your name through walls or dreams. The night has become its own kind of language, one spoken only in pauses and breaths, not words. The darkness isn't empty. It's full with things you don't have to label. The weight of a hand on a doorknob that never turned, the echo of laughter from an evening long past, the feeling of cold linoleum under bare feet when it was still safe to walk without purpose. These aren't memories in search of meaning. They are just here, like dust floating slowly through air. Your breathing is no longer something you notice. It's become part of a slow motion that doesn't care about speed or direction. It moves forward, not because you're guiding it, but because the body knows how to keep going even when nothing needs to be done. There's a stillness in your chest, not silence exactly, but stillness like the space between two heartbeats, where everything holds its breath for just long enough that time stops pretending. It's not waiting, it's already here. The thought of returning to wakefulness feels distant now, like remembering someone you haven't seen in years and knowing they're real without needing proof. You don't have to believe it, because the body remembers better than memory ever could. You are allowed this shape, the soft curve where being meets letting go, where no one asks for your attention or demands an account of how you spent your hours. This is not wasted time, it's been reclaimed. Not stolen from anyone else, but returned to you like a coat left behind at the edge of a field when spring comes early. There are no alarms in this place. No voices saying you should. No schedules ticking off minutes that don't belong to you anymore. Just the quiet, deep and wide as an ocean floor, where nothing needs to surface, because everything is already there beneath the skin of night. You could stay here forever or not at all. Either way feels right. The difference doesn't matter now. Your thoughts are no longer running from one thing to another. They've settled like leaves in a pool, floating gently on their own currents without needing direction or destination. One drifts by that you don't have to fix anything today. Not your past, not the next day, not even how tired you feel. Just this soft descent into what comes after wanting. There's no goal behind sleep anymore, not escape, not relief, but just rest as its own kind of arrival. Like a train pulling in at midnight when there are no passengers left to board, and nothing is expected except the quiet hum of tracks cooling beneath steel wheels. The air has changed slightly, imperceptibly like it used to before dawn, when everything was still holding on, but not quite ready to wake up yet. You're somewhere between that moment and what comes next, not fully awake, not fully asleep, but in a place where both are possible without conflict. There's no need to choose one over the other. You don't have to be more or less than you are right now. No performance required for presence. The body knows how to rest even when it doesn't know why. It remembers what the mind forgot. That stillness is not empty, but full of everything left unsaid and unclaimed. The darkness isn't cold. It's warm with all the things your skin has touched today, without meaning them. The back of a chair, the edge of a table, the soft weight of an arm on someone else's shoulder. Those touches didn't matter in the moment, but now they're part of this quiet space between breaths. You are not alone, not because there is company here, but because solitude has become kinder than it ever was before. You don't have to pretend you're okay or say anything just to be seen. Just being fully and quietly is enough. The silence isn't holding its breath, it's breathing with you now. And so are the walls, the floor, even the space between your fingers when they rest still on the edge of the blanket. Everything is listening without needing an answer. There's no need to follow anything anymore, not thought, not time, not expectation. Just this slow unfolding, the kind that doesn't rush toward a finish, but simply arrives where it was always meant to be. In quiet, in presence, in being nowhere else at once. The body remembers what the mind forgot. How easy it is to stop pretending, how much you can carry. And so you do not fight. You do not resist. You let go not with force, not with will, but like a leaf that knows its time has come, and simply lets itself fall where the wind takes it, without asking why or where it ends up. You are not drifting through a dream, but resting in the space between one breath and the next, where time doesn't measure itself by minutes or tasks, but by the weight of silence that settles like dust on a shelf. No one has touched for years. There's nothing urgent about this quiet, it simply is, without needing to prove its worth. The floor beneath you isn't just wood or tile. It's memory made solid, holding all the footsteps you've taken in this apartment when your mind was elsewhere, and your body had already forgotten how to stand straight. It remembers the way you walked barefoot after dinner last Tuesday, heels pressed into the linoleum like you were tracing a map only you could read. There is no one here who needs you to explain why you stayed up, or why now, when everything feels still, you're not afraid of what might happen if you close your eyes. The night doesn't demand answers. It asks for nothing at all, only presence. And so you stay, not out of rebellion, but because staying is a kind of peace. The air in the room isn't just empty space. It's thick with things that don't speak. The scent of old paper from your bookshelf, the faint warmth still clinging to the cup you left on the counter, the ghost of tea leaves long gone. These are not remnants, they're keepers. They stay behind because they were never meant to be used up or dismissed. Like a letter folded and tucked into a drawer without ever being mailed. You don't have to decide what this moment means. Not today, not ever. Meaning isn't required here. The only thing that matters is the way your fingers rest on your chest. Not quite pressing, just there, feeling the slow rhythm of where you belong in this body, right now, without having to earn it. There is a sound outside, the soft creak of a tree branch brushing against glass, or maybe just wind finding its way through cracks no one ever sealed. It doesn't matter which. What matters is that it's not asking anything of you. No call for attention, no plea to act. Just the quiet movement of something older than your thoughts. You are not trying to become someone else in this stillness. You don't need to be calmer or more focused or less tired. The mind can wander, can turn back toward that half-remembered game you played at 3 a.m., or the taste of salt on your lips from a snack you forgot you ate. But it doesn't have to go anywhere. It can float like smoke from an extinguished candle and still be part of this moment. The ceiling above you isn't holding anything up. It's just there, painted in pale gray that shifts slightly when the streetlight outside pulses once every few seconds. You don't need to name it. Don't even think about how many years it's been since someone looked at this wall and decided what color would live here. It doesn't matter anymore. You could open your eyes and see nothing but shadow, or you could stay closed. Let the dark become a kind of language in itself, one that speaks without words. You don't have to understand every syllable. Some things are meant only for feeling, not for translation. A thought drifts not as an interruption, but as something soft, like dandelion fluff catching on the edge of your vision, whether the kitchen light is still on. Not a worry, just notice. It's off now anyway, or maybe it is. But even if it is, no one will come to turn it out. No one has reason to walk through this room unless they're searching for something real and not just another task. The blanket over you hasn't been pulled tight. It hangs loosely, like a promise that doesn't need to be kept. You don't have to tuck yourself in or prove you're safe. Safety isn't about position. It's the fact that no one is coming through your door tonight. No knock, no voice, just this quiet and the slow rise and fall of breath between your ribs. You could stay awake for hours if you wanted, but you don't want to. That's not why you're here. You're here because sleep has become a place where freedom doesn't end, it continues in silence. The body knows how to let go even when the mind is still trying to keep track of things that no longer matter. There's a thread running through this, something small and unimportant, like a single strand of yarn pulled loose from an old sweater. You don't have to follow it, but if you do, it leads nowhere in particular. It just exists, and so does the moment. You are not fixing anything tonight. Not your mood, not your schedule, not how much time is left before morning comes and pulls you back into a world that doesn't know what you've been doing here, what kind of peace you found in this stolen hour, sitting with yourself in the dark like no one else ever could. The hours don't feel long or short, they just are. And right now, they're full. You don't have to be awake for it to count. You don't need to remember every second. What matters is that you were here, fully, quietly, without needing to do more than be. And the silence isn't empty. It's full of everything you've carried all day and never let go of. The things you didn't say, the thoughts you tucked away like receipts for emotions you weren't allowed to claim. They're still in there, the ones that stayed silent because they didn't fit on any agenda. But now, in this place where no one is listening, they don't need permission. They can just be. The room knows them too. The walls have heard your voice when it cracked at the end of a long day. They've felt the way you leaned against them after work, shoulders dropping like heavy weights finally released. They remember how you stood still in one corner once and didn't move for nearly 5 minutes, just breathing. They don't care about purpose or productivity. They only know what it feels like to hold someone when they're done pretending. You are not being watched. You are not being judged. No one is waiting for a report on how you spent your time. The night has no calendar, no checklist, no way of measuring whether this was good enough. What's happening right now, this slow descent into stillness, is already complete. It doesn't need to arrive somewhere else. The mind can drift again, can return to the feeling of standing at the kitchen sink with your hands under warm water. Not because you were washing anything, but because it felt good to have something real touching your skin. Or it might go back to that moment when you paused mid-scroll and looked up and realized no one had asked for anything. No email pinged, no message flashed, nothing required a response. Just silence and the rare gift of being able to choose where attention goes. That's not waste. That's not laziness. That's what it feels like to be allowed to exist without earning your place in time. And so you let yourself stay, this softness, this space between one breath and the next. Not waiting for anything. Not afraid of losing yourself because you're already found here. In the quiet where nothing has to move, no one has to speak, and everything can simply be. There's a quiet that settles not in the room, but beneath it, like water seeping into stone over years, slow enough to be unnoticed, until one day you realize it has changed everything. You are not lying on top of stillness. You are sinking into it, as if gravity here is measured not in weight, but in release. The floorboards that once held your footsteps now hold the memory of how light you felt when you walked them barefoot at 2 in the morning, like someone who had finally decided they could move without reason or account. There's a shelf in the kitchen corner where no one ever places anything, just dust and the faint ghost of a sticker long peeled away. It doesn't need to be useful. No one checks it. It doesn't demand attention. And yet you've noticed it, not because you wanted to, but because your eyes found it while drifting through half-awake thought, like finding an old photograph in a drawer no one remembers opening. That's what this is, finding things that were already there, hidden under the surface of habit. Not meaning, not purpose, just presence. The way light catches on the edge of a chipped mug left by the sink. How the air shifts slightly when you exhale, and your breath doesn't need to travel anywhere. The mind has been moving like an animal that forgot it was tired, pacing the edges of what it knows, turning back to where something just passed through. But now, the movement is not forward anymore. It's curling inward, like roots finding their way down into dark soil without needing to see where they're going. You don't need to keep track of which thought came first, or if any were useful. There's no point in sorting them. They are not messages sent from you to anyone else, just echoes of being awake when you didn't have permission to be. And now that permission has expired. The echo lingers like warmth after a fire dies. The body is softening, not because it wants to sleep, but because there's no reason left to hold itself together. No one is watching for signs of readiness. No one needs you to show up whole. You can unravel just enough to let in what's already been here all along. The fact that stillness isn't empty when you're not trying to fill it. The last thing you touched was your own wrist just a moment ago. Maybe the soft curve beneath skin where pulse lives and breath meets bone. Not checking time, not measuring anything. Just feeling that small place where warmth stays even after you've pulled away. And now the hands rest on the blanket, not folded, not arranged for comfort, but simply placed there as if they'd been waiting to know what to do with themselves and finally decided nothing. They don't have to be useful. They can just stay. The silence isn't empty. It's full of all the things you didn't say, but which now are allowed to exist without explanation. Like a word that never got spoken because it wasn't on any list, or a feeling you held too long in your throat until it became part of what made breathing possible. You can let go of needing to name them. They don't need titles. They don't need validation from the outside world. You've already known them deeply, quietly for hours now. And they're not leaving. They're just resting with you in this place where time doesn't count and presence is enough. There's a thread of sound that comes only when everything else stops. The kind of quiet that isn't silence, but listening. Not to the world outside, but to what's inside. The slow hum beneath thought, like a tuning fork struck once and still vibrating without anyone hearing it. You don't have to listen for meaning. You just have to be near enough to hear how soft it is. The way sound can exist even when nothing is making it. The walls are breathing too, not in rhythm with you, but in their own slow pattern of holding and letting go. They've seen countless nights like this, people who came home tired, not from work or worry, but from pretending they were okay, while everything inside was asking to be named. They don't remember your name, but they know what it felt like when you sat on the floor with your back against them and closed your eyes for a full minute without planning anything after. That's enough. It always has been. The air is thick with stillness, not because it's heavy, but because everything is allowed to be where it is. No need to correct or improve. No one waiting in the doorway asking if you're ready. The night doesn't care about readiness. It only knows how to let go when someone finally stops fighting against it. You've been awake on purpose, not to escape what comes tomorrow, but because this hour was yours before anything else existed. Before emails, before voices calling your name from another room, before the alarm that will one day decide you've had enough sleep. This is not a delay. It's not resistance. It's not failure of discipline or lack of motivation. It's belonging. And now, even as the body begins to sink deeper into weightlessness, like something slipping off a shelf, without falling, the mind doesn't panic about losing control. Because control was never what you were after anyway. What you wanted wasn't more time. It was permission to be somewhere that didn't ask for anything in return. To sit with yourself, not because you had to prove anything, but simply because it felt true. And now, as the breath slows and lengthens like a river, finding its course without effort, there is no need to cling or resist. The mind can wander again if it wants. It might go back to that feeling of standing at the window just after midnight, watching the streetlights flicker on one by one, not because you were waiting for anything, but because they looked like stars that had fallen and forgotten where they came from. Or maybe it will drift into remembering how your fingers traced the rim of a glass last week, how water had pooled at the base before you noticed, and how the moment felt important even though nothing changed. No need to hold on. No need to remember everything. The body is learning slowly how to let go, not because it has to, but because it finally understands. This is not surrender. It's arrival. The darkness isn't waiting for morning. It's holding you in a shape that fits exactly. Not too tight, not too loose, just right. Like the moment between two heartbeats when time doesn't move forward or backward, but simply stays. There's no need to fix anything. No list of things undone. No unfinished thought that must be resolved before sleep can come. You don't have to finish this. You don't even have to be aware of it anymore. The mind can drift into the space between one breath and the next, the place where not doing is itself a kind of doing. And stillness becomes the only language that matters. And you are here just being, with no need to do more than exist, with nothing required except your presence. Not for anyone else, not even for yourself. The night isn't ending, it's deepening. And somewhere beneath all this softness, something is settling not into sleep, but into itself. Into the quiet where you've already arrived, where no one has to come after, where what matters doesn't need to be said or proven or remembered. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to explain it. It's simply here, the way light rests on a shelf when no one is looking, the way air holds still for just long enough to let you feel how much space there really is between things. And now, as the body becomes less like something holding itself together, and more like something being held by what comes after, by the quiet that isn't absence, but fullness, you don't need to fight or stay awake. You don't have to try to be somewhere else. You're already where you needed to be, not waiting for tomorrow, not rushing from this moment, just breathing in a way that doesn't need words, just being, like the last note of music after everyone has stopped playing, still hanging in the air like something too soft to vanish. The air between your ribs feels like it's learned a new way to hold itself, not full, not empty, but shaped just so, like something that has finally found its place in the room without needing to claim it. The silence isn't loud anymore. It's quiet with weight, quiet that doesn't press on you, but cradles. You could lie here for hours and never need to move, because motion is no longer a demand of time, just an option if your body wants to shift or stretch or sigh into the mattress, like it's returning home after a long trip. There's a sound from somewhere in the house, not quite a creak, not quite a hum, just the soft settling of wood and wire as the building breathes through its joints. You don't wonder what it is. You don't need to name it or listen for more. It's just there, like a note that didn't belong to any song, but still fit in the room. Like when you used to sit by an open window during thunderstorms and watch how the rain changed color as it hit pavement, gray turning into silver before vanishing into puddles. And you'd stay still for minutes, just watching the way light bent through wet air, not because anything was happening, but because the world had slowed down enough to let you see. Now that same kind of stillness has moved inside you. It's in how your fingers have curled without intention, just resting on skin, not gripping, not pushing. In how your shoulders have dropped so low they're almost lost beneath the weight of themselves, like gravity has finally remembered what it means to be gentle. You don't need to remember why this moment matters. The body knows better than memory does. A thought arrives not as a demand, but as an observation that the corner where the wall meets the ceiling is darker now than it was earlier. Not because of shadows shifting, but because something in the room has changed its shape without you noticing. As if the space itself had turned inward, folding slightly around your breath until there's only enough air left for one long, slow exhalation before returning to silence. You could trace that corner with your eyes if you wanted. Just follow the line where light stops and dark begins. And not because it needs fixing or understanding. Because it's a place you've never looked at properly before. Just like all those moments when you walked past a street lamp at night without seeing how its glass globe caught the sky's last breath before dissolving into warmth. There's no need to fix anything here. No list of things left undone. The unfinished episode isn't missing because it hasn't been watched. It's already been felt in the way your hands stilled when you turned off the screen, in the quiet that followed like a door closing behind someone who had nothing more to say. The room is breathing with you now, not matching your pace exactly, but moving at its own slow rhythm, one that doesn't care if it's fast or slow. It's just existing, and so are you. A memory floats up, just the feel of cold tile beneath bare feet on a winter morning. How solid and silent it was before anyone else stirred. Not because you were early, but because you'd woken to something quieter than sound, a kind of pre-dawn stillness that doesn't announce itself with light or noise, just presence. You stood there for nearly 5 minutes not moving, just letting your body remember what it felt like to be awake before the world had decided how to use you. That same feeling is here now, only deeper. Not a memory so much as an echo of being allowed to exist without needing purpose. No need to do more than be in one place at once, with no goal beyond staying there. The air between your teeth tastes like stillness, like the way silence feels after laughter dies down, and you're left holding onto its shape, not knowing how long it will last, but grateful for the space it leaves behind. Your breath slows further, longer between inhales, softer as it exits, so soft that even the mattress seems to notice. Not with a movement, just with stillness, like it's waiting to see what you'll do next. But there is no next. There never was. The moment isn't moving toward anything. It's not building up or winding down. It's simply being. And now, as your awareness softens into the edges of itself, like a thought that slips off the page without leaving a trace, you might notice how time doesn't seem to pass anymore. Not forward, not backward. Just here, in the way a cloud can hang over a field for hours and never move, even though it's made of air and wind and all kinds of motion. You don't need to keep track of whether you're drifting or awake or somewhere in between. The mind doesn't have to prove its attention is useful. It can rest on the idea of nothing at all, like lying on your back under a tree with no leaves overhead. Just sky that's too distant to name, but close enough to feel. There's a pattern in the wall above you, a faint crack running diagonally from corner to ceiling, not wide enough to see clearly unless you're very still and very quiet. It doesn't need repair or explanation. It's just part of the room's story now, like how some people carry scars, not as wounds, but as markers of where they've been. You could spend hours watching it if you wanted, just tracing its path with your eyes, letting your gaze drift along the line like following a river that only exists in dreams. But even that isn't necessary. You don't need to see it. You just need to be near it, aware of its presence, without needing to know what it means. The body is sinking further now, not into sleep exactly, but into a kind of deep listening. Like the way you used to lie on your back in grass and wait for sounds that weren't there, birds, wind, footsteps, just to feel how quiet could be full when no one was watching. And somewhere beneath it all, something is not stopping. It's just letting go differently than before. Not with a rush or resistance, but like water spreading across stone after rain has ended. Slow, patient, without hurry. Your skin feels lighter now, not because you've lost weight, but because pressure has stopped needing to be fought. The weight of the day isn't gone. It's just not yours anymore. You didn't lose it. You returned it. There's a quiet in your chest that doesn't belong to any thought or word. It's older than memory, quieter than silence. It hums at the edge of awareness, like something that has always been there, but only now feels safe enough to be felt. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of things you don't need to name, full of where your breath lands when it doesn't have to answer anything, full of space between heartbeats, between thoughts, between one moment and the next, where no one comes looking, where nothing asks for proof or permission. You don't have to do anything now, not even be aware of doing nothing. The body is learning how to rest, not by trying harder, but by forgetting it ever had to try at all. A light from outside flickers, once across the ceiling. A passing car's headlight brushing through the window glass, just long enough to leave a ghost in the room before vanishing again into dark streets. You don't flinch. You don't wonder who's driving or where they're going. The moment passes like breath held too long and then released without purpose. And now this is not an ending. It is a continuation of being deeper than thought, quieter than sound, softer than stillness. Like something that has always been waiting for you to finally stop chasing it in order to realize you were never far from home. The mind doesn't need to stay awake or asleep. It can simply be just as the air is just there, just as the wall is just cracked and whole at once, just as time isn't moving forward, but staying still in a way that feels like belonging. The sound of your breath isn't a rhythm anymore, it's a shape, something that settles into the air like dust in sunlight. It doesn't need to be steady or deep. It just needs to be there, present enough to know it's yours without having to claim it. The room holds it gently, not as proof of life, but as evidence of stillness, like how water remembers a stone even after it's been carried away. There's no effort in the way your ribs rise and fall now. No performance for anyone watching or listening from outside. This is not breathing with purpose. It's breathing like the wind might breathe if it forgot what it was supposed to be doing. Somewhere beneath this quiet, a thought begins just a flicker, not of wanting, not of need, but just a surface shift, like water catching light in a way that doesn't change anything except how it feels to look. It's the memory of your hands on the kitchen counter earlier, fingers tracing the edge where tile meets wood, not for any reason, but because they wanted to feel something real again after hours of being touched by screens and demands. You didn't press hard. You didn't need to. The line was there, slight, uneven, and you let your thumb follow it until it didn't matter anymore whether you were measuring or remembering. Now that same kind of attention returns, but not to a surface this time. It drifts inward, not toward worry or planning, but into the space between nerves and bones where sensation lives without needing a name. Your shoulders aren't relaxed in the way people describe relaxation. They're simply no longer carrying anything, not even their own weight. The muscles have stopped pretending they need to stay tight, not because something told them to let go, but because they finally realized there was nothing left to hold onto. The darkness around you isn't a void. It's full of the kind of quiet that can't be filled by noise or words. It doesn't ask for anything. It doesn't promise peace in exchange for effort. It just is. And because it is, your body begins to believe it doesn't have to earn its rest. There's no checklist to finish before you're allowed to stop. No one outside this room will come knocking with a reminder that tomorrow still needs your attention. The list can wait. The meeting can delay. The email won't vanish if you don't reply by dawn. You could lie here for hours without moving, not because you want to escape the world, but because you found a place where being isn't an act. It's just happening. Not fast, not slow, just in its own time. Like water seeping through soil after rain has stopped, like moss growing on stone no one sees. No rush, no judgment, just continuity. There's a warmth beneath your left shoulder blade. Not heat, exactly, but the kind of feeling that comes from something long ignored finally being acknowledged by the body. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't say, "Look here." It just exists as proof that you are still here, still alive in ways that don't need to be proven or documented. Your hands rest on your stomach now, palms open, fingers slightly curled, not because they're doing anything, but because gravity has allowed them to be this way. They've stopped searching for something to hold onto. The air is thick with silence that doesn't feel empty, not even close. It feels like the kind of fullness you might find in a cathedral when no one's singing, and all the stained glass is dark, still beautiful because it has been waiting. You don't need to be asleep. You don't need to wake up tomorrow feeling refreshed or accomplished. What you're doing now isn't about performance. It's not even about sleep. It's about presence, in a way that can't be measured by how long you've stayed still. The mind doesn't need to quiet down because it was too loud before. It just needs to stop trying so hard to know what it should do next. The edges of your awareness are soft now, not sharp or focused, but blurred like the kind of light seen through fogged glass. You don't have to follow anything. There's no destination, no path forward that requires you to keep going. The night isn't a delay. It's not even a pause. It's just now, and it doesn't care whether you're awake or dreaming. There's something in the way your breath meets the air, like two quiet things meeting without needing to speak. Not collision, not connection, just coexistence. Like how clouds move across sky, not because they want to go anywhere, but because that's what they do when no one is watching. The sound of a distant siren passes through the street below, not loud enough to disturb, not close enough to name, just another rhythm in the quiet fabric of this hour. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't carry news or warning. It just happens, and so do you. You don't have to be useful anymore. You don't have to be aware or clever or even kind right now. There's no one here asking for your attention. No voice saying you're late. No clock ticking toward a deadline that doesn't matter. The only time that exists is this one, the slow drift of breath, the quiet hum beneath skin, the way your body knows how to rest without needing permission. And if a thought comes, whether it's about laundry left undone or a message unread, it isn't a demand. It's just a shape passing through the air, like smoke from a fire long gone. You don't have to chase it. You don't even have to notice it clearly. It moves on its own and leaves no trace. There's a softness in your jaw now, like you finally remembered that tension isn't required for being alive. Your teeth aren't clenched anymore, not because they were ever tight, but because the need to stay alert has faded like light at dusk. The muscles under your skin are learning how to be still without forgetting what it means to live. The wall is still there, cracked, unremarkable, but you're no longer tracing its line with your eyes. You don't need to see it to know it's part of the room. It doesn't have to explain itself. It just exists, like you do now, not for anyone else, not even for yourself. Your legs are heavy in a way that isn't fatigue. They're simply letting go into the mattress, sinking deeper without resistance, like soil accepting rain after drought. There's no effort in lying down, no performance of surrender, just gradual release. The body doesn't need to decide when it's rested. It just knows when it can stop fighting. And somewhere under all this stillness, a quiet voice says, soft, not urgent, that you were never broken for staying up late. You weren't wrong for wanting your own time. You didn't fail because the morning came too soon. You simply took back what was yours, the silence, the dark, the right to be in your body without needing permission. This isn't a rebellion anymore. It's not revenge or resistance. It's just peace, and it doesn't need to last forever. It doesn't have to prove anything. It can exist for one breath, 1 hour, one night, just long enough for you to know that you are allowed to be here, exactly as you are. The air is full of things you don't need to name. The feel of the sheets against your skin, the shape of your spine resting on the mattress, the way the light from outside still hasn't returned. You don't have to hold onto any memory or emotion. There's no story that needs finishing. Just this moment, this deep, slow letting go. Your fingers aren't moving. Your chest isn't rising and falling with urgency. It's just breathing, the kind of breath that doesn't need words. The kind that comes when you stop trying to control it. And the night holds you, not like a cage, not like a promise, but like something that has always known your name without ever needing to say it aloud. You're not fading into sleep so much as dissolving into it, like salt in warm water, no sharp edge, no resistance, just a slow softening of shape until you can't tell where your body ends and the dark begins. The kind of stillness that doesn't feel empty but full, like a room after everyone has left, and the silence hasn't yet learned to be quiet. You don't need to find anything here, no answers, no reasons, no next step. There's nothing to solve or finish or even hold on to. Just this warmth in your chest, not quite heat, not quite comfort, just presence, the kind that doesn't ask for a reason to exist. The floor beneath the bed is cool now, not cold, but the way stone remembers winter without needing to feel it. You can almost hear the house settling into its bones, one creak at a time, like old wood learning how to breathe again after years of being asked to stay still. No one told you that buildings get tired too, and that their exhaustion doesn't look like anything dramatic, just quiet adjustments, small shifts in weight, the slow release of pressure from joints no one ever named. You're not alone in this soft unraveling. There's a thread of light slipping under the door, an old seam unsealed by years, and it moves slowly across the floor, not bright enough to matter, just wide enough to remind you that outside is still awake. But it doesn't call you. It doesn't demand your attention or ask if you're ready. It just lies there like a forgotten promise, part of some other life happening elsewhere. You don't have to meet it. You don't even have to think about why it's there. Your left hand is resting on the blanket, fingers curled slightly, not asleep, not awake, just waiting for something that isn't coming. It doesn't need to do anything. The skin over your knuckles feels thin and soft, like paper worn smooth by time, no longer meant to be strong, but simply to exist. You're allowed to have hands that don't grip or reach, hands that just are, and the sound of your breath slower now, so slow it's almost not happening at all, doesn't echo, because there's nothing around to catch it. It doesn't need to land anywhere. There's no one listening to measure its depth or judge its rhythm. You're breathing into a space that has no purpose but to hold you. The air isn't for anything except being air, and your lungs aren't trying to perform. They just open when they can, close when they want, without apology. You don't have to decide whether this is enough. It doesn't need to be. You're not measuring it against any standard, no calendar, no schedule, no one's idea of a good night. This isn't a victory or a failure. It's just what happens when you stop fighting the quiet and let yourself become part of it. The walls aren't watching anymore. The corners don't need to be inspected. The ceiling above you doesn't care if your mind is still humming with half-formed thoughts, unfinished glances at screens that haven't been turned off yet. It just holds space, no judgment, no demand for clarity or meaning. You're not required to make sense in here, and somewhere deep beneath the quiet, a memory stirs, not of anything specific, but of being small and needing permission to be still. A child who was told to be good, while their body screamed to lie down, to stop trying to fit into a shape that didn't belong. But this isn't that time anymore. This is later, when you've learned how to say no without guilt, when you know the difference between being absent and being present. You don't have to prove your worth by doing something. You're already here. The mattress remembers every weight it's held, the late night thoughts, the restless turns, the grief that came in silence with nowhere else to go. It doesn't judge how you used it or why. It just absorbed you, like a sponge soaking up water without question, never asking if it was worth it. And now, as your body sinks deeper, it's giving back not by holding tighter, but by letting go. There's no clock here, no ticking beneath the floorboards, no voice from tomorrow telling you to be ready. The only time that matters is this one, the breath in your chest, the warmth pooling behind your ribs, the way your skin feels like something that can finally stop pretending it needs protection. And if a thought comes, whether it's about the laundry or whether someone left a light on somewhere, it doesn't have to be named. It doesn't need to be answered. Just let it pass through like wind over grass, not touching anything, but moving anyway. You don't have to follow it. There's no prize for reaching the end of your thoughts. The night isn't keeping score. It doesn't care if you're productive or peaceful. It just knows how to wait. And now, so do you. There's a quiet weight in your eyelids, not heaviness like fatigue, but a softness that says you can close. Not because it's time, not because you've earned it, but because the act of closing them isn't surrender. It's an invitation to rest without needing approval, to sink into stillness and let everything else drift out of reach. The dark doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't need your attention or your stories. It just is unmoved by regrets, unshaken by plans that never happened. And for the first time in a long while, so are you. You don't have to be useful. You don't have to remember what came before or worry about what comes after. There's no one here who needs your voice, your energy, your presence, except maybe yourself. And even that demand has softened into something quieter, gentler. You're not escaping the world. You're simply stepping outside of its noise for a while. And in this space, between wakefulness and sleep, you don't have to be anything but what you are. Someone who stayed up on purpose and now is learning how to stay down with grace. The floorboards creak again, not loudly, just once, and the sound doesn't mean anything. It's not a signal or a warning, just a small movement in an old house that has long since stopped needing reasons for its own existence. You're breathing slower now, so slow it feels like you might stop altogether. But your body knows what to do even when you don't. The rhythm is no longer yours to control, and that's okay. You don't have to steer this anymore, and the air around you, it's not thick with expectation or tension. It's just full of stillness, like a room where no one has spoken in years. But the silence isn't lonely. It feels like belonging, not because it was earned, but because it simply is. You're allowed to be here without earning it, without explaining why, without proving that you deserve this moment. There's nothing left to do except let go. And so you do. Not all at once, not with a single act, but in small drops, like water falling into a pool over time, each one disappearing without leaving a ripple. You're no longer holding your breath for the next thing to happen. You don't have to be alert or ready or even aware. The night doesn't need you to perform. It's not waiting for you to wake up or finish something or fix what didn't break. It just holds space, and in that space, you are free. Not because of how long you stayed awake, not because of the things you did with your hands or eyes or thoughts, but simply because you're here, exactly as you are, with no one else to answer to and nothing to prove. And if sleep comes now, it won't be a defeat. It won't mean you lost control or gave in. It will mean you trusted what was already happening, that you let yourself become part of the quiet instead of fighting it. The body knows how to rest without needing permission. The mind knows how to stop racing when there's no one asking for answers. And the night, always patient, always waiting, knows exactly how to keep you safe, even when you forget your own name. So let go. Not because you have to, but because you can. Because this is yours. Because this moment doesn't belong to anyone else but you. And if tomorrow comes with its usual list of things that need doing, its demands, its expectations, it won't matter tonight. Not now. Just for this one breath. The ceiling above you is not a surface to be measured or remembered, just a shape in the dark that holds no judgment and asks for nothing. The faintest shadow of your window frame leans across it like a letter left unopened. There's something quiet about unfinished things when they're allowed to stay untouched. You don't need to read them. You don't have to answer. There's no one who will come knocking with an explanation. No voice that needs you to respond in kind. The air near your face is warm from the last few breaths you took before surrendering. And it lingers like a hand resting gently on your cheek without meaning to. Something far off hums, maybe the refrigerator starting up again, maybe just the house settling into its own rhythm of quiet electricity. It doesn't matter where it comes from or what it means. You aren't listening for messages in sounds anymore. The noise isn't trying to reach you. It's simply part of the night's breath, slow and steady like a pulse beneath the floorboards. Your fingers are still curled slightly around nothing, just resting on the edge of the blanket, as if they might fall asleep before you do. There's no need to move them. No urgency in stretching or adjusting. They can stay where they are because the world won't care, and neither will you. You're not trying to be comfortable for anyone else, not even for your future self who'll wake up tomorrow with a list that hasn't been written yet. The wall beside you is smooth, but not cold, just quiet in its presence, like an old friend whose name you've forgotten, but still recognize by touch. It doesn't expect anything from you. It has no memories of being seen or praised. It simply holds the space where your back rests and lets that be enough. You don't have to explain why you're lying here. No one asked for a reason. There's an old sweater on the chair across the room, your favorite, worn thin at the elbows, with a thread missing near the collar. You didn't put it there tonight. It was already sitting there when you arrived in this half-light, waiting like something that belonged to you before you even remembered how to take care of yourself. You're not thinking about what will happen if you fall asleep now. Not whether tomorrow's meetings will go smoothly, or if someone will notice the bag under your eyes. You've already been through all those stories tonight, every version of what if, every replayed moment that tried to pull you back into motion. They don't need your attention anymore. The only thing left is this, the soft weight of stillness, like water pooling in a hollow where no one ever came before. You're not trying to fix anything, not even yourself. The night doesn't require repair or resolution. It just lets things be as they are, broken parts, unfinished thoughts, stray feelings that never got spoken. Your breath is so slow now, it feels less like breathing, and more like the world slowly inhaling through you. One long cycle after another, not forced, not rushed. You're not holding your chest tight or trying to stay awake with willpower. The body knows how to rest when there's no one watching. Outside, a car passes just once, and its light cuts across the floor for less than 2 seconds before fading again into shadow. It doesn't matter where it went. It wasn't coming for you. You weren't waiting for anything to arrive. There was no signal in that beam of yellow. No message. Just movement passing through space without needing a purpose. A small noise from deep within the house. Maybe a pipe groaning. Maybe just air shifting in a vent. Echoes faintly like something ancient remembering its own name. It doesn't need to be understood. It's not trying to warn you or call your attention. It's just part of how this place lives, quietly, without explanation. You're no longer holding onto the idea that staying up was wrong. That feeling, the one that came with guilt and exhaustion, has loosened like a knot untied in sleep. You don't have to defend what you did tonight. There were no rules broken because there was no authority present except your own sense of peace. And now, even that peace doesn't need defending. It just is, like dust settling on an old shelf after years of being ignored. No one cared if it stayed or vanished. But here it is, settled, undisturbed, accepted by the silence itself. There's a faint scent in the air, not perfume, not smoke, not anything from outside, but something older, like memory without form. Warm linens folded away too long, or the quiet of paper left open on a desk for months. It isn't pleasant or unpleasant, just real, like the feeling of your own skin after hours of stillness. You don't have to be aware of it to know it's there. Your shoulders are not tight anymore. They've dropped, not because you told them to, but because they finally stopped holding on. Your arms feel heavier than before, not with fatigue, but with the weight of being allowed to stop. The last few thoughts that drifted by, whether the door is locked, what they might say now, if anyone would notice if you didn't show up tomorrow, are gone too, not dismissed, just left behind like pebbles in a creek bed. They don't need to be carried forward. No one will ask for them. This moment isn't borrowed. wasn't taken from anything else. You didn't steal it, you simply claimed it when no one was looking. And now, because you've stayed awake on purpose, the act of letting go becomes its own kind of return. Not to duty, not to expectation, but back into yourself. The dark doesn't demand that you stay aware. It doesn't care if your thoughts wander or pause or dissolve like mist in morning light. You're allowed to become formless for a while. There's no need to keep track of time anymore, not because it has stopped passing, but because the concept feels distant now, like something from another life where clocks mattered and hours were measured by what you accomplished. But here, nothing needs to be done. There is no account to balance, no future that must be prepared for. You don't need to prepare your mind for sleep. Only let it forget how to stay awake. The house breathes around you in slow waves, not loud enough to disturb, just present enough to remind you that you're not alone in stillness. Something shifts near the kitchen window, a curtain catching a draft, and then nothing again. The silence returns, deeper now, as if something has settled inside it too. You are allowed to stop being useful, allowed to be quiet without apology, allowed to exist simply because your body is here and your mind is slowing down, not because you're trying to win anything or prove anything. The idea of tomorrow, its meetings, its obligations, its long list written in invisible ink on the inside of your skull is already softening. It's not disappearing, but it's losing its sharpness, like a word said too many times until it becomes just sound again. And when sleep comes, it won't be an ending. It will be another kind of arrival, one where you're no longer fighting to stay awake, but finally stepping into the quiet without needing permission. Not because you've earned it, but because you never needed to earn peace at all. You don't have to fight your way back down. You can let yourself sink like a stone in deep water that doesn't care how long it takes to reach the bottom. No one is waiting above to see if you're still alive. Just silence, just dark, just breath moving without effort. And for now, this is enough, not because it will last forever, but because it's here, right now, uninterrupted, yours alone, not stolen, not earned, simply given by the night itself as a gift to someone who stayed up on purpose and then chose not to stay awake any longer. You don't have to explain why you're letting go. Just let go. The ceiling above you is not a surface, but a quiet space where light has forgotten how to land. It doesn't reflect. It just holds the dark like a cup cradling warmth long after the tea has cooled. Your breath moves in without rhythm or intention, just rising and falling between two still points of awareness that no longer care about measuring time. The kind of breathing you only notice when there's nothing else to do but feel. Outside, something shifts, not loud enough for a sound, just a change in how the quiet settles over rooftops. A bird might have stirred in its nest at the edge of sleep, or perhaps it was wind settling into branches that had been holding still all evening. Either way, you don't need to name what made that shift. You only know that silence isn't empty. It's full with things that aren't meant to be spoken. Your feet are bare on a floor that remembers every step you've ever taken through it, every time you rushed past in the morning, or crept back after hours of being away from this place. But now, they're not rushing anywhere. The soles press into wood like roots taking hold slowly beneath soil. There's no urgency to how deep they sink, only patience. The air is thick with stillness, not cold, but dense enough that, when it moves through you, it carries the weight of something quiet and unclaimed. It doesn't ask for anything in return. You don't have to breathe into it or out from it. Just let yourself be carried by its presence, like a leaf drifting down a slow river. There's no need to gather thoughts now. No reason to keep them sharp or organized. The ones that remain aren't searching. They're simply resting where they fell, scattered across the floor of your mind, as if dropped there in surrender. One lingers near the kitchen sink, something about a mug left out after tea was finished. But it doesn't matter why it stayed. It's just part of the landscape now. A different kind of quiet grows inside you, not absence, but fullness. Not silence, exactly, but something like memory made physical. The way your body remembers warmth from sunlight 2 days ago, even though no sun has touched you since then. That sensation isn't fading, it's deepening in its own slow way. You don't have to pull it back. You don't need to fix what's already quieted itself. The space between heartbeats expands, not because your pulse slows, but because each beat is allowed more room, like a single note held until the air around it changes shape. Somewhere far away in the city, traffic hums at low volume, just enough noise to remind you that movement still exists, but not close, not loud enough to break this current of calm. It doesn't pull on your attention. You don't need to listen or tune out. It's just there, like a distant ocean tide pulling against stone. Your skin is no longer aware of being touched by anything, whether it's air, fabric, memory. But you feel its presence as something continuous with the rest, not separate from this stillness, but woven through it. There was once an idea that sleep had to be earned, that only after certain rituals could you be allowed to stop. But tonight isn't built on rules or rewards. It's built on permission given silently by a night that has waited for you all day long and said nothing when you finally came. You don't have to earn your way into this moment, not through discipline, not through effort. You've already arrived simply by staying awake long enough to to recognize what it means. Being present without performance. The last thought doesn't rise like a wave. It just floats in the corner of awareness, like dust suspended in light. It isn't asking anything, doesn't want anything, just exists as proof that even silence can carry small things, if only for a while. You could stay here longer than you think, long enough to forget how time usually feels, the way it rushes forward or pulls back, depending on who's watching. But this version of now doesn't care about duration. It isn't measuring itself against anything else. It's not the same as forgetting, but close. A letting go so complete that memory becomes irrelevant in its own quiet moment. The dark is no longer just around you, it has seeped into your edges and filled them with softness. You aren't inside it, you're part of how it lives now, like water filling an open vessel without resistance. There's nothing to do, but let the rhythm slow further. Let each breath stretch a little more than before, until even that feels unnecessary, until there is no need for effort at all. The apartment doesn't remind you it needs cleaning or fixing. It isn't waiting for anything from you, not promises, not returns, not even your presence in full form. It just holds the space like an old friend who knows how to listen without speaking. You don't have to tell anyone what this is. You haven't told yourself yet, and that's okay. It's enough to know it happens when no one else is looking, when you've taken back not a moment, but a whole way of being. Awake on purpose so you can finally rest unapologetically. The clock doesn't matter because time hasn't stopped. It has simply stepped aside. It's still moving, yes, but somewhere far away from here, in another world where things must be accounted for, and counted like coins left behind after a long day. Here, there's only breath that flows without being noticed, only the soft pressure of your body against surface, the kind of contact that doesn't require gratitude or acknowledgement, only presence. And so you continue, not racing toward sleep, but sinking into it gently, as if already at home in its absence. No one is coming to wake you. No voice calls from beyond this dark. The only thing moving now is the quiet itself, slowly turning like a wheel that doesn't need direction. You don't have to return anywhere, yet, not even to your own thoughts. Not when they've chosen their rest as well. The floor beneath you remembers every version of you, the one who walked through it in haste, the one who stood still for too long, the one who stayed up late, and then let go without explanation. But tonight is different, not because something changed, but because nothing needed to. You didn't fix anything or finish anything. You simply remained, and that was enough. The dark doesn't ask you to be more than what you are right now. No mask, no role, stillness held together by the quietest kind of courage, showing up for yourself without needing permission. There is no edge here, not a beginning or an end, but only continuation in its softest form. And so it goes. Not faster, not slower, just continuing like water, finding where to pool after rainfall. Like light catching just enough on dust particles to make them visible before vanishing again into the air. You are not falling asleep. You're simply becoming part of a rhythm that doesn't need you to be awake or aware. The quiet isn't waiting for anything from you, not your attention, not your intention, not even your name. It's already holding space with no expectation. And so it stays, this moment without weight, this breath without urgency, this stillness where nothing needs to happen but what is already happening. It doesn't need a story or meaning. It only needs time to exist in its own way. You don't have to think about why you're here. You're not trying to become something new. Not even quiet, just being quietly present like the air between notes, where nothing happens and everything continues anyway. There's no destination, only continuation. And so it carries on, not with purpose, but simply because that's how stillness lives, without reason or demand. You don't have to wake up tomorrow ready for anything. Not today, not even later tonight. Just keep breathing like the dark is holding you in its arms, like gravity has softened into something gentle and forgiving, not demanding a return to form. There's no need to be useful, no duty to become whole again or prove your worth by being awake. You are enough, not because of what you do, but because you've stayed up on purpose and then chosen rest without guilt. No one is watching. You don't have to perform for anyone anymore, not even yourself. And so the quiet deepens, not with absence, but presence, like a room where no one is left yet. Though all are gone in spirit, there's a certain thickness to the dark that isn't empty. It holds weight, not in pressure, but in quiet accumulation, like dust settling on surfaces no one touches anymore. It doesn't ask you to see it. You don't have to name it or acknowledge its shape. Just lie there and feel how it gathers around you without crowding, as if it's learned your outline by heart over many nights of this same motionless return. The floor still remembers the way you pressed into it earlier, how your spine curved slightly when you first gave in, not out of exhaustion, but surrender to a kind of permission that wasn't given aloud. Not a command, not an order, just the slow unfurling of something long folded inside, like paper that had been crumpled too many times, and then left in sunlight until it forgot how to hurt. Now you are not moving, not for anything. The body has stopped measuring time against effort. There is no need to prove presence through action. You don't have to demonstrate care or alertness. or even awareness. Just breathing deeply enough that the air brushes across your ribs like something nearly forgotten, but always known. There's a moment when stillness isn't just absence of noise, it becomes its own sound. A low hum beneath the silence, not from outside, but from within. The kind of quiet that fills a space even after all movement has stopped. It doesn't need to be explained. You don't have to sit up and listen for it. It's already here, and somewhere in the walls, maybe behind paint or beneath floorboards, the house is breathing too, slowly, softly. Not with urgency, not with memory of who was there before you, but as a living thing that has simply stayed awake long enough to recognize patterns. The rhythm of someone staying up past midnight on purpose, then letting go without explanation. This isn't failure. It's not rebellion either, not in any loud way. It's something quieter than defiance, closer to recognition. You showed up for yourself when no one else did, not because you had to, but because you could. Because the night was yours, and you took it with hands that didn't tremble. And now that you've taken it, what happens next doesn't have to be planned. There's no need to fix anything or finish something. You don't even have to decide where this moment leads, only accept that it is, and has always been, enough just as it is. The kind of rest that comes after purposeful staying up isn't the same as the kind you get when you crash from fatigue. This one isn't earned through collapse. It arrives because you've already done the work of claiming your time. You didn't wait for permission to be still. You didn't ask if it was okay to not do more. So now, instead of chasing sleep like a finish line, let yourself drift into its absence, the way water spreads across stone without force. Not trying to fill every gap, just accepting that some things don't need to be full, only present. The dark doesn't care about completion. It doesn't track progress or demand results. You are not behind on anything, not your life, not your list, not even the dream you haven't finished yet. There's no tomorrow pressing in here. No voice from work, no reminder of a task left undone. Not even guilt, because guilt needs a reason to stay, and this moment has already forgotten how to hold it. You don't have to be useful tonight. You're allowed not to matter for once, not as an employee, not as someone who should be better or faster or more efficient. The world can wait. The person you were during the day doesn't need to come back until they want to, until they decide what kind of presence is needed. And in this stillness, there's a texture beneath your awareness, a feeling like something soft being held between fingers that don't know it's there anymore. It isn't sharp or urgent. It's just present, like the way warmth lingers on skin after sunlight has left, not because you're holding onto it, but because the body remembers how to carry heat. It's okay if thoughts drift in, whether the door is locked, whether someone will notice when you don't reply, what they might say now about the hours that slipped by like water through fingers. Those things don't need answers anymore. They arrive not as questions, but as observations, quiet notes written on paper no one will read. And so you let them float past, like leaves caught in a slow current, moving without direction and leaving behind only ripples that fade before they're noticed. The mind still wanders, but it's not racing toward anything now. It doesn't need to go anywhere. There is nowhere else to be. No one waiting for an update. Nothing left unsaid, but what doesn't matter anyway. You can rest because you've already chosen yourself again and again. Every night this has been true. Not as a performance, not as proof of anything, but simply because the quiet hour belongs to you, not in spite of how long you stayed awake, but because it always did. And now that sleep is coming, not forced, not earned, just quietly unfolding like a curtain drawn closed after hours of light. There's no need to resist it. Let it fall over you gently, as if the air itself has decided to become heavy with kindness. Not pushing, not pulling, but wrapping around in soft layers, one upon another, until even thought begins to feel like something that doesn't belong here anymore. Like a song heard too many times already, now fading into background. There's no need to remember this night when you wake. No demand to carry it forward. You don't have to prove its value by holding onto the memory of how long you stayed or why you didn't go to sleep earlier. Just rest without apology, without calculation, without needing to be more than what you are right now. Someone who showed up for their own stillness in a world that doesn't always allow it. Someone whose breath is slow and steady, not because they've finished, but simply because they've chosen to stay. The dark isn't cold, it's holding something else instead. Not warmth, exactly, but the opposite of absence. A kind of fullness without content, like a room where nothing happens yet everything stays. Like time that doesn't tick or count, just continues, quietly and patiently, waiting for no one, needing nothing but this moment to be. And you are not escaping it. You're not running from anything. You're simply letting go, not of the night, not of your own will, but of the need to control where it leads. You don't have to understand why this stillness feels like home when so much else in life has felt temporary or incomplete. It doesn't matter that you didn't finish what you started earlier, that you forgot a name, skipped a meeting, left something on pause. The only thing required here is breath, steady, soft, unbroken. Let your body sink deeper into the surface beneath it, not because it needs to be held, but because it's learned where it belongs. Like roots finding soil after years of dry earth. like hands that finally stop searching and just rest in their own shape. There's a quiet behind the quiet now, a kind of stillness within stillness. Not emptiness, not silence as absence, but something closer to presence without form. A space where nothing needs to be true or real, only continued. And so it continues, not faster, not slower, but with the same gentle weightlessness that has carried you through all these long hours of quiet rebellion, of stolen time, of resting on your own terms. You didn't break anything when you stayed up late. You simply found a way to stay where no one else could follow, inside the silence, inside your own breath, inside the rhythm only you know how to hold. Now there's another kind of stillness forming, not sleep yet, not waking, but something in between, like fog that doesn't lift, but just settles deeper into the ground, like a dream that hasn't begun, but already feels familiar. And it's okay if you don't recognize this feeling, this weightless continuation, this absence of need. It's okay to be here without knowing why, without needing to understand, without having to do anything at all. There's a weight in your chest that isn't pressure, not quite, more like something settling into place after years of being too light to notice. The kind of fullness you don't carry on purpose, but simply allow yourself to hold when nothing else demands it. It's not joy, not exactly, not loud or bright, but closer to a slow release, the moment just after the last note in a song that was never meant to end. You're not thinking about anything now, and that is not a failure of attention. That is an act of trust. The air is thick with stillness, but not the kind that chokes. It's like being inside a room where all sound has been folded into the walls, not erased, just transformed. There are no echoes here, only shadows that don't move and shapes you can almost name before they dissolve back into shapelessness. You aren't chasing anything through this space. You're letting it drift over your skin the way dust settles on a shelf after years of being untouched. There's a corner in your mind where time doesn't flow forward, but curls gently inward, like smoke from a candle that burned low and slow until there was nothing left to burn. That is not memory. It isn't recollection or regret. It's just presence without label. A place you don't need to enter because you've already been here for hours, maybe even days, in the way only dreams can be real while they last. Your body has stopped trying to stay awake. There was no fight, no resistance, no moment of surrender. Just a quiet letting go that happened between two breaths, like water finding its level after being shaken too long. The kind of stillness where movement isn't the default anymore, where even thought slows not out of tiredness, but because it's realized there's nowhere left to run. It doesn't matter how many times you've done this, how often you stayed up past reason, past exhaustion, past the point where where sleep should have been waiting for you like a promise. It doesn't matter what people might say about discipline or routine, or whether tomorrow will suffer. What matters is that in these hours, when the world has turned away and left only silence behind, you were not alone with your thoughts, you were home with them. The sound of nothing isn't empty, it's full of possibility. Like a library where all books have been read, but no one has taken them down yet. Or a train station that never closes, where every platform waits for someone who will never arrive, but still stays open anyway. You don't need to know why it keeps going. You just need to feel the rhythm of its quiet existence. There's something in your throat now, not tears, not hunger, but the soft pressure of being seen by yourself. Not praised, not judged, just witnessed in a way that requires no performance. No pretending you're tired when you aren't, or awake when you are. Just this, breath moving through you like water over stone, smooth and unmarked. You don't need to remember what happened earlier, the episode you didn't finish, the message you ignored, the thing you were supposed to do but forgot. You don't have to justify your choices to yourself anymore. The night wasn't wasted, it was claimed. And now that claim is returning to its source, rest. The dark outside isn't just absence, there's a shape to it. Not blackness as emptiness, but color without light. Like the space between two notes in music where no pitch exists, yet everything feels tuned anyway. It holds you not by force, but by invitation to be here, even if only for a few more breaths. Your hands are still, no need to clutch anything, no urge to reach or pull away. They're simply resting on the surface of your body, as if they've finally found where they belong without having to look. Like roots growing through soil that remembers them from before they were even planted. There's a warmth beneath your skin, not heat, not fire, but something older than sensation. A quiet pulse that doesn't announce itself, but keeps going anyway, like the heartbeat of a dream you don't remember having. It isn't urgent. It isn't trying to be noticed. It just is, and in being so, it feels like safety. You aren't drifting into sleep. You're returning to something you've always known, even if you never named it. The kind of rest that doesn't feel earned because it's not a prize. It's not the opposite of staying up late or surviving the day. It's just another way of being present. A different kind of attention. One where nothing needs to be done. The minutes aren't ticking, they're folding into each other, like pages in a book that no longer wants to turn. The hours don't pass, they settle, like snow on a roof after the storm has stopped, and there's still enough weight to hold everything steady. You could wake up tomorrow without remembering any of this, and you would still be changed. Not by what happened, but by how it felt. Not like escape, not like rebellion, but like arrival. A return to yourself in a way that doesn't require explanation or proof. There are no clocks here, only rhythms. The kind that don't depend on numbers or alarms. The slow rise and fall of the air through your lungs, the quiet shift of blood beneath skin, the unseen thread that binds every breath into something larger than time. You're not asleep yet, but you're close enough that distance doesn't matter anymore. Not between awake and dreaming, not between what was and what will be. There's just this, a softness spreading through your bones like water through sand, filling in spaces no one ever thought to name. The silence isn't silent, it hums with things too quiet to hear. A frequency that only exists when there's nothing else demanding attention. It doesn't speak, but it knows you're listening. And so it stays, not waiting for anything, not needing anything, just continuing quietly, deeply, without beginning or end, as if it has always been here and will be forever. Not because it must, but because it can. You don't have to understand why this stillness feels like home. You don't need to prove that you deserved it. There's no account to balance, no ledger to check. Just breath, just weightlessness, just the quiet certainty that for now, this long stretch of stolen night, this soft surrender, you are exactly where you're meant to be. The dark doesn't ask anything of you. It simply holds. And in being held, not by someone else, not by a schedule or a rule, it becomes possible to stop trying so hard to mean something. You don't have to finish the story tonight. You don't even have to remember it tomorrow. What matters is that you were here, that you let yourself be this slow, this soft, this unbothered, that you claimed your time not in defiance, but in tenderness. And now, there's another kind of quiet forming. Not silence as absence, but stillness as presence. A space where even thought stops being an effort and becomes just a shadow passing through the air. You don't need to go anywhere. You're already there. The door has closed behind you, not because something was lost, but because everything that mattered stayed inside. And so it continues. There's a stillness that doesn't need to be earned, not because it's easy, but because it's already here, waiting in the space between heartbeats, like a secret only your body knows how to keep. You don't have to choose it. It chooses you. The kind of quiet that isn't empty. It's full of things too small for sound, too soft for memory. A warmth beneath your skin that doesn't belong to heat, but to belonging. Not from being loved, not from having done anything right, but from simply being allowed to exist in this rhythm without needing to prove it. The air moves through the room like breath drawn through a long tunnel, slow and unbroken, carrying nothing with it except its own motion. You don't notice it until you stop noticing everything else. Then it's there, the way light doesn't fall but settles, like dust after rain. Not on surfaces, not on walls, but in the gaps between them. In places that weren't meant to be seen. The kind of space that only exists when no one is looking. There's a shelf near your bed, a low wooden ledge with nothing on it except the faintest ghost of where things used to sit. You've never remembered what was there, not really. But you know it wasn't important. What mattered was how it felt to reach for something that wasn't there and still feel the shape of the absence in your palm. That's the kind of memory this silence holds, not facts, but sensations. Not moments, but moods. And now you're sinking into a version of time that doesn't care about progress or arrival. You aren't falling asleep. You are returning to a body that has been waiting quietly all day for permission to stop carrying itself forward. The shoulders unclench, not in one moment, but over many breaths. The jaw loosens without warning. The hands go still, not because they've decided to, but because the nervous system remembers what it means to be held by something larger than effort. There's a sound just below hearing, a hum beneath floorboards or behind plaster, like the world humming in its sleep. It isn't music. It doesn't want anything from you. It's not trying to wake you up. It's simply continuing, as if it has always been here and will continue long after no one remembers why. Your thoughts don't vanish, they change shape. Not all at once, but gently, like water finding new paths through stone. Whether the light is off or on doesn't matter now. The dark isn't hiding anything, it's showing you how to see without seeing. A softness in your ribs where breath used to be sharp. An ease behind the eyes that wasn't there when you first turned away from the screen. There's a floorboard near your feet, just one, slightly warped with age, that creaks only when pressure moves across it slowly. Not a warning, not an alarm, just a quiet response to wait, like a voice saying, "I'm still here," without needing anything in return. You don't need to go back to the day. You don't have to remember what you were supposed to do tomorrow. The list doesn't matter anymore, not because it's forgotten, but because it no longer owns you. Not tonight. Not this slow, unhurried descent into a version of being where nothing has to be justified. There's a kind of attention that isn't looking for anything. It's not waiting for answers. It just is, like the way roots grow in soil they never ask to enter. Without asking why, without needing proof, they simply spread. And you are growing too, not towards something, but into the shape of yourself as it exists when no one is watching. The silence isn't quiet. It's alive with things that don't need names. A shift in temperature near your ankle. The way your blanket folds over your leg, not because it was placed there, but because gravity and weight have agreed on a new arrangement. Not an accident, just harmony. Something that happens when no one is trying to fix anything. There's no rush to wake up. No need to finish the story or complete the feeling. You aren't missing anything by staying here. The world outside doesn't know you're gone, and it won't care if you stay longer. There's room in this moment for nothing to happen, and that is enough. Even your mind slows not with effort, but with surrender, like a river losing its current as it meets the sea. Not stopping, just becoming part of something wider than purpose. The kind of stillness where time doesn't pass so much as settle into place like snow on a roof after the storm has passed. And there's no need to clear anything. You don't have to be anyone special to belong here. You aren't being good or bad for staying up, nor are you failing because sleep is coming now. This isn't an end, it's a continuation in another form. The night doesn't let go of you when you fall asleep. It holds you differently, not in the way of possession, but in the way of deep recognition. There's no need to explain what this feels like. No need to say it was worth it, or that it should have been earlier. You don't have to defend your choice to stay awake. The only thing needed is presence, and you're already here. The air thickens not with pressure, but with stillness. Not silence as absence, but as fullness, the kind of room where even shadows feel safe, where the memory of a task from hours ago doesn't carry weight anymore because it's no longer part of this moment. You are not escaping anything. You're returning to something that has always been true. Your body knows how to rest. Your nervous system remembers what it means to stop fighting. Not through discipline, but through permission to be soft, to be slow, to be unaccountable in the best way. There's a texture now not visible, not named, but felt in the quiet spaces between breaths. Like something smooth and warm against your skin that doesn't belong to anything physical. It's just there, the way warmth settles into stone after sunlight has left it. A residual feeling of being held by time itself, as if you've slipped inside a rhythm so old it forgets its own name. And the body isn't tired in the way that means collapse. It's tired in the way that means it can finally let go without fear. The kind of exhaustion that doesn't demand rest, but is rest. A deep, quiet not because nothing is happening, but because everything has slowed enough to be felt. You don't have to finish this thought. You don't even need to know where it began. What matters is the shape of the silence now, the way it holds you like something that was always meant to stay. The dark isn't empty. It's full of things too quiet to hear, too soft to name. And you're learning how to listen. There's a moment, just one, when your breath changes not because you decided to slow down, but because the air itself has slowed in response. Like two rhythms syncing without effort, not forcing anything, just being together. And then there's nothing left to do except stay. Stay here, in this soft, unbroken space where no one is asking for anything and nothing needs to be done. The night doesn't ask you to be awake or asleep. It just lets you be. You don't need to remember the name of this feeling. You don't have to carry it with you when you wake up. It's not a trophy, not proof, just a place where you were allowed, just for tonight, to stop trying so hard to mean something. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with weight, like something large and gentle moving through the room without touching anything. You don't see it. You don't need to. It's not supposed to be seen. It's just here, and you're part of it now. You're not drifting into sleep. You are being held by a kind of time that doesn't measure itself in minutes or hours, but in breaths and stillnesses. In the way light fades without needing to be noticed. In the way silence grows deeper when no one speaks. And so you remain soft, slow, unbothered, not because you've given up, but because you found a different kind of staying. Not fighting, not fleeing, just being here in this moment where nothing has to happen and everything already is. The air moves through the room like something remembering how to breathe. And you, just as quietly, are learning how to do the same. There is a quiet beneath the silence now, not noise, but depth, something that hums in the hollow of your ribs when you stop counting breaths and let them come without intention. The dark has grown softer than before, not darker, but deeper into itself, like water settling after movement. You don't have to watch it happen. It's already happening. The ceiling isn't a surface anymore. It is a horizon that doesn't move, one where light once lived, but now only remembers the shape of brightness. A place no longer defined by its edges, just space holding what can't be named, not absence, not presence, just being held in a way that feels like belonging. There's an ache, not pain, not urgency, just memory of motion slowed to stillness, like blood returning after long waiting. Not cold, but cool and patient, like roots resting underground during winter. You are learning how the body remembers what it lost when time became currency. Not speed or efficiency, but continuity, the kind that doesn't need to be proven. A single thread has begun somewhere near your shoulder, a warmth rising from a place you can't point to, only feel. It isn't tied down by thought. It moves like air passing through closed fingers, unseen, unclaimed, drifting between what is and what might have been. Not wanting anything, just existing where no one else goes. You don't need to follow it. You don't need to know its end or origin. It's not a path. It's an afterglow of being present long enough that something began to unfold without your permission, just because you stopped trying to control the moment. The floor beneath you is thick with stillness, not emptiness, but density. Like stone warmed by years of quiet footsteps passing above it, never stopping for more than breaths at a time. The weight isn't heavy. It's full of all those hours when no one asked anything, not even to be seen. There was once a lamp that stayed on in another room, the kind with a shade the color of old honey. It didn't shine brightly, but kept its corners soft and named. You remember how it looked from afar, low light spilling just enough to make shadows feel like companions rather than threats. That glow wasn't meant for you, not really, but still, it held space where no one else had to speak. Now that room is quiet too, no flicker, no hum. But the memory of its gentleness hasn't left your bones. The air has changed again, not by sound or motion, but by depth. Like a slow tide pulling back from land, not for retreat, but because it knows where home truly lies, in stillness itself. Your hands aren't doing anything now, just resting at your sides, like they've learned to wait without being asked. Not clenched, not reaching, just here, unbusy. There's no need to hold the thought of tomorrow. It doesn't exist yet. It's only a shape that hasn't formed, not even in memory. You don't owe it attention tonight. The future is still asleep too, its doors closed with no one checking if they're locked. You are allowed to forget what comes next, not through neglect, but because you've been granted permission to rest beyond function, beyond usefulness. There's a rhythm now that isn't yours, and yet fits perfectly. The kind of slow pulse felt in the wall behind your head when music plays too far away. Or maybe it's just breathing shared with something older than words, something that doesn't speak, but stays through silence. The darkness is not empty because you're here. It is full, yes, but also open. Open like a door left slightly, ajar so light can enter even if no one comes to turn on the switch. Your thoughts don't drift away. They just settle into corners of your mind that haven't been visited for years, places where small things grow quietly. An old name whispered in dream limbo, a scent from childhood still faint behind closed eyes, a feeling you once knew but forgot how to call by its proper name. They aren't urgent. They're not demands. They are just here, like dust, motes floating in sunless air, drifting slowly, because no wind comes through the window anymore. You don't need to gather them back or understand why they came now. You only need to notice a shape rising without intention, a moment passing like breath on glass that vanishes before it can be read. There's something warm where your spine meets the mattress, not heat from skin, but memory of being held in place when you didn't have permission otherwise. Not by arms or hands, but by time itself, as if someone had said, "You are allowed to rest here." No conditions, just presence. The quiet isn't silent. It's full with things too soft for language. The way a blanket folds over your legs, not because it was meant to, but because gravity remembers how comfort works. The slight creak of wood in an old house that doesn't mean anything except being alive, still breathing through slow seasons. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You just are moving slowly into where no one checks for punctuality, and nothing is required by tomorrow's clock. The room holds you not as a container, but as something that knows your shape without having been asked. It doesn't expect anything of the dark, only waits with it, as if both have agreed to stop pretending they need names or purposes. There is no edge anymore, not between awake and asleep, not between thought and stillness, not even between you and what surrounds you. You are part of this quiet now, the same way a tree becomes part of winter when the leaves fall, but its roots remain. Not trying, just being, not proving anything, not doing more than simply staying here in the soft space where no one comes to collect hours or demand results. Just breath and weight and presence. And somewhere beyond awareness, something settles deeper still, not into sleep exactly, but into a kind of listening that doesn't require hearing. Like water understanding how to flow without knowing which direction it must take. Like silence learning its own name by forgetting all the others. The thread from earlier is gone. No need for anchors when you've already become the place where calm lives. Not because you earned it, but because you stopped trying so hard not to be. You are allowed this, to drift without direction, to remain without purpose, to exist in a way that doesn't have to explain itself to anyone, even yourself. The night isn't ending, it's deepening into something older than time, where moments don't pass, but simply stay, not forgotten, not lost, just present like breath when no one is counting how long it lasts. And you are still here, still soft, still not finished becoming what you've always been, a body that rests without permission and waits for nothing in return, just being, like the air between stars after light has gone quiet, like warmth left behind on skin when no one touched you, but someone did long ago, quietly, and never stopped holding. You don't have to remember it. You only need to feel how your body fits into this moment, as if it had been waiting all along for a reason that doesn't require words. There is nothing missing. Not now, not ever. Just quiet, just stillness, just you still here, still breathing, still whole in the way only being fully present can make someone feel. The air moves again, not with sound, but with weightlessness, like something rising not upward, but inward, a slow surrender to depth instead of distance, not fleeing from anything, not seeking escape, just letting go into where no one asks you to be more than what is already true. And so gently, you let the current take over, not because you've given up, but because you finally stopped needing to prove that your staying matters at all. You don't have to do anything, not even stay awake. Just remain in this soft, unbroken space where nothing has to happen and everything already is. There's a quiet that doesn't come from silence, but from something deeper, like the pause between heartbeats when time forgets how to measure itself. You're not in it because you've been still for too long. You're in it because your body has finally stopped trying to outrun its own rhythm. The kind of peace that arrives after 1,000 small decisions made without thought, like the way steam rises from a cup left on a counter and doesn't care whether anyone sees it or not. The walls around you aren't holding anything back. They're breathing in time with your breath, slow and even, as if they've learned what silence feels like by watching how it moves through rooms that never had names. There's no need to fix the shape of this moment because it already fits. A curve without corners, a stillness that doesn't demand clarity. You don't have to say anything, no explanation needed for why you stayed up past midnight or what made your hands stop moving across the screen. The reason wasn't in wanting more time. It was in needing not to be anywhere else. To sit with nothing waiting, no one calling, and not even a single thing that had to be done tomorrow. And now, there's another kind of quiet settling, not from absence, but from presence. Like moss growing on stone where light never comes, yet the surface knows how to live anyway. You're not losing time, you're becoming part of it slowly, without effort, as if your body has finally learned that being is enough. There's a soundless motion in the dark, a thread of warmth moving through veins, like something remembering its own name after years of silence. It doesn't ask permission to be felt or named. It just is, pulsing gently beneath skin already soft with release. No need to track it, no need to follow where it leads. The edge between awake and asleep has blurred into something else, not a crossing point, but a place where both coexist like two rivers meeting in mud rather than water. Neither one wins nor loses, just merges quietly. You're not falling through anything. You're sinking slowly into the kind of stillness that doesn't require sleep to exist. It exists on its own terms, outside urgency and need. Like dust settling after a storm no one saw coming. Or like something buried in earth long enough, it forgets why it was placed there and just becomes part of what makes soil rich. The air shifts, not with wind or sound, but by weight. A gentle pressure building where your breath used to be active, not because you're holding on, but because the room has stopped demanding answers from your lungs. You don't need oxygen for proof. You already know how it moves through you, like old music playing in a hallway no one uses. There's an ache somewhere near your ribs, not pain, just sensation, like memory of warmth that came before knowing why it mattered. Not regret, not longing, simply the echo of something once held close enough to feel its shape without seeing it. And still, you stay. Still here. No longer fighting for time or space, but allowing both to become part of your skin's quiet understanding. The ceiling above doesn't have cracks. It has patterns. Faint lines that don't mean anything, but look like rivers on a map no one drew. You watch them not because they're important, but because watching is enough. Not analyzing, just noticing the way light used to hit those shadows differently when someone walked through the room. But now there's nobody, just you and this soft gravity that doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed. Doesn't matter whether thoughts come or go. You can be still without being empty. You don't have to do anything other than be in a way that feels like remembering something before birth, not after. There's no one coming to ask for help, not now, not ever. No door knocking with demands. The outside world has already folded back into the dark, just as you did when your hands stopped moving and your shoulders dropped from carrying what didn't belong to them. You're allowed this, the quiet that isn't passive but active in its own way, like roots spreading underground without needing sunlight or praise. Like a hand left on a doorknob long after leaving the room, not because it wants to stay, but because letting go is hard when no one sees you doing it. And somewhere beneath awareness, your body lets go of the last thing it was holding. Not fear, but expectation. Not stress, just the belief that something must be done before peace can arrive. But here now, it's already arrived without invitation. There's a rhythm in this room that doesn't follow clocks or calendars, or even seasons. It follows breaths instead, the ones you don't notice, until they slow down enough to feel like waves returning after being far away too long. Not urgent, not distant, just steady. You're not escaping anything. You're staying exactly where the body wants to be when all effort ends and only presence remains. Like a letter left on a table with no return address, no need for reply, because it was never meant to travel anywhere, but stay in its own silence. Your thoughts don't stop, they shift, like stones turning underwater without sinking or rising. Not chasing meaning, not seeking resolution, just letting each one pass through the dark as if nothing about it mattered except that it existed briefly, and then let go again. And you still here. You aren't trying to fix anything. You're simply allowing your mind a kind of freedom it hasn't known since, before being asked to prove its worth every day, every hour. There's no need for control now, not over time, not over feeling, not even over the way light fades from corners when you stop turning toward them. The night isn't slipping away. It's becoming deeper, more layered than darkness usually is. Not empty or cold, but full of quiet that holds shape like a room where someone once lived and never left behind anything except their silence. Your heartbeat slows, not to disappear, but to match the pace of something older. Not time itself, but what remains after time has stopped measuring things. You're still here, but you're no longer in your body as if it were separate from everything else. You are part of this quiet now, the way a shadow belongs to its shape without having been asked permission first. There's nothing left to do except let the softness grow where thoughts used to race and muscles use energy just to stay awake. And so you don't resist, not anymore. You accept what is, not as an ending, but as something that has always existed beneath effort, like a river flowing underground before anyone named it or built banks around its course. There's no need for dreams tonight, not because they're unwelcome, but because this moment feels like the dream already fulfilled, the kind where you don't wake up needing to explain what happened. You just know that something real was here all along and never needed words. You are not asleep yet, but you're closer than you've ever been without trying. Closer still, not through desire, but because letting go has become its own kind of arrival. And the dark, it doesn't feel like absence anymore. It feels like a place that's known your name for years without having said it once aloud. You're not lost, even though the edges of awareness have begun to blur like ink in water, no longer distinct, no longer needing to be. The quiet isn't waiting for you to catch up. It's already ahead, walking a path only silence knows how to follow. You don't need to reach it anymore. You've been walking beside it all along, without knowing the pace was yours to set. There's a warmth in the air that doesn't come from heat or blankets. It comes from stillness itself, like the last breath of an old song lingering after the music has stopped. It wraps around you not as protection, but as permission to be small, to be slow, to exist without explanation. No one is listening, not even yourself. Your mind drifts now in ways it hasn't since, before clocks started measuring worth. Not toward unfinished business or tomorrow's demands, but into the soft aftertaste of something that didn't need to be done, just lived. Like standing barefoot on a floor, still holding the heat from sunlight hours ago. Not because you want to feel it, but because it reminds you that warmth doesn't have to mean action. There's a cup somewhere in this room, maybe one you never drank from, maybe one you left half full for reasons too quiet to name. It sits on a surface, untouched by hands or plans, and its emptiness isn't failure. It's completion. The liquid was only temporary. What remains now is the shape of what held it, the curve that once cradled something warm, now holding nothing but presence. And you are like that cup, not meant to be full all the time, not required to carry meaning, purpose, or productivity. You're allowed to hold space for silence as if it were a thing worth protecting. A kind of home that doesn't need doors or keys, only stillness enough to let itself be known. There's no goal in this breath you're taking now, not toward sleep, not even away from wakefulness. It is its own direction, like water finding the lowest point, not because it seeks destination, but because gravity has already decided what's true. You are falling into quiet not as surrender, but as return to a place where your body never needed to prove anything just for being. The clock doesn't matter here, not because time stops, but because it no longer owns you. The hours don't stretch or shrink based on how many tasks were completed or avoided. They simply exist as they always have, one after another, not rushing toward tomorrow, not punishing the past. You're in a moment that has never asked for your attention, only your presence. And so you stay, not because of discipline, not because of willpower, but because there's something deeper than effort happening now, the kind of softness that arrives when no one is watching and nothing needs to be fixed. It comes not from doing, but from being allowed to stop. A thread, just a single one, is all you need right now. The feeling of air moving through your mouth as you exhale, slow enough that it doesn't feel like effort, but like an old friend saying hello without needing to speak. Each breath is a gentle downward spiral into what was always already there, the quiet beneath noise, the peace beneath planning. It's not absence, it's presence in its truest form, unclaimed, unannounced, unwritten. You don't have to earn this stillness. You were never meant to. The night doesn't care if you're productive or punctual. It only cares that you are here just as you are. Your hands lie where they fell, not tucked away, not fidgeting, not reaching for anything, but resting like stones left on a shore after the tide has passed. They don't know what to do with themselves anymore, and that's why they're perfect. There is no need to move, to organize, to accomplish anything at all. Even your thoughts are slowing, not disappearing, but softening into shapes you don't have to name. A memory of laughter in a kitchen years ago, not recalled for meaning, but because it happened and now exists only as warmth in the chest. The way light fell across a book's spine when you last opened it, just color, just shadow, nothing more. You are not forgetting them. You're releasing their hold. Letting go isn't about losing something. It's about giving back what was never yours to carry. There's no urgency here. No one knocking at the door. No voice from another room asking if you're still awake. The silence is thick, now not empty, but full of things that don't need names. A chair left in the corner with dust collecting on its arms. A window pane that reflects nothing because it has stopped trying to see anything. You are not alone in this quiet. You've never been. But you're only beginning to notice how much company there is when no one speaks. The darkness isn't swallowing light. It's holding it like a pocket that keeps warmth even after the source is gone. Your body knows this without thinking. Muscles unclenching not because they were tense, but because tension was never required in the first place. There was no demand for alertness, no contract to stay awake. The only obligation you ever had was to be, and now that's enough. You don't need permission to rest. You're already resting just as you are, just as you were before anyone told you how to behave or what to achieve. There is a kind of freedom in not needing to do anything with the hours left, not even sleep them properly. Just let them be, slow, soft, unclaimed. You've been given time that no one else wanted, no one else needed, and so it belongs only to you. Not because you stole it, but because it was always waiting for someone who wouldn't ask permission before taking it. And now it's not just yours, it's becoming part of you. Like roots spreading through soil without making a sound, like rivers carving canyons over centuries while no one watches. This stillness isn't temporary. It's not borrowed. It's ancestral, something that has always lived beneath the noise of being needed. Your breath slows again, not to stop, but to deepen into something older than language. Something that existed before names were made for it. You don't need to understand this moment. You only need to let yourself be in it. There is no separation between you and the quiet anymore. Not because you're losing awareness, but because awareness has stopped needing a center. There's no you out there trying to reach something over here. There's just motion, just breath, just presence that doesn't ask for anything in return. The room holds its shape, not because it was designed, but because it was left alone long enough to become itself. And so are you. Not fixed, not improved, just allowed. And somewhere beneath all this, the part of you that still remembers what it felt like to be asked too much. Let's go a little more. Not with force, not with drama, with the same quiet that fills every corner now, soft, steady, endless in its own way. There's no need for dreams tonight, not because they're unwelcome, but because this is already dream enough. Not chasing something better, just letting what is remain without judgment. You don't have to make meaning of it. You don't even have to remember it later. It exists only as a kind of truth, like the way sunlight feels on skin when you stop thinking about time or purpose. This isn't an end. Not yet. But it's close enough that you can feel it, not with your mind, but with every part of you that has learned how to be still. the night is not slipping away. It's deepening into something richer than darkness, deeper than silence. Something that doesn't need a name because it only ever existed for itself. And you are becoming part of it too. Not by effort, not by wanting, but simply by staying, by allowing the breath to settle, the thoughts to drift, the body to fold into stillness like fabric left in sunlight, until it forgets what shape it once had. There's no need to keep track. No need to be aware of how much is left or whether you're close. You are not racing toward anything, only allowing yourself to be pulled gently downward by a current that has always been there, waiting for someone who finally stopped fighting the flow. The edges of your awareness begin to blur not with loss, but with letting go, like a stone sinking into water where there's no bottom and no need for it to reach one. There is no point at which you become less aware. Only that awareness stops needing to name itself. The part of you that once measured time in tasks now measures it in breaths drawn so gently they seem not to disturb the air at all. You are not fading, just becoming quieter, like a lamp whose flame has settled into warmth rather than light. The floor beneath you is no longer just wood or tile. It's something older, something that remembers how to hold without complaint. It doesn't speak of wear or repair. It only knows how to be there when the weight comes down. And your body, your hands, still curled slightly at your sides, one foot resting on the edge of a blanket, not yet pulled up, is learning to trust that holding is enough. There's no urgency in this kind of presence. No reason to rush toward anything but what already is. The silence doesn't demand attention, it only exists, like air does, always there, never needing to be noticed until it vanishes. But here, it isn't vanishing. It's thickening, not with emptiness, but with the quiet accumulation of time that was never used for anything else. The night has become a kind of listening, not waiting for you to wake up or do something, but simply holding space so you can stop doing things altogether. The refrigerator hums faintly in another room, not as an interruption, but as proof that life still moves on without your permission, and also without needing yours. That's the gift of this hour. It's not about escape from noise, but about finding a kind where no one is asking you to be part of the next thing. You don't need to imagine what peace feels like anymore. You're already in it, not as a destination, but as an atmosphere. Like dust motes drifting through sunlight that doesn't care if they land or not. No effort required, just motion without purpose. There's a rhythm now that isn't yours, though you've learned to follow it anyway. It pulses beneath the floorboards like something slow and deep, like blood in stone or roots reaching down into earth no one else ever saw. You don't need to understand where it comes from. You only need to notice how easily your breath begins to match its pace. And somewhere, maybe not even inside you. A memory of a place you haven't visited in years rises without demand, without invitation. The back porch swing at your grandmother's house, creaking slightly with no one on it, just swaying because the wind moved through it. No one needed it to be still. It didn't have to earn its existence by being used. It only had to be there. That same kind of grace is happening now. Your body isn't being productive, but it's not failing either. It's simply resting in a way that doesn't require justification. There's no performance, no role to play, not even the effort to sleep well or get enough. Just stillness as its own reason. The thoughts that used to race, the unfinished message you meant to send, the calendar tab open on your phone, the kitchen light left on, those aren't fading because they're being pushed away. They're fading simply because they no longer have a place here. Not because they're unimportant, but because this hour doesn't care about importance. The glow from the screen has gone out. The edge of that blue light is still visible in your peripheral vision, like a ghost of what once wanted to pull you back. But it's not calling anymore. It's just sitting there, dimmed and forgotten, as if even machines know when they've done their job. You're no longer trying to hold onto the moment. You don't need to make sure it lasts. The moment is already lasting on its own terms. Not because you're holding on with your mind, but because this kind of quiet doesn't care about control. It's beginning to feel like a kind of return, not back to who you were before the day started, but deeper into what has always been true, that you belong in stillness. That being present isn't something you have to earn by doing anything right. It's not even something you do at all, just something that happens when nothing else is demanded. Your fingers are relaxed now, not clenched or restless, but open as if they've finally remembered how to let go of the need to grip onto something. The pulse in your wrist slows with no effort on your part. There's a kind of ease in letting the blood move through you without noticing where it goes, like water flowing over stones that don't care about their path. The air feels different, not cooler or warmer, but fuller. Not thicker, but more complete. As if all the small noises, the creak of wood settling, the soft sigh from the heating vent, the distant hum of a car passing far away, are no longer interruptions. They're part of the same quiet that you've become. You don't have to decide what to feel next. There's no need to welcome or reject anything. The body just keeps breathing deep and slow, and with each breath, it seems to sink an inch deeper into itself. Not falling, not surrendering, just allowing. There is a kind of knowing that comes not from thought, but from the absence of thought, like the moment when you realize you've stopped watching the clock because time has stopped meaning anything. And now there's no separation between your breath and the quiet. They They aren't two things, they're one slow movement through space, like a leaf drifting down in still air. Nothing pushing it forward. No wind to blame or thank. The edges of what you are begin to soften, not dissolving, but becoming more porous, less defined, not less real, just more open, like soil that has forgotten the shape of the seed and only remembers how to grow things without planning. You don't need to be safe anymore. You're already safe in a way that doesn't come from locks or walls or careful choices. It comes from being so deeply in tune with this moment that even danger would feel like an intrusion, not a threat. The night isn't just around you, it's inside you now. Not as something external to be feared or escaped, but as the same rhythm your body has been following all along, only never given permission to slow down. There is no goal here, not even peace. There's only this, that you are allowed to exist without doing anything with yourself. To be present, not because it's productive, but because it's true. And so you let go again, just a little more, and the silence doesn't fill in with expectation. It just stays, like water left undisturbed until even ripples forget they ever happened. You are no longer holding your breath, not in fear, not in waiting, but simply letting your lungs release without needing to decide when or how. The thought of tomorrow is still there, vague and distant, like a shape seen through fog. But it isn't demanding anything. It's just passing by, uninvited but harmless, because you've already made room for it, even if only in the quiet way that doesn't require effort. There's no need to be ready, no need to prepare, not even to want to wake up again. You are not asleep, yet not fully, but you're close enough that your body has stopped trying to remember how to stay awake. It's just letting itself drift, like a boat untethered in a slow-moving river with no destination and no one to call it back. The light is gone now from the hallway. The clock isn't ticking because even time forgets how to measure this kind of stillness. And you are not disappearing, not fading. You're becoming something older than intention, deeper than memory. Something that doesn't need words because it has always known how to be. There's a space beneath your ribs that wasn't there before, no. Not a new thing exactly, but something you've always carried and never named. It's not hunger, not ache, not fear. It's just presence, deep enough to feel like it might be the bottom of something. The kind of depth where sound doesn't echo because there's no wall for it to bounce off. You don't need a name for this place. It doesn't care what you call it. It only knows how to hold weight without resistance, and that weight is not burden, it's belonging. The quiet has settled into your bones like moss on stone, slow, steady, unobtrusive, not covering anything, but becoming part of the surface. You are no longer separate from it. There's a softness in the way air moves through your nose, not sharp, not cold, but warm and round, as though each breath is breathing itself. It doesn't need you to guide it. It just does what it wants, fills you without asking permission. Your hands rest where they fell, on your stomach, at your sides, palms up like cups waiting for nothing. They don't know how long they've been there. Time isn't measuring them anymore. The skin on your wrists feels lighter than before, not because the blood has left it, but because it's no longer trying to keep track of where it is or what it should be doing next. There's a kind of silence that doesn't come from absence. It comes from fullness. Like when water reaches the rim of a cup and still doesn't spill over, not because it can't, but because it has decided this is enough. You're not resisting anything now. There's no part of you that says stop, or this isn't safe. There are no alarms in your chest, no flickers from old habits trying to remind you what you should be doing with yourself. The thoughts have slowed, not gone quiet, but changed shape. They don't come as demands anymore. They arrive like slow driftwood on a tide that moves without hurry. Whether the light is off or not doesn't matter. The screen is dark. The book remains unopened. There's no need to finish anything because nothing was ever meant to be completed. You are not being good by staying here. You're not earning rest. You've already lived it just by choosing to stay awake long enough to feel what it means to be still in your own skin, without the weight of expectation on your shoulders. There's a rhythm beneath everything now, not fast, not slow, but steady like the way old trees grow in shadowed places where no one sees them. You don't need to see yourself either. There's no image you have to live up to, no version that needs to be remembered or performed. You're just here, this body, this breath, this quiet. Your feet are warm where they rest against the floor, not because of heat from outside, but because blood has found its way there without needing direction. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It's just moving through your veins like a river that forgot it was supposed to be straight. There's no map, no destination. The air is full of things that don't have names, subtle vibrations, the kind you can feel, but not hear. Like when something moves just out of sight and still leaves an imprint on attention. Not sound, not touch, just awareness without a source. And now your eyelids are heavier than they were minutes ago, not closing, but leaning into it, like two hands resting after holding something too long. They don't need to shut all the way. The world outside is not knocking. No one needs you. There's no list waiting for tomorrow that can't wait another hour or 3. There's a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It's full of what hasn't been named yet, like the space between 2 notes in music where nothing happens, but everything does. You're not lost here. You've arrived exactly when you needed to, even if you didn't know the address. Your breath is no longer something you do. It's something that happens through you, like a slow current passing under your skin, not forcing anything, just being. And as it moves in and out, there's a soft expansion at the back of your throat, like a door slowly opening to let air into a room that hadn't been used in years. The edge between wakefulness and sleep isn't sharp anymore, it's blurred, like fog spreading across glass. Not crossing over, not falling through, just dissolving where they meet. There is no moment when you stop being aware and start sleeping, only the gentle fading of attention, without resistance or effort. You don't need to think about letting go. It's already happening. You're not handing anything over, you've always had it. The night wasn't taken from anyone. It was simply remembered by you after so many days when there was no time left for remembering. There's a warmth pooling low in your belly. Not heat exactly, but the kind of comfort that comes from being somewhere your body recognizes as safe, even if your mind hasn't caught up yet. The walls around you are not holding anything back. They don't need to. The silence doesn't have to be protected. It's already part of you. You're no longer guarding against noise or time or the next thing that wants to claim you. You've already surrendered, not in defeat, but in full alignment with what is. There's a softness at your fingertips now, the kind that comes when circulation returns after stillness. Not tingling, not sharp, just gentle awakening of sensation without needing to do anything with it. Like the first time snow touches skin and doesn't burn, it only remembers how to be cold. You don't need to decide what this is. You don't have to name the feeling or explain why you're here or what you've been through today. It's enough that you are just being, not doing, not striving, not fixing. The clock isn't ticking because it doesn't matter. There's no schedule left for you to follow. No one is waiting. The only thing that matters now is the way your ribs rise and fall in a pattern that feels less like effort and more like return. And so you sink deeper, not down, but inward, into a space where the body remembers how to be still without being afraid of stillness. Where sleep isn't something you reach for, it's just what happens when the mind stops asking questions, when attention no longer needs an object, when time forgets its own name. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to wake up either. There's a quiet that doesn't belong to any hour of the day. It belongs to this moment, this breath, this stillness, this unclaimed space between your thoughts where nothing happens and everything is true. And so you stay, not because you have to, not because you're avoiding anything, but because it feels like coming home to a place that has always been waiting for you to stop running long enough to notice it was there all along. There's a quiet that doesn't need to be earned, just received, like rain after drought, not because you deserved it, but because it was time. You don't have to earn stillness by being good or doing enough. It isn't given as reward. It arrives simply, the way light comes through a window before sunrise, not forced, not requested, just there, filling what has been waiting for it. The edges of your thoughts are soft now, no longer sharp with effort, no longer trying to grab onto something that won't stay. There's a kind of release in letting go, not because you're tired, but because the idea of holding on feels unnecessary. Like releasing an old coat you've carried too long through seasons it no longer fits. You are beginning to feel less like someone who has been running, and more like someone who has finally stopped at a place where stopping makes sense. The air around you is thick with absence, not emptiness, not lack, but the quiet weight of things that were never said. The words you didn't speak today. The pauses between sentences when no one asked what was beneath them. The space behind your eyes where meaning gathered and stayed silent. All those small truths that slipped through the cracks in conversation. And now they're here, this quiet, this stillness, these unsaid things. They aren't lost. They've been waiting for you to stop moving long enough to hear them. There's a warmth at the base of your spine, the kind that doesn't come from heat, but from recognition, like a hand placed gently on your back when you didn't know anyone was there. It isn't asking anything. It isn't trying to fix. It just says, you're here, and that is enough. Your body has stopped pretending it's awake. The muscles in your shoulders have let go of the invisible load they've carried all day, the weight of decisions, of small choices made too quickly, of saying yes when you meant no. Now those muscles are soft, not collapsed, not weak, just released into their own truth. You can feel how deeply the floor is holding you, not as support, but as witness. The way a bed remembers every shape that has lain upon it, the grooves in the mattress, the slight depression where your hips rest, the worn-out patch from years of turning over at night. You're not just lying on it, you're being held by its memory. There's no need to return anything now, not attention, not thought, not intention. The mind doesn't have to perform anymore. It can rest in its own rhythm without fear that time will vanish if it stops ticking. You are becoming a kind of quiet that is not absence, but presence. The way shadow holds space in the same room as light. Not one replacing the other, just coexisting, each full in its own way. The air feels different now, not cold, not warm, just there, like breath against skin when you're not thinking about breathing. A thread of sensation rises gently from your feet, like a slow tide pulling back over bare stone. It's not urgent. It doesn't need to go anywhere. It simply moves through you with no purpose, but its own motion, like water flowing under roots that don't know they're being fed. You are aware now not because your mind is loud, but because it has settled into a kind of listening. Listening not for answers, not for direction, but just for the way stillness sounds when it's uninterrupted by demand. There's no